Chapter 97. Thales jumped down from the black coffin and stared at everything in front of him in a daze. The flying ashes turned to ash, and no flesh remained. The severed limbs on the ground gradually withered and turned to ash, blending into the snow under the moonlight. It's over? Giza, the blood mystic, that lunatic, disappeared? The Hydra's tentacles loosened and withered. Katerina and Serena both fell to the ground and coughed violently. Ida helped the ashen-faced Ralph out of the thicket on the side. Those branches, there were at least 100 of them, Ida said with lingering fear. Why did they suddenly wither? But Ida was immediately stunned. She pointed at the female warrior and shouted in an exaggerated manner, "Ah! Strange woman, you're here." The female warrior put the shield back on her back and laughed. It's been many years, forgetful Ida. Aida's expression immediately darkened. The female warrior pulled out the two-handed broadsword and swung it twice as if it was light with one hand to shake off the blood on it. Her expression was indifferent, but her gaze was sharp. She immediately turned around and looked at Thales. Thales also looked curiously at the person who suddenly appeared and saved his life. There's no doubt that she's a soldier, Thales told himself. Her armor was covered in bloodstains left behind by mystics, but she had a steady and determined aura. She did not appear disheveled at all. Instead, she gave others the impression that she had been through hundreds of battles. She had short, neat, brownish-yellow hair, but there was no need to describe her heroic appearance. Because when she appeared, her aura, which was filled with an iron-blooded fighting spirit, made one only notice her warrior side and forget her pure appearance. They stared at each other for a few seconds. The female warrior suddenly grinned. She boldly stuck the two-handed broadsword on the ground and knelt on one knee. "So, you are Thales, child? My prince?" "Yes, I am Thales Jadestar." Thales flashed a smile. "Thank you." Thales had a strange feeling. Although they all knelt on one knee before the prince, Gilbert's was filled with politeness and respect, while Yodel gave him a sense of trust. However, the female warrior in front of him was filled with a kind of casualness and elegance. The female warrior's next action confirmed his suspicions. Because she actually raised her hands, which were covered in blood and covered in iron gloves, and ruffled the hair of the second prince of Constellation. "Good job, kid." She laughed heartily, her voice sharp and valiant. Many of my recruits would have vomited in fright if they had encountered such a situation. Thales saw stars from the rubbing. He felt the greasy blood on his hands and said awkwardly, This lady?" The female warrior laughed and interrupted him. "I am Sonia Sasir, little lord." Sonia's words did not show the slightest bit of awareness that she was a little lord. She was in a good mood, and she even punched Thales' shoulder, causing the weak man to cough violently. The broken dragon fortress that is temporarily guarding the border between the two countries. Thales snapped back to reality. "Ah! Why, you are the fortress flower?" Even though he had been prepared for this, he was still a little excited when he saw Sonia in person. The fortress flower. During his lessons in Mindy's Hall, Gilbert would occasionally explain the current situation of Constellation to him, such as the famous 3 Marshals of Constellation. Although Constellation suffered heavy losses during the disaster of the Bloody Year, it also gained many talents in many aspects, such as government affairs, diplomacy, military affairs, and war. Many members of the King's Party and the new nobles became pillars of Constellation from unknown pawns under such circumstances. The cunning fox Gilbert Casso was one such example. Amidst the blood and fire, in the battlefield against Extet, the Western Desert Orcs, and the Barren Bone people, as well as the Southwest Rebel Army, many young people who were born commoners rose to power and were conferred titles. After the Bloody Year, King Kessel expanded the regular army of the royal family. He even recruited many commoners and young people to guard the 4 corners of the kingdom. These people were basically soldiers who had been through hundreds of battles and had once shone brilliantly on the battlefield. 12 years had passed. Their encounters were all different, but there were 3 people who stood firm and withstood the test of time. They grew into military commanders who could take charge of an area on their own. They were the 3 Marshals of Constellation, whose names shook the entire kingdom. The subjects of the kingdom gave them resounding nicknames. Even their original names were rarely mentioned. The Kingdom's Wrath. The Legendary Wing. The Fortress Flower. Among them, the Fortress Flower, Lady Sonia Sasir stepped onto the stage of Constellation's history when she followed Duke John on his expedition against the Southwest Rebel Army. Since the Bloody Year, She led the regular army of the royal family to guard the bitter cold northern territory, keeping an eye on the great dragon of the north's every move. Many constellations believe that if the fortress flower was still blooming in Broken Dragon Fortress, then Constellation's northern territory would stand firm. Of course, there were also many noblewomen in the capital who always gossiped behind her back. Every move she made was like a man. No wonder the lady who wielded a sword in battle could not get married until she was over 30 years old. And now, the legendary fortress flower was standing in front of Thales. "Ha, Araka will definitely regret not bringing troops to rescue you." Sonia knocked on her shield proudly. "Among the three of us, I am the first to seal a mystic." But in the next moment, Thales saw Sonia's expression change. "What's wrong?" Thales asked in bewilderment. "Something's wrong." Sonia clenched her fists tightly and raised her shield. She looked around vigilantly. "She is not sealed." Asterisk bang. Asterisk before Thales could react, Sonia suddenly picked him up and jumped up from the ground, avoiding a blood-red tentacle that pierced through the ground. Thales looked at the tentacle before him in disbelief. "Isn't Giza already?" The tentacle abruptly split into dozens of smaller tentacles. Thales only felt that the moment it split, he lost all feeling in his body, as if he had been injected with anesthetic. "Is this the feeling of having your body controlled?" Thales trembled as he let go of Sonia's arm. But the latter did not seem to be affected at all. She extended her arm and hugged him even tighter. Sonia gritted her teeth and roared furiously as she took out the two-handed broadsword from her back. She swung one arm and drew a beautiful slash. In a flash, she cut off countless small tentacles that had split off. A few of them swept towards where they were originally, the dark night black coffin. Many of the tentacles had just touched the black coffin when they shrank, withered, and turned into ashes, as if they had just touched the supreme shield. But even more tentacles coiled around the black coffin, as if they were unafraid of death. As they withered and reconnected, they actually withstood the corrosion of the legendary anti-mystic equipment and lifted the black coffin. Black coffin. In the distance, Katerina saw this scene. The queen roared anxiously, "Don't let her take it." Sonia was as calm as ever. She moved swiftly and swiftly. With her left hand holding Thales, she threw the broadsword far away like a boomerang with her right hand. Asterisk crack. Asterisk she forcefully cut off the tentacles that coiled around the black coffin. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the black coffin fell to the ground again. Sonia stepped forward and quickly leaped onto the black coffin. She put Thales down and took down the shield on her back. She looked ahead vigilantly. Two tentacles stretched out from the darkness in front of them again. "Impossible!" Thales cried out in shock when he saw the situation in front of him clearly. Under the protection of the two tentacles, Giza Streelman appeared before them with a smile on her face. She still looked like a naked girl covered in fresh blood. Thales shuddered, but Sonia calmly stepped forward with her shield and protected him behind her. Sonia furrowed her brows tightly. On the other hand, Thales was dumbfounded. How did she? Nothing happened to her. Did Serena not tell me that the legendary anti-mystic equipment can be used against mystics? He clearly remembered that when Yodel sealed Asda, he only needed to stab Asda in the back when he was least expecting it, and Asda turned into a burst of white light and disappeared without a trace. Yodel and Marat both called that a seal? Thales thought that he had grasped some knowledge regarding the weaknesses of mystics. But Giza before me. Why? Why? Do you find it strange? Giza chuckled. Why is the legendary anti-mystic equipment not effective against me? Sonia raised her hand abruptly and stopped Ida and Katerina, who were about to rush forward. "Step back," she said loudly, as if she had the authority to execute orders with a shout. Ida and the queen stopped in their tracks. Sonia stared at Giza before her. Her gaze was extremely solemn. "I have heard 2 legends about you from the Secret Intelligence Department." Sonia looked at Giza with a determined expression. 1. The more enemies the blood mystic faces, the stronger her destructive power and vitality will be, because the enemies will become her nutrients. The biggest mistake in dealing with you is that, the more the merrier. That will only make you stronger the more you fight. The best way is to have a supreme class elite who is nimble and agile enough carry a legendary anti-mystic equipment and fight you alone in a land of death where there are no living beings. Giza's smile faded a little. The Secret Intelligence Department. Still as annoying as a few hundred years ago. Not a bad choice.
Giza smiled and nodded.
No wonder I sensed many humans a few hundred meters away. Did you leave your men there and come alone?
Sonia snorted.
Looks like your scouting ability is also very strong. In the next moment, 2 tentacles suddenly stretched out towards Sonia. At the same time, a dozen tree roots burst out from the ground and whipped towards Sonia and Thales. It was an attack without any blind spots. The fluctuations surged into Thales' limbs, and he was about to dodge. But at that moment, he only felt another wave of power blossoming from Sonia's body. She spun around and inconceivably exerted her body's inertia to the extreme. The shield in her hand struck the tentacle fiercely. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Giza's tentacle was smashed into ashes. The female warrior loosened her grip as she spun around. She then skillfully grabbed the edge of the shield in midair and used it as a sharp blade. She then turned her body and slashed horizontally. She generously chopped a dozen or so tree roots that came at her feet. She was so powerful that they were all crushed. Asterisk rip. Crack. Asterisk Sonia stood on the ground and scathed. With a defensive counterattack without any blind spots, she completely crushed the Blood Mystic's attack. Thales stared at Sonia in astonishment. The fluctuation in his body had already surged to his eyes. He only saw a threatening colorless energy fill Sonia's body. It was completely different from the piercing light in the mystic's body and the Blood Clansman's vigorous flesh and blood. This was the first time he used this wave vision to observe normal humans other than mystics and Blood Clansmen. Not a bad response. It's rare to see even among supreme-class humans. Giza nodded in admiration. There's also a familiar supernatural power. It's one of the 4 great primitive supernatural powers, the thawing of glaciers, famous for its ability to attack with the flow of the situation. It's now called the power of eradication, Sonia said disdainfully. To commemorate us, we beat the crap out of all of you 600 years ago. Thales suddenly understood. So, the colorless energy in Sonia's body is the power of eradication? I didn't know that you could control trees. Sonia exhaled and observed her surroundings vigilantly. You sure give me a lot of surprises. Why? In your understanding, only the red liquid in an animal's body can be called blood? Giza chuckled softly. The second legend about you is a little unbelievable. Sonia carefully exercised her wrist. Until today. Amidst Giza's smile, she spat out the legend word by word. The legendary anti-mystic equipment could not seal the Blood Mystic? Thales stared at the Blood Mystic in shock. Could not be sealed? Then, does that mean that no one can control her? How was the battle of eradication won? Impossible. Katerina cried out in surprise. The legendary anti-mystic equipment is the bane of the calamities. That's what the insiders were taught. There was a moment of silence. Giza first flashed a smile, then sighed. The legendary anti-mystic equipment is the end of the mystics, the bane of the calamities. With just a light touch, we will be doomed eternally. Is that so? Giza said with an indifferent expression. Lebla, Eric, and even the Truth brothers are terrified of that weapon. From then on, they never let anyone near them. That's how Lebla was sealed. But in the next moment, Giza chuckled softly with a deep chill. But I am the only exception. A mystic who relies on her physical form to fight. Thales shuddered. He felt that these terms, which he temporarily did not understand, were knowledge that he would have to learn in the future. Even if it was not for the sake of becoming a mystic, even if it was for his own sake. Giza continued to smile and said, I am also one of the only 2 mystics who are not afraid of the legendary anti-mystic equipment in close-quarters combat. Even when it comes to close-quarters injuries, I do not reject them. Those who approach me are often approaching their own deaths. Thales frowned slightly. Only 2 mystics who are not afraid of close-quarters combat? Then who is the other one? So, there's such a big difference between mystics? Curiosity and fear towards mystics tormented Thales at the same time, making him extremely hesitant. Giza smiled faintly and said, even if the legendary anti-mystic equipment hits my physical form, it will only hurt insignificant flesh and blood. It is impossible to seal me. Thales frowned. No. Something's wrong. He was puzzled until Sonia raised her eyebrows and snorted confidently. Is that so? She took a step forward, as if she had found the enemy's weakness, and raised the supreme shield at the mystic.
Then why did you run just now?
Or should I say, what were you hiding when you disappeared? Giza's expression changed. Thales also realized what was going on. Yes, the shield was effective against Giza's flesh and blood. After she turned into ashes for the first time, it lasted for a while before she reappeared. During that period of time, whether she was healing, recovering, escaping or hiding, it all meant, she is definitely not without weaknesses. Sonia said calmly, the reason why legendary anti-mystic equipment is so rare and precious, and why countries fight for it, is not only because it can seal mystics, but also because every legendary anti-mystic equipment has its own unique and powerful ability, which allows its user to be reborn in battle. Thales sucked in a breath. Legendary anti-mystic equipment. Unique and powerful ability? He looked at the dark night black coffin beneath his feet. He then thought of Yodel's grey short sword. What ability does that sword have? Thales suddenly realized that the color of that short sword and the grey shield in Sonia's hands were actually so similar. Giza pursed her lips, and the tentacles beneath her trembled uneasily. Sonia knocked on the supreme shield. You probably haven't seen it before. During the later stages of the Battle of Eradication, when all of you started fleeing for your lives, this shield was created together with the supreme sword. So, you don't understand its ability. Giza's expression finally changed. When I received the shield, this is what they told me. Sonia snorted softly. The name of the Supreme Shield's ability is filled with Empress Helen's personal characteristics. The blood mystic's expression became more and more solemn. Thales felt that Sonia had found her weakness. The female warrior grinned and laughed heartily. The name of its ability is Hunt. In the next moment, the mystic with the cold expression seemed to have remembered the most terrifying thing in the world. She waved her hand abruptly. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a voice that sounded like a flood erupted. Under everyone's vigilant gazes, the huge tentacles instantly dissipated into blood and severed limbs. Then they disappeared into thin air. Giza was hidden in the darkness. She cast Thales a profound glance with her eyes. She left behind a faint sentence. We will meet again. Thales shuddered. Giza's words contained a chilling coldness. I will never let you suffer. Thales' face was pale. He was anxious. I will never let you suffer. Damn it. Wait a minute. He suddenly came to a realization. The blood mystic was scared away? She left, Sonia said faintly. What a pity. She tapped the shield regretfully. I really want to continue chasing after her. Thales exhaled deeply. Serena. Thales turned his head and saw Katerina gritting her teeth as she stared at an empty corner. She ran away. The sound of hooves could be heard. Putre, Waya, and Genid were escorted by a group of cavaliers and arrived before them. When Thales saw them, he felt slightly at ease. However, there did not seem to be many Jade Star private soldiers left. That night, it ended again. The cavaliers arrived before them and bowed to Sonia one after another. The leader was a female swordsman with a cold expression. When her gaze swept past Thales, the latter only felt a chill. Did I offend her? Thales scratched his head, baffled. At this moment, a call filled with complicated emotions rose. Captain. Sonia shuddered. She turned her head to look at the person who spoke. Thales was stunned. Could it be that she who uses a shield is really the captain of Constellation? Under everyone's astonished gazes, the 30-year-old veteran, Genid, dismounted from his horse. He cowered slightly and walked slowly to the female warrior. He looked at Sonia with an excited but anxious and ashamed expression. Captain. His lips trembled, but he could not say a word. I. Genid lowered his head and gritted his teeth. I. Sonia stared at the veteran with a complicated expression. Genid. But the female warrior exhaled deeply. She raised her eyes, and her gaze was filled with an imposing manner. Look at me, soldier. Sonia shouted loudly. The veteran shuddered and instantly stood up straight. He took a deep breath and looked straight at Sonia. A few seconds later, Genid gulped and took a deep breath. I'm back. The veteran said firmly. Sonia scrutinized him carefully. After a while, she then punched Genid's shoulder and put on a smile that faded away. Return to the team. Genid shuddered. He clenched his teeth and held back his tears.
The veteran shouted with all his might.
Yes. Forgive me for being blunt, Your Highness. Sonia turned her head around and looked at Thales, who was being carefully checked to see if he was injured by Waya. She frowned, but she immediately heaved a deep sigh. Although you have experienced a lot today, you still have to hurry to Broken Dragon Fortress as soon as possible. Thales was a little puzzled, but he still nodded. Only the experienced vice diplomat behind him, Putre's expression changed as he pressed down on his own wound. Lady Cecile, he asked solemnly. What happened? The group was silent for a second. Sonia frowned and looked straight at Thales. Extet's Archduke of Black Sand region, Chapman Lampard, has already sent out small units multiple times to cross the border between the two kingdoms without any qualms. Sonia was expressionless, but her gaze was solemn as she answered. They have begun to clear the area around Broken Dragon Fortress, especially the path for reinforcements from Cold Castle and Lonely Old Tower. Thales' pupils shrank.
Sonia nodded and said solemnly.
Chapter 98. Broken Dragon Fortress was built on the northern plains, the border between Constellation and Extet. The main body of the fortress was located on a highland, only a few hundred meters away from the border between the two countries as stipulated in the Fortress Treaty. The Third Peninsular War more than 300 years ago created the legend of Chara, Kaplan, and Meteor, the three heroes of the Western humans. However, after the war ended, Extet's hero, Chara, and Constellation's oathkeeper, Meteor, broke off their friendship and broke up their brotherhood, which caused countless historians and bards to lament. It also caused the alliance between the Great Dragon and Constellation to turn against each other. Hence, Broken Dragon Fortress was built on the border between the two countries. This was a building that had both political and military purposes. 12 years ago, the famous Fortress Treaty between Constellation and Extet was signed here. The northern plains, which stretched for several miles, was the only place between the two countries that could bypass the snow and pine forests and send a large number of troops to the border. However, the defenders of Broken Dragon Fortress could clearly see any troop of more than 10 people from Extet's side on the plains. On Constellation's side, the Arund family's Cold Castle and the Zamunto family's Overwatch City were in the southwest, while the Fries family's Lonely Old Tower was in the east. All three parties could rush to the fortress aid at any time. If any castle was in danger of being besieged, Broken Dragon Fortress could also send a timely warning. Broken Dragon Fortress was not a lone fortress. It was formed by the largest and most sturdy main body of the star-shaped fortress on the highland, 8 medium-sized fortresses that guarded the periphery and provided cover for each other, and 12 simple sentry posts further away. To take down Broken Dragon Fortress meant that they had to charge through countless trenches and barricades, remove the threat of crossbows in the 8 medium-sized fortresses, and then follow the only 3 narrow slopes to reach the main body of the fortress. They had to brave the bombardment of the mystic guns on the star-shaped convex wall, and launch a siege against the fortress walls that were more than 10 meters tall with limited terrain. If the army bypassed the fortress and went straight south to the important cities of Constellation, then this fortress that could accommodate 10,000 people, had sufficient supplies, and could be used by the garrison to attack at any time would instantly become a major threat, like a thorn in the back. When Extet's Archduke of Black Sand region, the 41-year-old Chapman Lampard looked up at the giant that was easy to defend but difficult to attack from the north of the fortress under the moonlight, the sense of threat that Broken Dragon Fortress gave him was especially strong. Since 12 years ago, when he had a fair duel with his older brother in front of his father and the entire family, and pierced his older brother's heart to win the right to inherit Black Sand region, Chapman Lampard's ambition grew uncontrollably. For example, he wanted to bring the glory of the common elected king into the Lampard family's embrace, turn Extet's capital into Black Sand City, and bring Constellation's northern territory under his jurisdiction so that the ancient Northland territories that were scattered between the two countries could be reunited. The Archduke himself wore a thick robe lined with heavy chain armor. He rode on a sturdy Northland horse, and the knights behind him held flags that were painted with the image of an iron fist that represented the Lampard family. Not far behind them were densely packed military camps. From time to time, small groups of sentinel riders or infantry troops who received missions would leave the camps and cross the border without a care in the world. A strong and heroic knight in grey helmet, Lord Tolja, one of Extet's 5 war generals, galloped over from the front. He reined in his horse in front of Lampard and bowed respectfully. Lampard nodded without any expression on his face. Regardless of whether it is the merchant groups, hunters, supplies, or the other party's patrols, we have already cleared all of them and placed our scouts there. If Cold Castle's Arund and the other 2 families come to reinforce us,
We will know immediately. The knight in grey helmet Tolja said in a low voice. Are we really going to attack?
Of course. We have more than 13,000 men. We have light cavalry scouts, heavy knights, elite light axemen, double-handed heavy swordsmen, and enough archers. We have also prepared mystic guns, catapults, and other siege weapons.
The person who answered him was a knight in plate armor behind Archduke Lampard.
He was the Archduke's supporter and the Archduke's #1 vassal, Count Levon. We have the advantage in terms of both quantity and quality. Defeating them will be a piece of cake.
That is a field battle.
But as long as they are holed up in Broken Dragon Fortress, it will be difficult for us to win easily. Tolja shook his head. Since the fall of the previous time, they have strengthened their fortifications. I suspect that they have equipped half of the mystic guns and city-guarding crossbows in the kingdom. Forcefully attacking the city will only bring about huge casualties. Also, as long as those two people are still in Broken Dragon Fortress, even if the enemy is a motley crew, we still need to be extremely vigilant, Tolja thought to himself. Dressed in plate armor, Count Levon's expression was firm. We have mobilized so many troops, it is impossible for us to return empty-handed. If we can occupy Broken Dragon Fortress, I think we can accept some casualties. Our enemy is not only the fortress, but also the weather. The few of them turned their heads and saw Archduke Lampard's strategist, Viscount Kentvita, riding his horse towards them. The day before the bitter cold winter will come earlier than usual. It is not a good time to advance. The delivery of supplies is not optimistic. Once the siege fails, the war will be at a stalemate. If we wait until spring, we will have a greater chance of taking down the fortress. It is precisely because we do not have enough supplies that we need to end the war quickly. Count Levon still insisted. Fighting in winter is our advantage. The Constellations are hit harder by winter. 12 years ago, we attacked the fortress at this time. That winter was the warmest in decades.
Tolja shook his head solemnly.
Also, at that time they could not even take care of themselves.
There were no reinforcements in the Northern Territory, but at that time, we gathered the armies of 7 archdukes.
Moreover, we could only replenish our supplies on the spot after we have breached the fortress and moved south. Archduke Lampard slowly raised a hand and stopped his 3 subordinates from arguing.
What happened after that?
The Archduke's voice was dull and hoarse. It had a power that could make people calm down without them realizing it. King Neuvin's envoy has arrived. We cannot hold him back for too long. After all, we are mobilizing our troops in the name of avenging Prince Maria. Viscount Kentvita bowed.
Moreover, I heard that the Prince of Constellation is on his way and will arrive soon.
Lampard pondered and asked, Prestige Orchid Region's Alcius and Reformation Towers Trentida family have not replied? As Archdukes of Southern Extet, they should have enough benefits to mobilize their troops.
They must have received news of the Prince of Constellation's envoy, Viscount Kentvita answered seriously. Even though they have the benefits of taking over the Northern Territory, their hesitation will not be any less than that of the other archdukes.
I am afraid we have to rely on ourselves. After a while, Archduke Lampard exhaled and looked at the Broken Dragon Fortress opposite him. He sighed. Rely on ourselves? Sisir, that woman only has around 800 men, but there are at least 300 elite veterans from the Starlight Brigade among them. They are experts at galloping on horseback and fierce soldiers at attacking and defending the city. All of you have fought against her, so you know better than anyone else. Murch has just arrived with more than 2,000 men. Although most of them are garrison soldiers who have never seen blood, that man is too terrifying. As long as there are 500 loyal and unafraid of sacrificing swords and shields, he can cause great trouble on the battlefield. There are also thousands of vassal troops who have rushed over from the Northern Territory. Although they are at odds with the fortress because of Arun's imprisonment, and most of them have already withdrawn, Arun's only daughter is still in the fortress. According to the scouts' investigation, at least 500 of them are still there. Without the other Archduke's military forces, it will be very difficult for us to take down the Broken Dragon Fortress.
Archduke Lampard's words made the 3 of them fall silent for a while.
3,000 people squeezed into one fortress. Count Levon frowned and said, with the pitiful level of supplies in the Northern Territory, how long can they last? That fortress was built according to the standard of 10,000 people. It has enough supplies to last until the day before the bitter cold winter.
Viscount Kent Vida shook his head. With all due respect, as the party besieging the fortress, our supply pressure is much greater than theirs. 12 years ago, all of Extet was behind us, but now, because that damned prince is coming to apologize, we are isolated and helpless, just like the Northern Territory. In less than 2 weeks, the day before the bitter cold winter will arrive. Tolja also nodded and agreed with the wise general's words. In a situation where we can't wait for a good opportunity, I don't recommend attacking forcefully. When that prince arrives, all the more we can't send out our troops. Count Levon said indignantly, in another 10 years, Constellation will slowly recover from its weakened state, and the other countries will also be free from their own troubles. Also, he paused for a moment. If Nuvan VII can't live until then, Extet might have to choose a king.
Are we going to give up on this opportunity? Count Levon said hatefully. The three of them did not speak. No.
Chapman Lampard exhaled softly and stared at the fortress in front of him.
We are Northlanders.
Lampard thought of his elder brother. He thought of his elder brother's gaze as he gripped his sword with his blood-stained hands and laughed boldly as he died.
Northlanders never wait for opportunities, nor do they give up on opportunities.
Archduke Lampard turned his head. His unsmiling face revealed a coldness that was colder than the weather.
We create opportunities. The moon had already set in the west. Broken Dragon Fortress was in front of them. Its magnificent star-shaped outline could already be vaguely seen under the moonlight. Thales looked at Sonia and Ida, who were watching vigilantly from afar.
He then turned towards Katerina, who was surrounded by the elite warriors of Broken Dragon Fortress, and the 2 Blood Clan warriors who were only found after the battle behind her.
Are you sure you want to leave now?
Thales furrowed his brows as he looked at Katerina. Perhaps the blood mystic is waiting on the way back.
Katerina still had that indifferent expression on her face as she shook her head. Now is the best time to leave. At least the blood mystic will not dare to stay too close. It's too risky, Thales said seriously.
You know, the blood mystic came for the black coffin. Believe me, since the blood mystic has already appeared and brought such great trouble, there will be people who will take care of her whereabouts and goals, such as your secret intelligence department, Katerina said coldly.
Although mystics are terrifying, there are still powers in the world that can restrain them. You are talking about the legendary anti-mystic equipment?
Thales pondered and said, but after all, they are rare and there are only a few of them. You are still young, there are still many secrets that you do not know.
Katerina's words made Thales scratch his head. You only need to know that every time a mystic appears in public, it is a risk. After that, there will be a long period of silence and hiding. What threatens them is not only the legendary anti-mystic equipment.
The 2 of them stared at each other for a second.
All right, since you insist. Thales sighed. You must know that the supreme class beside you has died in battle. Serena may still be hiding in the dark, eyeing you covetously. Besides, you are escorting the legendary anti-mystic equipment after all. Thinking of Hestad and Simon, Katerina's gaze dimmed. But she immediately raised her head. I long for Serena to appear.
The Night Queen revealed a hateful gaze.
As for the Dark Knight Black Coffin, perhaps many forces hope to obtain a legendary anti-mystic equipment. But rest assured, among those who understand its value and origin, no one would have the guts to covet the Dark Knight Black Coffin, except for the terrifying mystics.
No, Katerina secretly said in her heart. Perhaps those relatives in Grand Banquet Hill are the exceptions. After all, guarding the Dark Knight Black Coffin can be said to be the oath of all blood clansmen.
Thales rolled his eyes. Another secret that I do not know? He nodded. Even though our misfortune today can be considered to be due to each other, including the debt of blood, hatred, and favors, I still hope that we do not become enemies. Of course, it is best that we do not meet again in the future. Katerina stared at him fixedly for a few seconds. It was so long that Thales raised his eyebrows. Do you know, Katerina said quietly, perhaps we can really become allies. Thales widened his eyes. I heard Serena's words, the Night Queen said flatly. The structure of the continent has changed. You are in contact with the Mainz Knight dynasty, and Extet is on good terms with Honbol. Since Constellation is destined to be enemies with Honbol, then we have a common enemy. Thales furrowed his brows. I almost forgot. This is a queen. After we form an alliance,
We will rope in the Mist Island's merfolk leader. That way, it is not impossible to chase away Hanbol and the Trade Federation's whaling ships and turn the Southern Sea of Eradication into our inland sea. Think about the eternal oil that Hanbol and the Trade Federation have embezzled together. Please, because of your dear sister. Thales exhaled and shook his head with lingering fear. Right now, I really have a deep fear of the word ally. For your own good, and for my own good, can we talk about this when I grow up a little? Katerina, who was inexplicably interrupted, was stunned for a moment. She could not close her parted lips in time. When he saw those lips, for some reason, Thales remembered how they tasted. Ahem. Thales patted his head and chased the messy thoughts out of his mind. He had enough troubles, and he could not even take care of himself. The Night Queen, who had always been unsmiling, suddenly curled up the corners of her lips slightly. Thales was a little surprised. It was the first time he saw the unsmiling Katerina reveal a smile. I am sorry. Thales raised his brows. What did you say? Katerina could be heard saying slowly. When you stretched your neck over. My original plan was to suck all of your blood dry. Thales quivered. What? After all, we have already formed a grudge in the previous battle. Katerina returned to her ice-cold expression and continued to speak. Thales felt a chill run down his spine as he watched the queen narrate how she wanted to suck him dry. As long as I get rid of Serena, then go back and annihilate the rest of your subordinates and clean up the traces. No one will know the reason for the Prince of Constellation's death except for Covendir. Thales revealed a look of disbelief. Is this the farmer and the snake? But your life is very tenacious. You did not die of blood loss like I expected. Katerina said coldly. So my attempt to kill you failed. I think you have the right to know about this. Thales' expression changed several times. He sensed the weakness in his body and touched the 2 holes on his neck that had already closed. Then, he raised his head and stared at Katerina with a surprised and furious expression. You! Thales furrowed his brows and said furiously. And Serena! Both of you are truly a pair of good sisters. However, Katerina only stared at him quietly. Her gaze was complicated. No, please take my honesty as the sincerity of an alliance. I did not hide anything from you, and I do not intend to hide anything from you. This is something that Serena, who has been acting all her life, could never do. The queen nodded slightly. If this can dispel your wariness, and build a foundation of trust for our possible alliance in the future. Thales was momentarily stunned. For a moment, he did not know how to reply. He furrowed his brows and said, You told me that you once wanted to kill me, and then said that this is your sincerity, and that you hope that I will trust you? Don't you think that something is not quite right? Thales said mockingly. I believe that you are mature enough to be able to tell whether I am being insincere or sincere, Katerina said plainly. You must know that I have never treated you as a child. Thales was speechless for a moment. However, he could not help but feel angry when he recalled his experience of almost being sucked dry. Thales snorted and said in a vengeful tone, Oh, speaking of this, was that your first kiss? Katerina's pupils suddenly contracted. Her expression instantly turned cold and she said in a chilly voice, What did you say? Her purple eyes stared straight at Thales. Under the queen's murderous gaze, Thales immediately felt his scalp go numb. It was only when he saw the soldiers and the 2 supreme-class elites around him that he felt slightly at ease. I mean, some readers want to know, no, many people from the Eastern Peninsula seem to be very concerned about this, so... Thales scratched his head awkwardly. I want to know if I have offended you in any way so that I can apologize. No, of course not, Katerina said coldly. Do you think I am some teenage girl who has just experienced her first awakening of love? First kiss? Childish. The years I have lived are longer than all of your ancestors combined. These words sound a little familiar. Thales shrugged and scratched his head in slight embarrassment. Oh, an ice queen like you would also have a first love? He looked at Katerina's cold, ice-cold face and stuck out his tongue. Your first love? Hey, I can only say, that person is really pitiful. All right. Thales sighed. He immediately raised his head and said solemnly, I wish everything goes well. Never see her again. He added in his heart. Katerina stared at him in silence. Suddenly, she extended her hand towards him and passed him a bracelet with 2 fangs strung on it. The fangs looked fierce and unadorned. There were fine blood-colored patterns on them.
They looked like a souvenir from a previous life.
Thales widened his eyes and looked at her in puzzlement.
This is the Corleone family's keepsake, the blood fangs.
Her Majesty Katerina said with a stern expression, "If you come around one day, bring it to me. However, it is not a good reputation among the humans to form an alliance with a long-lived race.
Before you make up your mind, please keep this a secret from the others. I suggest that you personally keep this keepsake."
Thales furrowed his brows.
In the end, he still sighed and casually grabbed the fang's bracelet. "I'll throw it away when I get back."
Thales thought to himself. "Be careful on your way back," he said in his heart. "Take care, little Prince Thales."
Katerina nodded expressionlessly. She turned around and walked towards her subordinates and the black coffin. "Do not forget that this is the inland sea that belongs to us." Thales rolled his eyes behind her back. In the next moment, the Night Queen and her subordinates disappeared from his sight along with the black coffin. Thales sighed emotionally for a second before he turned around and left. At this moment, the Blood Clan's unique secret voice transmission faintly flew into his ears.
"But that was indeed my first kiss with a member of the opposite sex."
Thales shuddered and staggered. "Didn't we agree that this is not the world of the little white literature?"
He sighed and looked into the darkness where Katerina left.
Chapter 99. Eternal Star City, Lower City District, Black Street Brotherhood's headquarters. "Are you talking about Rhoda and Reversed Machete?"
One of the 6 powerhouses of Black Street Brotherhood. Anton the Ripper took a bite of his bread and asked in a muffled voice. "Because of what?"
"I think it's Rhoda's son."
On the other side of the long table, another of the 6 powerhouses, Morris crossed his arms over his fat belly and said impatiently, "I think it's about Rhoda's son.
You know, that piece of trash has been taking care of child beggars here all this while, until he played himself to death at Red Street Market. Because of this, Rhoda's relationship with me and Lance is very strained." "So you're saying that Reversed Machete is very unhappy? Has Sunset Pub been closed?"
Anton chuckled and drank a mouthful of ale.
"What a pity. I quite like that chick in the pub. TSK, that figure. Her surname is Charlton. You can't afford to touch her." Morris' cold words made Anton choke. "I haven't been back for a long time, so I'm not really sure."
Anton swallowed his bread.
"After the incident in Sarah Dukedom, the Charlton brothers still haven't shown themselves?"
Morris shook his head.
"Prison Lock Sickle has been tracking them for a few years. For this, they did not hesitate to cooperate with the people from the Secret Intelligence Department. They fought against young Charlton twice, but they did not gain any advantage." "What about Senior Charlton?"
Anton immediately asked. "The one who killed AD II. It's best not to mention him."
Morris sighed.
"You know, back then, in front of the palace gate, whether it was intentional or not, he saved Black Sword's life.
All these years, Black Sword has been brooding over this. It can be said that he has been tormented.
And they will have to fight in the end."
Anton sighed. At this moment, a figure draped in a scarlet cloak pushed open the door and entered. He sat beside the table.
Morris and Anton's expressions became solemn.
Then, the figure in the scarlet cloak spoke. It made the other 2 people's expressions change.
"Speak clearly.
What do you mean by losing contact?"
Anton slammed his fist on the table. With a surprised expression, he looked at Lance, the sleepless eye, and asked in bewilderment. Lance pinched his scarlet cloak and furrowed his brows.
"What I mean is..." He pinched his scarlet cloak and furrowed his brows. "Since 7 days ago, we have not received any messages from Ramon. The last time he sent a message, he was at the eastern border of Constellation and Extet. There is only one explanation. He has met the enemy."
Morris crossed his arms and muttered. "His mission is only to divert the Secret Intelligence Department's attention with the news of the reappearance of wizards so that we can safely obtain the equipment.
When the Black Prophet finds out that he's not a wizard, he'll naturally give up on hunting him, right?"
The plump man shook his head and looked puzzled.
"He's just an ordinary gang doctor. Neither the Secret Room nor the Secret Intelligence Department have any reason to arrest him."
"No, of course they don't have a reason.
Unless this is a move by our opponents against the Brotherhood, or even the sponsor behind us. Many people are suspecting our backer," Lance said darkly. "No, of course they don't have a reason. Unless this is a move by our opponents against the Brotherhood, or the sponsor behind us. Many people are suspicious of our backer."
Against us and the sponsor?
Anton was shocked. If they are against us, are you talking about Blood Bottle Gang? Although the air mystic does not usually appear. After the incident at Red Street Market, they have indeed become quieter than before. Catherine and Nikolai are abroad.
Lance shook his head.
I have news that they have found the Blood Mystic. I am afraid that their counterattack against us will begin soon. I am worried that they may have discovered Ramon's importance to us. He tapped the table lightly. If the Blood Mystic is the one who takes action, sigh. The key is our sponsor.
Morris pondered solemnly.
If Ramon falls into their hands, it will definitely endanger the sponsor's safety. Maybe we should give the sponsor a warning? We cannot take the risk of being exposed by contacting the sponsor.
Lance's eyes shone.
I suspect that this may be a trap.
Morat likes to play this kind of bait game the most.
Maybe the Secret Intelligence Department has eyes and ears all around Black Street, waiting for us to make a mistake.
What's more terrifying is, if it is not Morat and his Secret Intelligence Department, but the masterminds from back then. Lance did not reveal his thoughts, but he did not voice his worries.
No, without Ramon, our research on the Mystic's weaknesses will definitely come to a standstill.
We have only made some progress in the past 11 or 12 years.
Anton clenched his fists tightly. And we do not even know the origin and abilities of that equipment. We have not been able to unearth anything. Also, he knows too many secrets about us and even our sponsor.
Morris immediately raised his head with a solemn expression.
Can we use the manpower at the border between Constellation and Extet? For example, Anton, the drug smuggling team under your command?
It will be very difficult.
Anton the Ripper gritted his teeth. The atmosphere there has been tense recently. The merchant groups are afraid that Constellation and Extet will go to war, so they no longer go to the surroundings of Broken Dragon Fortress.
My men have also withdrawn a long time ago. Anton's face was ashen as he said. Also, if the Blood Mystic is not much weaker than the Air Mystic, forget about our subordinates. Even the few of us will be sending ourselves to our deaths if we go.
Maybe there is a way, Lance said quietly. The other two looked at him.
Lance, the sleepless eye, said faintly. If it is the border between Constellation and Extet,
Black Sword is not far from there. We can go there to search for Ramon.
And I have already handed that equipment to him.
If he really runs into the Blood Mystic, let's take it as a test to see the performance of that equipment in advance.
The sun had just risen.
Thale's face was downcast as he was protected by Sonia on the horse. The group passed through the sentry post, the fortress, walked up the narrow slope, and slowly entered the magnificent Broken Dragon Fortress through the southern gate. It was much colder here than the birch tree forest. The snow was also much thicker, almost reaching the ankles of an adult. This was a very large fortress, but the two-layered city wall made the space between the fortress gate and the inner city wall seem rather narrow. Thales dismounted with Sonia's help. Waya, Ralph, and Cora, who were seriously injured, were taken away by the soldiers to be treated.
He observed a corner of the fortress where the layout of the buildings, the personnel, and the sentry posts were all orderly. The soldiers on duty were either patrolling the main roads in the fortress, the walls on several sides, or standing guard at various spots. The quartermaster in charge of logistics and supplies was urging the civilian laborers who transported the supplies back and forth. In a few rather large stables, the cavaliers were skillfully brushing their mounts. On the other side of the training field, there were a few teams of recruits who had just been drafted into the army. Under the guidance of a few veterans, they were methodically practicing defense and slashing movements. In the distance, a few teams of soldiers who had just returned from duty were lining up, putting away their weapons and receiving rations from the quartermaster.
Janet followed behind Sonia and hugged a dozen valiant veterans who seemed to be old acquaintances. So this is Constellation's northern barrier? That's Baron Murch's regular soldiers of the royal family. They've just been expanded. At this moment, Putray dragged his injured body behind him while leaning on a tree branch. He looked at the group of recruits who were training and said, "They haven't really fought in battles." Thales nodded. "I thought you would at least leave her, that important queen, in Broken Dragon Fortress. You know, our strength is already stronger than hers," Putray said quietly, and regardless of whether she was deceived or not, she still attacked the diplomat group's convoy and committed a heavy debt of blood. And then, capture her and spank her?
Thales shook his head.
She is an important political figure in the Eastern Peninsula.
We would need a lot of legitimate reasons to keep her, and there would be a lot of trouble in terms of diplomacy.
It also involves mystics. It involves my secret.
The less trouble, the better.
Putray raised his eyebrows. Thales sighed. Believe me, the real culprit is still out there at large. Letting Katerina go is also creating trouble for him. Zayn's face appeared before his eyes. No matter why you want to kill me, I will not sit still and wait for death. Also, Thales thought, I might have found the key.
The key is in the conversation on the day of the journey.
Something must have touched Zayn's nerves.
Otherwise, he would not have done such an unwise act, deceiving his allies and endangering himself. And she still has that black coffin with her, Thales continued.
His words made Putray frown slightly.
With that thing by her side, it is equivalent to the blood mystic coming for us again.
Although she will definitely come for me.
I will never let you suffer.
Thales sighed and thought worriedly.
Do not worry. Putray seemed to have seen through Thales' thoughts. He said slowly, Xtet also has its own legendary anti-mystic equipment. They even have more than Constellation. It is the country with the most legendary anti-mystic equipment in the world. After all, in the Battle of Eradication, Northland spared no effort in fighting against the Calamities. Thales nodded reluctantly. As for the Calamities, as long as you are not interested in them, they will not be interested in you, Putray said with a profound gaze and a hidden meaning in his words.
Thales was shocked. Putray. What does he mean? At this moment, Sonia's dignified voice came from the front.
What is going on?
Thales and Putray raised their heads curiously and looked in front of them. It seemed to be a scaffold. At that moment, it was crowded with soldiers who were not on duty. There was a person standing on the scaffold. He was being escorted by soldiers behind him. It looked like he was going to be executed. An officer who seemed to be in charge recognized Sonia and said awkwardly, Don't worry.
He said a little awkwardly, Lady Cecile. This person is a deserter.
Sonia frowned and looked at the person on the scaffold. It was a young man with black hair, brown eyes, and slightly dark skin.
He struggled to raise his head in front of the scaffold and shouted, I am not a deserter.
I am not. He wore a tattered cotton shirt and his hands were tied behind his back. He still shouted at the onlookers indignantly, They are alone. They're alone. I'm going back to save them. I did not escape. Just look at the blood on my blade and you will know.
Thales looked at everything and whispered to Putray, Have we already engaged the enemy?
Have we already engaged the enemy? I am afraid that it is a clash between small units, Putray muttered. It seems like Lampard is still unwilling to give up. Thales sighed in his heart.
The officer in charge of the hanging looked at the struggling black-haired young man and said in disdain, This man is lying. There is blood on his spear, but it has long been broken into two. You ran back with a broken weapon in your hand, and then tell me that you went back to save them?
I did not.
The young man whose hands were tied behind his back said anxiously, That is not broken into two.
That is my spear. They have two, one in my left hand and one in my right hand. I can use both at the same time. Enough. Fisherman full of lies.
The officer in charge waved his hand with an unpleasant expression.
Quibbling will not help you.
Be like a Northlander, be more straightforward. Wait. Sonia looked at the person in charge with an unpleasant expression.
He is a soldier I recruited from the local area. Before executing him, shouldn't he ask for my permission first? The officer was stunned. But the evidence is conclusive.
We have asked Baron Murch, Sonia interrupted him impatiently. Put him down.
Put him down.
I'll ask him myself, then I'll punish him. The officer in charge frowned.
But this is Baron Murch's order. He said, Murch? I am the commander of Broken Dragon Fortress, Sonia said in a deep voice. Murch has only been here for a few days. You and him are just reinforcements who are stationed here as guests. The Fortress Flower's expression turned cold. Or do you have an opinion on my right to command?
The officer's words came to a halt. He looked around in a troubled manner. But the Fortress Flower's dignity and prestige made him have no choice but to obey.
The black-haired young man on the scaffold breathed a sigh of relief. He was immediately brought down and pressed down in front of Sonia.
Sonia came before him and said coldly, Soldier, report your name and where you belong. The young man shuddered. Willow, my name is Willow, Your Excellency, Fortress Flower. The young man looked at Sonia gratefully and panted. He panted and said, Willow Ken. I am a pikeman recruited from Zalaton County. And I am really not a deserter. At this moment, the crowd burst into an uproar. A bright but impatient man's deep voice traveled from afar. Sasir. Sonia's brows furrowed deeply. She raised her head and looked in the direction of the voice. I heard that you are openly looking for trouble with me again? Thales looked curiously at the source of the uproar. He saw that the soldiers had parted to the sides. It was a man of medium height but muscular build. He wore a simple breastplate and a green wrist guard. He had short, chestnut-colored hair. His nose bridge was high, and his facial features were distinct. His light green eyes were full of fierceness. He carried a conspicuous silver and black metal bow on his back. He strode out of the crowd. Behind him were more than 10 expressionless sword and shield soldiers. Wah! It's him. Behind Thales, Ida, who had covered her head and face again, seemed to have found something fun. She whispered, They're going to fight, they're going to fight. The soldiers on both sides whispered to each other. Many of them looked at the approaching man with excited and nervous expressions. Thales was stunned. Who is he? This man seemed to have an aggressive aura. Wherever his gaze landed, it sent chills down people's spines. It gave Thales a dangerous feeling, just like the silver and black bow on his back. It was in a critical state, as if it could be fired at any time. Sonia looked at the man with a solemn expression. She said slowly, Araka Murch. Once again, you interfered with my troops when I was away. Araka Murch? It sounds a little familiar. Thales scratched his head. Behind him, Put-Ray sighed deeply and said in a low voice, Your Highness, I wonder how good you are at mediating conflicts? Thales glanced at Put-Ray, baffled. What does he mean? Your troops? The aggressive Araka did not show any weakness. He pointed at Willow Ken on the ground and replied to Sonia in a cold voice. Are you talking about these cowardly deserters recruited from the local villages? I am not a deserter. I am just. The young Willow spoke again nervously. However, before he could finish his sentence, Araka mercilessly interrupted him. Shut up, deserter. The man with the silver and black metal bow on his back was furious. Araka shot a fierce glare at Willow, forcing the latter to swallow his words. Cowards do not deserve to speak to me, he said coldly. Willow Ken, who was under the gallows, looked helpless. His mouth opened and closed, and in the end, he looked aggrieved. The atmosphere in the field was getting worse. Hey, Murch. Sonia's expression was gloomy. You are in my territory, and without confirmation, you accused my soldiers as deserters and cowards. Sonia, the fortress flower, seemed to be boiling with anger. She looked at Araka with a sharp gaze and enunciated each word clearly. Are you provoking me? Thales only felt that the atmosphere in front of him was getting more and more tense. The soldiers around him did not even dare to breathe loudly. Araka suddenly grinned and laughed out loud. If you say so, then so be it. Under Sonia's increasingly terrifying gaze, Araka stopped smiling. With an uncomfortable gaze, he swept a glance at Thales. So you brought the prince back? Araka smiled and shook his head. Thales flashed him a smile and nodded. However, Araka Murch only smiled contemptuously, as if he did not care about the prince's friendly gesture at all. Thales was stunned. The transmigrator remembered. This was the baron who led the army, Araka Murch, when King Kessel replied to the ex-dead envoy, saying that Baron Murch has brought 2,000 regular soldiers of the royal family to Broken Dragon Fortress. He did not expect that he would dare to confront Sonia Sasir, the fortress flower, without showing any signs of weakness. Baron Murch exhaled softly. He looked at Sonia and said plainly, Why? Do you think that you have the right to condone deserters just because you have flattered the king's little bastard? The king's little bastard? The surrounding soldiers burst into an uproar again. Many gazes swept towards Thales. Thales' expression also became unpleasant. He said that he is not a deserter. Sonia's expression was unpleasant. He should have a chance to defend himself. Starlight Brigade never treats lives lightly. Thales thought of something. Starlight Brigade. On the ground, Willow's expression became joyful.
He nodded vigorously, but when he saw Murch's expression, he still chose not to speak. Never treats lives lightly?
As expected of the personal guard captain of the Starlight Brigade, Araka said with a smile, you carry out your Duke's beliefs meticulously. Thales remembered that Sonia was once 82nd's younger brother, a member of the Starlight Brigade under John Jadestar. It seemed that her status was not low. She was the personal guard captain.
Ah, right, how did the Duke die?
Araka twisted his head and stared at Sonia.
The fortress flower's expression changed abruptly. He who was kind and cherished life, was betrayed by those he never treated lightly.
As Sonia's face trembled, Araka spoke in a mocking tone. He died in the hands of his most trusted personal guard.
What was that traitor's name again? Norfolk. Sonia clenched her fists tightly.
The expression on her face was unreadable.
Yes, it was the Duke's personal guards of the Starlight Brigade who were personally trained by Sonia Cecere.
Thales opened his mouth wide in shock.
Araka's words had obviously stirred up a lot of people's nerves. Because Thales could feel that the temperature around Sonia instantly dropped the moment she finished speaking. The expressions of the dozen or so brave soldiers behind her, including Jened, changed at the same time. The dozen or so burly men with fierce expressions walked forward together and stood behind Sonia. Behind Araka, the expressionless sword and shield soldiers also had unpleasant expressions.
They surrounded Baron Murch in unison, pressed their hands on the hilts of their swords, and stared coldly at the people opposite them.
The people from both sides were at each other's throats. Sonia's pupils shrank slightly.
She slowly walked forward with a cold and stern expression. She stared straight at Araka, who was the same height as her. Araka also stared back at her coldly.
Bah! Sonia spat at Araka's feet in an unceremonious manner. One could even say that she was very rude. You are a wild dog barking furiously, Araka.
Araka only chuckled and did not speak.
Of course I remember now. The bloody year. The fortress flower looked up at the chestnut-haired man and said coldly, Prince Horus died on the battlefield, but you came back alive.
Thales thought of something.
Prince Horus? The sword of reversing light. This time, it was Araka's expression that changed drastically. His eyes were filled with hatred and anger. Who knows? Was it you? Sonia's tone was filled with ridicule.
She chuckled and said, stabbed him in the back?
Thales no longer had to doubt what the word, contradiction, meant by Putre's words just now. Because in the next moment, Araka's fist and Sonia's palm collided violently. Filled with anger, they collided violently in the air. At the eastern border of Constellation and Extet, around the lonely old tower.
No, I can't smell the scent of the Brotherhood's doctor.
I can't go any deeper. In front of us is the road to Broken Dragon Fortress. I heard that the two countries are in a standoff. I don't want to get involved in the war. The leader of the 8 psionic warriors of Blood Bottle Gang, Red Viper, Nikolai clenched his fists in anger.
He waved his subordinates away and looked at the blonde woman beside him.
Also, can't you ask Lady Giza for help? Damn it. This woman. Why was she the first to find the blood mystic?
One of the psionic warriors of Blood Bottle Gang, Illusory Blade Catherine, who was second only to Nikolai, turned around and showed a bright but inexplicably chilling smile.
Oh, looks like we lost him again.
As for Lady Giza,
Catherine chuckled, which made Nikolai even angrier.
I said that she suddenly had an urgent matter and went west temporarily.
Catherine looked at Nikolai coldly. The blood mystic trusts me more. And she will only trust me. Even if the air mystic disappeared and chaotic divine soldier song died, Blood Bottle Gang cannot be taken over by an idiot like you. However, she was also extremely anxious in her heart. A day ago, they finally managed to persuade the blood mystic to come here with them to track down the Brotherhood's strange doctor. However, Giza seemed to have suddenly sensed something. She hurriedly said, I'm going to the west to take a look. Then, the mystic disappeared before their eyes. My God, the west is the road to Broken Dragon Fortress. Countless armies from both countries are there. The atmosphere is tense, and there's even an existence like the fortress flower. No matter how strong a mystic is, she can't fight against an entire army, can she? It's better for us to solve the problem here as soon as possible, Nikolai said in an unpleasant tone. Blood Bottle Gang has lost a lot of business. Many of our partners are. The women in Sarah Dukedom are very dissatisfied with our population shortage. The barren bone people in the desert have started to contact the Brotherhood. The Forerunners have even directly closed their trade with us. And that group of rude swordsmen even questioned us about Groudon's death. We are pressed for time.
I know. Catherine shook her head.
They are even more aggressive, asking us to provide more orphans. It's time for us to regain our prestige.
So, that Dr. Ramon better be as important as you say.
Nikolai looked at his colleague and competitor with a displeased expression. Of course, this was leaked to us by the Cullen family from the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department.
Catherine chopped off a branch in front of her and continued to walk forward.
The news said that if we capture Ramon, we will know many of the Brotherhood's secrets. The Cullen family? Nikolai frowned. And you should stop fantasizing about the Covendier family, Catherine said sarcastically.
They don't treat us as humans at all.
Will the Cullen family be any better?
Nikolai retorted subconsciously.
Maybe the news this time is just the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department wanting us to cause some trouble for the Blackstreet Brotherhood.
That's right, Catherine said nonchalantly.
Nikolai was stunned.
He did not expect that this woman would actually agree with his words.
The Brotherhood has expanded too quickly, especially after that night at Red Street Market. Almost all the underground forces in Eternal Star City have surrendered to Blackstreet. So, there are people who dislike them and want to cause trouble.
Catherine stopped walking and frowned as she pondered.
There are also people who want to catch the mastermind behind them. I'm afraid that the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department and the Cullen family have the same goal. Supporting us is the most direct way. Nikolai smiled disdainfully. So we lost the battle at Red Street Market, and it was actually a good thing?
That was a heavy lesson.
It reminded us that the mystics are not omnipotent.
Catherine concealed the disgust in her eyes and tried her best to speak sincerely.
In the past, we did things our own way and even fought against each other. But on that night, we lost our most capable subordinates and manpower. For the sake of the Blood Bottle Gang's survival, perhaps it is time for us to let go of our former enmity. Damn Viper. She cussed in her heart. Do you think I don't know that you were the one who killed Ralph?
One day, Nikolai was silent for a while, as if he was carefully considering Catherine's words.
In the end, the Red Viper said hesitantly. Although I still don't like you, but I have to admit that what you said makes sense. We are facing the biggest crisis since our establishment. We must cooperate sincerely to get through it.
However, Nikolai was thinking fiercely in his heart.
This damn Viper. Do you think I can't see through your act? Catherine smiled. I am glad that you think so. Nikolai waved his hand and recalled the people from the Blood Bottle Gang. He shrugged indifferently. After all, we are in the same gang. Chapter 100. The fist and palm collided. Araka and Sonia trembled slightly. Asterisk thud. Asterisk it was a low thud, like the sound of a sandbag falling to the ground. But Thales's heart trembled, as if a blunt and heavy hammer had struck his heart. This is a battle between supreme class elites? It was quiet and simple. There was no waste of energy, no unnecessary movements. Thales saw the crowd whispering. Many soldiers pointed at the two of them.
Oh no! How many times has it been?
Must they tear each other apart before the attack from the north? The two commanders faced each other with equal harshness. They stood where they were and blocked each other's fists and palms without backing down. Sonia's eyes were cold, while Araka's face was fierce. The soldiers behind the two of them finally reacted. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the old soldiers behind Sonia drew their swords in unison and surrounded the commander in an orderly manner. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the sword and shield soldiers around Araka had solemn expressions. They took a step forward in unison and formed a wall with their swords and shields to protect Araka's flanks. The two groups of people were murderous as they glared at each other angrily with swords drawn. The chaos in the crowd deepened. My God, the Starlight Guards and the Fury Guards are here at the same time. Didn't the officers who arranged the shifts deliberately stagger their duty times? Are people going to die this time? I have a bad feeling. However, when almost everyone was watching the conflict between the two commanders with complicated emotions, the atmosphere became even more tense. Stop. Thales frowned and took a step forward. Everyone turned their heads in unison to look at the prince, who had an unpleasant expression on his face. Thales looked around him. What on earth is going on? Sonia and Araka. he sighed.
This is what I wanted to say, Putre whispered behind him. You are the only one who can show up, young prince.
Thales shook his head.
Stand back, soldiers, he shouted at the two groups of people who were in a tense atmosphere.
Put away your weapons, considering that we are all constellations. But no one paid attention to him.
Sonia and Araka heard him, but the two of them, who had unpleasant expressions on their faces, seemed more interested in each other. The subordinates behind them, according to the crowd, they seemed to be the Starlight Guards and the Fury Guards, did not look sideways either.
They only stood loyally and attentively behind their commanding officers.
His Royal Highness was ignored in the middle of the field.
Putre closed his eyes and shook his head helplessly.
The whispers of the onlookers became louder, and they pointed at Thales.
Many people's eyes were filled with mockery and contempt. This child was their new prince? Thales only felt very awkward. It was extremely awkward. What should I do? Rush up and pull them apart.
However, Sonia was in a state of extreme annoyance, and that Araka did not seem to care about him at all.
I have to find something that they care about. His brain worked quickly.
The conversation between the two of them surfaced in his mind.
Thales was struck by a thought. He took a deep breath. The prince heard his own childish voice rise. I am Thales Jadestar, the second prince of Constellation. Thales raised his right hand and pointed to the north.
Perhaps some of you know, for the peace of Constellation, and for the lives of everyone in the fortress.
I will soon head north to Extet to pay for their prince's death with my life. The onlookers burst into an uproar. Broken Dragon Fortress was not alone. The news of the national conference had long since spread here. Many people looked at Thales with different emotions in their eyes. There was pity, indignation, anger, and sighing. But Sonia and Araka's gazes were still locked on each other. Thales adjusted his breathing and tried to appear as casual as possible. He walked closer to their confrontation.
As for the two commanding officers and your subordinates, before you dig out each other's hearts, towards a Jadestar prince who is about to die.
Thales spread his hands and revealed a helpless smile. At least give him the respect he deserves, right? For example, starting the fight after I go to my death?
The whispers of the onlookers became louder.
Putre nodded slightly. Sonia and Araka realized that they furrowed their eyebrows in a barely noticeable manner. But Thales immediately changed the topic and snorted softly as if he was mocking them. Oh, of course. Perhaps you are already used to it.
Thales turned around and looked at the soldiers around him. He put his hand into his pocket in a relaxed manner.
He was about to take out the Jadestar royal family's 9-pointed star pin and show it to everyone. Thales' next sentence relied on his family name. But he did not touch the 9-pointed star pin. There was only the fanged bracelet in his pocket.
It was given to him by the Night Queen when they parted.
It was the Corleone family's keepsake.
Thales' smile froze for a fraction of a second.
Damn Katerina. She didn't return the 9-pointed star pin to me.
However, the prince immediately flashed a smile at the speed of lightning.
He turned his empty pocket helplessness into a taking a picture with his hands in his pockets pose and turned around.
Thales turned back to the two people who were confronting each other and laughed mockingly. After all, it is not the first time the two of you have seen a Jadestar die in front of you. The moment he finished speaking, the two people who were confronting each other breathed a lot faster.
Sonia's entire body trembled. Araka looked like he was struggling.
The past surged into their minds.
The surrounding soldiers' voices grew louder. So, yes, you heard about it too, right?
Both of them were.
Hey, they had that kind of experience, why bother? 1, 2, 3. Thales counted the seconds in his heart. Please, give me some face. His awkwardness rose again.
Finally, the two commanders snorted coldly and abruptly let go of each other. The guards on both sides sheathed their swords one after another, but their expressions were still unpleasant as they looked at each other.
Thales breathed a sigh of relief. Putre, who was standing beside him, flashed a hateful smile and winked at him. Gilbert had never been so disrespectful. Thales returned an angry glare.
But he knew that the matter was not resolved. Very well, shall we settle the matter at hand first?
Thales grinned and rubbed his hands, pointing at Willow Ken, who was stunned on the spot. Araka snorted impatiently. Do you want to judge him personally, young prince? Why, do you have a problem with that?
Sonia snorted. With his highness status, He is the most suitable person here.
Thales sighed. No, this is not just a trial.
It might also be the friction and discord between the two commanders.
And
he looked at Willow, who had a pleading look on his face.
This concerns a person's life and death.
He raised his head and looked at the officer in charge of the hanging.
Can anyone prove what he said? The person he saved?
The officer in charge seemed to have never spoken to anyone from the royal family before. He took a step back in a flattered manner, then shook his head. None. So we all suspect that he is lying.
Thales furrowed his brows. This is bad. If you want to confirm whether he is a deserter, please bring him his weapon.
The officer nodded nervously. Soon, under everyone's gaze, a wooden stick that was much shorter than a long spear was brought up.
This pair of damaged wooden sticks still had dried bloodstains on them. Only the iron-wrapped tip could barely be seen on one side. On the surface, it did indeed look like a broken long spear. However,
Thales looked at the black-haired young man.
You can use dual spears?
Willow nodded vigorously. I can.
Another lie.
The officer shook his head and said, No soldier has ever received such training, much less a fisherman.
Thales exhaled deeply.
He looked at the soldiers around him with burning gazes. He looked at Sonia's hopeful gaze, Araka's aggressive gaze, and Putre's complicated expression. Thales pondered and said, If he can use dual spears proficiently. But Araka snorted softly at this moment and interrupted him. Whether he is a deserter or not, he disobeyed orders and ran back on the battlefield. There is no doubt about that, the valiant man said to the prince in a mocking tone.
Why? If he can use dual spears, are you going to use your Jade Star privilege to declare him innocent? Honorable second prince?
Thales was stunned.
Disobeyed orders?
T. Then are you going to execute him directly?
Sonia spoke harshly.
She said coldly, If he is innocent, no one cares if you are innocent on the battlefield.
Araka cut her off stiffly. Regardless of whether it is to escape or to save someone, you disobeyed orders, so you have to pay the price. Sonia's words immediately froze.
She could only turn her head and look at Thales hesitantly.
I respect your decision, Your Highness.
Continue. Araka looked at Thales and said in disdain, Pardon him, and see if he will still disobey orders next time. Perhaps by then, he will not only cause his own death.
Willow's face immediately turned ashen. Drenched in sweat, his gaze kept moving back and forth between Araka and Thales. Thales furrowed his brows. This is troublesome.
Araka, Sonia, Putre, and the soldiers around them, including Willow, all fixed their gazes on him.
What should I do? Hang him. What will Sonia and the soldiers around them think? Forgive him. What about Araka, military orders, and military rules? Or should I just change to another punishment? No, it's not appropriate. Damn it.
Gilbert never taught me this.
Wait. Gilbert. Thales muttered to himself. He made a decision. Willow Ken. I cannot be sure if you are a deserter.
The prince walked in front of Willow and said to him, Hence, I cannot convict you and hang you.
Willow breathed a sigh of relief. See, this is where you start losing the war. As expected, Araka snorted softly. Unsurprisingly, he also received Sonia's angry glare. Some of the soldiers who agreed with Araka started to shake their heads. However, Thales' next sentence made Willow nervous again.
Thales shook his head and said, But if you really disobeyed orders, then I cannot convict you.
I cannot pass a sentence. Everyone was silent for a moment. Then there was an uproar. Sonia furrowed her brows tightly. What does this mean? Guilty and not guilty?
Araka sneered.
So, what are you going to do, my prince? Why don't you shorten the rope by half?
Thales was expressionless.
He raised his hand gently and clenched his fist. Everyone fell silent.
But you said it, Willow, Thales said softly. You retreated to save your comrades. Willow lifted his gaze and looked at the second prince with trembling eyes. Whether you really did it or not, this spirit is very noble. Thales' voice echoed in the narrow crowd. So I can't hang you. Willow shuddered and looked at the prince in disbelief. Thales continued to say, Yes. It's not because of whether your actions are innocent or not.
It's because I cannot let others hesitate to save their comrades just because they are afraid of what will happen to you. This is not something that they should hesitate about. Thales said faintly. The way everyone looked at Thales changed. Sonia's face lit up, while Araka frowned deeply. Only Putre's gaze was complicated and profound. But Thales' expression turned solemn and he said sternly, this does not mean that you are not guilty, and you do not have to pay the price for disobeying orders. Willow Ken. Willow's breathing started to quicken. In the future battles, you must save the lives of more than 10 comrades, Thales said sternly. As the price for not being hanged today, this is the only way you can be absolved of your crime of disobeying orders and wash away the suspicion of you being a deserter. 10. Under everyone's gaze, Thales pulled out JC's dagger and walked behind Willow expressionlessly. He aimed the blade at the rope that bound Willow's hands. Thales took a deep breath and used force to cut. 1, 2, 3. Huh? Thales awkwardly realized that his strength was a little weak. Based on this speed, it might take more than 10 seconds to cut the rope. He felt the gazes of the people around him. This is ruining the atmosphere. At this moment, a familiar fluctuation surged into Thales' hands. It was as if his blood had instantly sped up. The muscles on his right hand trembled, and a force that was much stronger than usual erupted. Grip. The rope on Willow's hands was instantly cut. Thales withdrew his dagger and forced himself not to look at the bloody wound on the back of Willow's hand that he had accidentally made. Ahem. So, I used your future actions in exchange for your life and freedom at this moment. Do you understand, Willow Ken? He looked solemnly at Willow, who had regained his freedom. Willow panted as he knelt on the ground and looked at Thales. He parted his trembling lips. Yes, Your Highness, he said excitedly. Save 10 people. I will remember this. I have another request, Thales said calmly. Willow was stunned. Thales suddenly flashed a smile that he had not shown for a long time and said, Go and change your dual pistols. They are so worn out that they can't even kill fish in the river. Willow Ken took 3 breaths. Then, he flashed a smile as if he had escaped a disaster. He nodded vigorously. Yes, I will obey your orders. Thales turned his head and looked around. Sonia laughed and looked at him with a gratified expression. Very appropriate, Your Highness. The fortress flower walked over unceremoniously and carried Thales while he had an unpleasant expression on his face. No one knew who started it, but the soldiers around them started applauding. Clap, clap, clap. Some even started cheering. There were even people shouting, Our prince! Sonia laughed and put the ashen-faced Thales on her shoulder. She rubbed his head hard. A qualified jade star. Cunning brat. Araka looked at Thales coldly. He mumbled and waved his hand. Amidst the applause from the crowd, he left with his subordinates. Only Ida asked Putre, who was deep in thought, with a puzzled expression, what did he do just now? When the already weak Thales was put down after Sonia swung him around twice and making him even more dizzy, he could only pull at Putre's robe weakly and retch. Under the guidance of a few soldiers, Putre followed him to the barracks that had been prepared for the prince. Behind him was Ida, whose face was once again pale from the cold weather. Thales sighed. I thought that the trouble would only come after we reach Ekstedt. But Putre did not reply to him. Your Highness, Putre said quietly, not noticing that he used honorifics. How did you think of that method? Thales was stunned. Ha! Not killing that soldier for now, but letting him contribute himself in the future? Putre said as he walked. This idea. Thales rubbed his frozen red hands and exhaled a breath of hot air. In fact, Gilbert told me about it. It has something to do with my uncle, Meteor Jade Star. Putre's expression changed and he furrowed his brows. Gilbert said that he once messed up a diplomatic mission because he did not cooperate well with his colleagues. Thales recalled and did not notice Putre's expression. But Prince Meteor did not punish him. Instead, he made him owe a debt to Constellation, and in the future, he had to make up for it with several times the merit. Putre furrowed his brows tightly, while Thales raised his eyebrows. The Far Easterners also have the saying of using merits to make up for sins, but that is only limited to important people. Low-ranking soldiers like Willow cannot say this directly, so they have to use the reason of saving their comrades to convince others. But this is still not a good idea. Thales spread his hands.
Think about it, if all the deserters came back and said that they did it to save their comrades.
So, you are imitating Prince Midir? Put-Ray did not listen to him.
Instead, he said slowly, Gilbert probably hopes that you will become the next Midir.
Thales was stunned. Ah! He scratched his head. This incident probably affected Gilbert deeply. Ah, yes.
Put-Ray heaved a long sigh as if he was deep in thought. Gilbert did save all of Constellation during the negotiation of the Fortress Treaty, and made up for his sin of becoming enemies with Steel City. Otherwise, according to the law at that time, this incident would have been enough to land him in prison.
Thales turned his head curiously. Oh, Put-Ray, you know about this as well?
Of course, Your Highness.
Put-Ray seemed to be used to addressing Thales as Your Highness.
He said flatly, Gilbert did not mess up that incident because he did not cooperate well with his colleagues.
Thales widened his eyes. At that time, Gilbert was just a descendant of a declining noble family. As the prince's attendant, he was ostracized and even deliberately framed by his colleagues when he first came to the Foreign Affairs Department.
That was why he ended up in such a state.
Put-Ray sighed. Ha!
Thales said in surprise.
Is that so?
Put-Ray nodded slowly.
That was why he worked so hard for Constellation. He thought that this was a debt he owed to Midir and Constellation. Everyone has their own life journey, and their encounters are unpredictable. Thales sighed and shrugged casually. Did he tell you about this?
No, he did not. Put-Ray's gaze was profound, and there was a hint of sorrow and regret in his words.
But I know more than he does. Thales raised his head.
Put-Ray took a deep breath and slowly enunciated his words.
Because I was the person who ostracized and framed him in the Foreign Affairs Department back then.
Thales was stunned.
So awkward.
About this, he said awkwardly. Perhaps, if you had not done what you did back then, Gilbert would not have become such an outstanding diplomat and administrative officer.
Yes, perhaps, Put-Ray said bitterly.
Constellation is very lucky to have such an outstanding and selfless.
No. A familiar voice came from behind them.
He seemed to be suppressing his anger.
Thales and Put-Ray turned their heads in astonishment.
They saw the second prince's attendant, Xueqi, looking at them with an unhappy expression.
Xueqi, Thales said strangely. Is he angry?
Your Highness.
Xueqi seemed to be trying his best to control his emotions. He took 2 deep breaths before his expression returned to normal.
He said slowly,
Cora is dying. Thales' expression changed drastically. Cora, the leader of the Jade Star family's private army, was currently lying on the bed in the barracks with a pale face. I have a younger sister, Lucy.
Cora's eyes were out of focus and he said in a daze, In the capital. Your Highness, Xueqi, who was wrapped in bandages, said with a regretful expression. The vampires injured him too badly. Thales let out a long sigh.
Is there no other way?
We searched for military doctors in the fortress. Xueqi shook his head with a sorrowful expression.
But they are only military doctors.
I am afraid they do not have such good medical skills.
Thales frowned. Are there other doctors? Put-Ray frowned. Cold Castle is the closest, and there are doctors. But I am afraid it is too late. Also, the extensions have cleared the area. In short, the road is very unsafe.
Accept reality.
Ida sighed under the cloak.
At least let him leave with peace of mind, and not have any regrets on his way to Hell's River.
Thales looked at Cora on the bed and remembered the first time he made him laugh in Mindy's hall. And the time he led the swordsman to fight against the mercenaries. Together with his colleagues, they stood between him and Serena. And the fight against the Blood Clan in the birch tree forest. He closed his eyes sadly. Damn it. Prince Thales. Everyone turned their heads. They saw a young man with black hair and brown eyes standing at the entrance of the barracks. It was Willow Ken, the deserter who was almost hanged. Willow bowed respectfully to Thales and showed a grateful smile. I am so happy to see you. I was sent to inform you. He glanced into the barracks and glanced at Cora, who was on the verge of death.
Willow immediately put away his smile and said while trembling with fear, that. The 2 commanders ask you and the vice diplomat to go over, Thales sighed.
He could not bear to look at Cora on the bed. He nodded and walked out of the room with Put-Ray and Ida. That is.
Willow asked carefully. Your Highness subordinate?
Yes, but we can't save him.
I hope he can leave in peace, Thales said absent-mindedly. Willow, how did you become an errand soldier?
Heh.
Willow shrugged and said helplessly. After all, many people still think that I am a deserter. Thales nodded absent-mindedly, but his feet stopped. No, let the commanders wait for a while.
I will send him on his last journey.
He died because of me. Thales turned around sadly and looked at Cora, who was on the verge of death.
Put-Ray shook his head and waved at Willow. Thales walked back to the bed and looked at Cora, who was mumbling inexplicably. He clenched his fists.
If Cora and the other Jade Star private soldiers who sacrificed themselves in the birch tree forest did not follow me. Sigh. At this moment, Your Highness, that, Willow could not help but speak.
Put-Ray and the others looked at him in dissatisfaction.
Please do not rush him, Waya said unhappily. Please give death some dignity, even if you are the ferryman of Hell's River.
No.
Willow waved his hand and said anxiously, I was treated as a deserter yesterday and thrown into the dungeon, that dungeon. Now is not the time to thank him, right?
Put-Ray said with a frown.
Ah, no.
Willow shook his head and panted. I met someone in the dungeon, a person who was locked up as a suspicious person, the young soldier said loudly. That person said, he is a doctor.
Thales and the others were shocked and looked at Willow.
Yes, he also said his name is Ramon. Willow finally said what he wanted to say.
He scratched his head and revealed a hearty smile.
And he is a doctor from the capital. According to him, his medical skills are superb. Chapter 101. The doctor Willow mentioned was quickly escorted over.
Thales carefully observed the strange man in front of him.
He seemed to be in his 50s and was almost bald, but his appearance was extremely outstanding.
He had a large nose on his narrow face, and his dark green eyes darted around nimbly.
Coupled with his ugly smile, he looked strange and uncomfortable.
You must be the new prince, Your Highness. The strange-looking old man was dressed in a yellow leather coat.
It was a little dirty from being rubbed in the dungeon, and there was a strange smell of medicine on his body. He laughed inexplicably and bowed slightly. My name is Ramon. I am a doctor. Thales frowned.
He waved his hand and gestured for Waya to close the door of the barracks that was left behind after the soldiers left.
You know who I am? Ramon stretched his head forward strangely and nodded from time to time.
Coupled with a smile that seemed to have frozen on his face, he looked like an entertainer performing a magic trick.
Hee, news always travels fast, faster than you think. Especially when the soldiers around us are talking about your name. Put-Ray took a step forward and said slowly. Very well, there is a person here who needs medical attention. If you are a doctor. He looked at Cora.
Ramon laughed strangely and craned his head to look in Cora's direction.
I can try, but I cannot guarantee anything. He walked towards Cora, but suddenly turned his head around.
His eyes bulged and he stared at Thales strangely. I heard that Your Highness is going north to Extet?
Waya and Ralph frowned. Thales nodded.
This old man.
A little strange. And a little strange. But he is a doctor after all.
Ramon walked slowly to Cora's side, as if he was deep in thought.
Not a bad journey. Extet. The strange doctor carefully observed Cora, who was trembling slightly and whose face was pale.
Ah, a brave warrior, and a super-class swordsman with the power of eradication.
Ramon lifted Cora's weak arm and his eyes sparkled.
He has a bad habit when he swings his sword. He prefers slashing and face-to-face swordsmanship. His right upper arm and back muscles will probably start to ache after he is 60 years old. Under Waya and Ralph's astonished gazes, he slowly removed Cora's bandages.
Cuts and lacerations on his chest and back. He didn't treat his injuries immediately.
I wonder if it was because the situation was urgent or because he didn't realize it. To think that he endured for so long. With this kind of wound, I can recognize it as a vampire's claw even with my eyes closed. Thales' expression froze.
This doctor. It seemed to have some tricks up its sleeve. Moderate blood loss, weak body. The key is that the 2 wounds were improperly treated. There's quite a lot of ulceration. If we don't deal with it immediately, I guess he can still hold on for another day? One night. Hee.
Ramon turned his head and clicked his tongue. He looked at Thales and smiled without saying a word.
What is it? Put-Ray asked slowly. Can you save him? Hee hee.
Ramon stared at Thales with a contemplative gaze.
Most doctors are probably at a loss right now.
Thales' expression darkened.
They can only wait for the swordsman to recover or die by himself.
He let out a breath of hot air and said slowly.
Everyone frowned slightly.
Wait,
Put-Ray said quietly.
You said most of them?
Ramon just chuckled.
Thales raised his hand and gestured for Put-Ray to ask him the question.
The second prince looked at Ramon seriously and asked, You mean you can save him?
Ramon blinked his right eye and sniffed with his strange nose.
I did not say that. But I can try. With some medicine, I can treat the wounds, cut off the rotten flesh.
As for the chance of successfully saving him,
Put-Ray frowned beside Thales.
Ramon flashed a strange smile again. It depends on the reward. You know the reward.
Thales raised his eyebrows.
You will get the reward you deserve.
Without changing his expression, Thales added, Sufficient reward. I guarantee it with the royal family's reputation. Anyway, it's not my money.
Haha, you have misunderstood.
Ramon put down the dying Cora. His eyes shone.
I only ask for one thing. He narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Thales carefully. I've had enough of this dungeon. He tried his best to put on a friendly smile and said, When the prince heads north to Extet,
please bring me along. The barracks was silent for a moment.
Thales looked at the ashen-faced Cora on the bed and clenched his fists lightly.
Bring him along?
You know that I have no right to let you go.
Thales suppressed the discomfort in his heart.
I am not the commander here.
Ramon revealed his upper teeth and sneered cunningly.
But your father is the commander of the commander here, isn't he?
And you are not letting me go, but placing me under your custody. Ridiculous.
Waya snorted softly.
Are you negotiating terms with His Highness?
It's just a request.
Ramon put his hands together and smiled. If I can get permission, I believe that I will do my best to treat this seriously injured and dying mister.
No. Thales stared at him with an unpleasant expression.
Not only do you want to negotiate terms, you are also threatening me. Also, not saving a dying man. Are you really a doctor? How dare I? Ramon spread his hands and revealed his mottled yellow teeth. What I mean is, even if I am a doctor, I can only try my best to save him. If I fail, His Highness can throw me back into the dungeon or even cause me some trouble. Of course, if he is lucky enough to be saved by me. I only need your kindness to bring me out of the dungeon, and the one on the bed looks like he is in pain. You only need to bring me along. You have a lot of conditions. Wyatt took a step forward and said coldly. I am only making a suggestion. Ramon smiled. Whether you accept it or not is entirely up to His Highness. What if I say no? Thales said quietly. If I do not agree to let you out of the dungeon and bring you along, will you refuse to treat him? Ramon chuckled. Of course not. But a cold glare flashed in the doctor's eyes. Hee hee. But you know, my medical skills are actually very dependent on luck. Hee hee. If I can't treat him, you can't blame me. Hee hee. What a pity for such a brave soldier. Say. It looks like he blocked it for his comrade. Putray's expression changed. You are bargaining with the Prince of Constellation. He snorted and said, This is disrespectful. How would I dare? Ramon shook his head. I only believe in the prince's kindness and wisdom. Anger also surged in Waya's heart. You know, we can also send you back to the dungeon. The ferryman can also send him across Hell's River. Ramon pointed at Cora on the bed and slyly spread his hands. Ralph, on the other hand, stared coldly at Ramon. Put-Ray looked at Cora, who seemed to be struggling in a nightmare on the bed. With a displeased expression, he moved closer to Thales' ear. Maybe we can promise him first. As long as Lady Cecile appears and detains him at the last moment, you will not be considered to have broken your promise. Thales pursed his lips tightly. He raised his head and stopped Putray's whispers. Thales looked at Ramon. This is the only licensed doctor around Broken Dragon Fortress? You know, I can actually promise you, he said quietly. Putray's expression tensed. Thank you. Ramon chuckled and said, This is nothing for you, Your Highness. I think Lady Cecile will respect you. But Ramon, who was chuckling, was interrupted. But I just had a very bad day, Mr. Ramon. Thales exhaled with a hostile expression. He raised his head.
And do you know why? Ramon's words instantly froze in his throat. Because I allowed a stranger to enter my diplomat group. Even if he was actually loyal.
Thales took a deep breath.
Under Waya and Putre's worried gazes he slowly said, "But in the end, I lost more than half of my men. But in the end, I lost more than half of my men. They all bled for me and sacrificed for me. They might even include Cora, who is lying on the bed." He said coldly, "I don't like it when people use this to bargain with me." Ramon was slightly startled. Thales raised his head and heard himself say in a low voice, "Also, this lesson taught me to always be vigilant when it comes to things that you cannot understand." Ramon lowered his head and listened to Thales enunciate each word clearly. For example, at the border of the conflict between the two kingdoms, a doctor who was locked up in the fortress dungeon for no reason asked to join my group with a body full of peculiarities and suspicions. We will go to Extet, which is even more dangerous and has an uncertain future. Ramon frowned subconsciously. "This prince," Thales continued, "the dungeon of Broken Dragon Fortress may not be comfortable, but it is safer and more reliable than the border between the two kingdoms, where the atmosphere is tense, and compared to my diplomatic journey with an uncertain future."
"But you asked to go north to Extet."
"You did not ask to leave the dungeon at all." Thales raised his head slightly and said faintly. Ramon stared at the young prince before him with a strange expression. Thales sat on the chair and crossed his arms. "You are willing to sacrifice your own safety and interests to provide medical services for the prince's group, and then continue on a dangerous journey with him.
You must be a saint, Dr. Ramon."
Thales shook his head and said slowly, "If not, then you must have some ulterior motive."
Ramon frowned. *T.
"It looks like this young prince is not as easy to fool as I thought.
I just need to leave this place."
Ramon exhaled through his nose, raised his head and said, "And the war outside is imminent, and it is too dangerous. I thought that the prince's diplomat group might be safer."
"Safer?"
Thales stared at him coldly. "Even a 3-year-old child knows that we are tainted with King Nuven's blood debt, and that we are going to the country he rules."
"Safe."
All right. I don't expect the protection of His Highness guards. You don't have to bring me along the entire journey. Not long after we enter Extet, I will immediately leave." Ramon blinked and smiled bitterly in resignation. "As long as it's that simple, I promise that I can definitely cure him." Ramon adjusted his breathing and turned to Waya and Ralph.
"Also, I can help you with something else.
For example, this young gentleman's injury. I guess it was also caused by a vampire? And you, the guy with the silver mask, your arm is fractured. This cannot wait."
Waya exhaled.
Ralph's expression was unfriendly.
"You can definitely cure him?"
Thales said loudly. His tone was strange. "Oh, that is not what you said just now." Ramon was stunned. He stuttered. "I am very confident in myself. Just now, it was to ensure that I could leave the dungeon and avoid the disaster of war."
But Thales did not buy it.
The prince interrupted him again. "Your Highness, I will give you one more chance to answer my question. What is your goal?" Ramon stared at him in a daze.
"Damn brat."
A second later, Ramon suddenly laughed.
"All right."
He spread his hands and shrugged indifferently. "Since His Highness does not believe me, then I will return to the dungeon." But he could not finish his sentence. "You have used up your chance, Dr. Ramon."
Thales suddenly smiled.
"You forced me to do this."
Ramon's pupils shrank. What
is he going to do to me? Arbitrary torture is the privilege of a tyrant." Ramon grinned and said slowly, "And you are still young, aren't you?"
"If this gets out."
Putre stared at Thales, puzzled. The boy slowly leaned back and looked at Ramon, who had a puzzled expression on his face. Thales raised his right hand and pressed it against the side of his forehead. "Let me apologize first." Thales chuckled and said slowly, "I also did not want to treat you like this. That forbidden ability."
"What?"
At the side, Putre, Waya, Ralph, and even Ida, who had been absent-minded, were all stunned.
"Ability?" Chapter 102.
Puzzled, Waya looked at Putre, but the latter only frowned and waved his hand discreetly. Ramon stared at the Prince of Constellation in disbelief.
What is he doing?
Then, Thales smiled and stared at Ramon while he rubbed the side of his forehead.
He spoke slowly. Willow said that you came from the capital, Eternal Star City? I flipped through the name list of the doctors in the city hall. But why have I never heard of your name? Ever since the prince was acknowledged, he has been staying in Mindy's hall. When did he go to the city hall? Flipping through the name list of doctors? My God, there are hundreds of doctors in the entire capital, including the neighboring territories and suburbs. Ramon smiled awkwardly. Oh, I only treat some poor people for a small fee, so I'm probably not on the list. Thales furrowed his brows slightly before he flashed a smile. Poor people, is it? The second prince asked bluntly. Then I guess the place where you treat patients is in Lower City District. He continued to stare at Ramon while he rubbed the fingers on the side of his forehead. Ramon nodded awkwardly. Ah, yes. Many of the poor live there. I used to be in Lower City District too. The second prince did not let him continue. Thales exhaled softly. I also heard that it is the territory of Blackstreet Brotherhood? Ramon's breath froze without him realizing it. Even though it is inappropriate to say this in front of you, the gangs in Lower City District are indeed rampant. Ramon looked around vigilantly. He did not notice that he had already begun to answer Thales' questions without realizing it. Thales twirled his fingers gently and stared at Ramon in a way that made him feel uneasy. Then, do you think that if the people from Blackstreet Brotherhood are injured or sick, will they also come to you, my dear Dr. Ramon, for treatment? Once he finished speaking, Thales revealed an innocent smile that a 7-year-old boy should have and stared straight at Ramon. How is it possible? We do not dare to deal with those gangsters. Ramon awkwardly changed the topic. Your Highness, forgive me for being blunt, but the man on the bed is not in good condition. Why don't we? Ah, is that so? Thales suddenly revealed a cheerful smile. But that is not what you think in your heart. Ramon was startled. In my heart? But Thales' next sentence made Ramon widen his eyes. You seem to have treated quite a number of people from the Brotherhood? Thales pressed his temple with one hand, while the other hand seemed to be desperately trying to recall something. Yes, a guy with a knife. Ah, that guy looks quite fierce, but he doesn't really like to talk. But it's a gang, it's normal to have such people. Ramon's expression instantly became strange. Take the knife. Ruthless. Don't like to talk. A figure that fit the description popped up in his mind. But how could that brat? Thales stared at him in amusement. What is his name? Leorc. It seems like he often comes to you for treatment. From the looks of it, he can't be a killer, right? Ramon's expression changed drastically. Killer Leorc. The Brotherhood's 13 great generals. The silent killer who was as ruthless to his enemies as he was to himself. Ramon had often taken care of the terrifying wounds he left behind after those fierce battles. But how did he know? Put Ray and the others looked at each other. What was going on? Let me see, a room decorated in black, a still life painting of a fruit vase hanging on the fireplace. Thales closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, as though he was trying his best to recall. Ah, so much blood, a knife wound on his left shoulder. Oh God, he was in so much pain that he almost bit through his teeth. He grabbed your collar tightly and muttered something about poisonous stinger and scorpion whip. Who is the crying woman next to him? She is quite pretty. Her name is... Felicia? Ramon gritted his teeth. Isn't he a prince who lives like a prince? How did he know that I treated Leorc's wound a year ago? Leorc went to assassinate his target, but he was ambushed by Blood Bottle Gang. Is it information from the Secret Intelligence Department? No, impossible. Ramon's face was ashen as he thought bitterly. Because even the details of Leorc's room in Blackstreet's headquarters, he knows it so clearly. Even I can't remember it all. And the crying Felicia next to him. Don't stop, Doctor. Thales rubbed the side of his forehead, opened his eyes and smiled. Hurry up and think, which Brotherhood member did you treat? Were there any people of a higher rank? Hurry up and remember. Ah, that's right. The Brotherhood. Higher rank. Ramon realized that he began to tremble slightly. A fat man. What did you call him? Morris. Why did he always like to meet you at the back door of a bar? In the beginning, he even had an ugly dog with him. He was always smiling. Was he very close to you? Ramon instantly felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave. Morris, one of the 6 powerhouses? Regarding that matter, his direct contact person was indeed Morris.
The secret meeting place was at the back alley of Sunset Bar. But how is this possible? Morris would always confirm the safety of that place. Unless... He did not want to think about that possibility. Ramon tried his best to clear his mind, but Thale's words always made him recall the scenes in his memories. Let's look at some interesting memories. Memories?
Huh, this is a big guy?
Thales grinned and said slowly. He has a fierce look on his face.
He doesn't look like much, but his temper is quite bad.
He actually got injured at the crotch area. How pitiful.
I mean you, doctor.
You actually want to treat his injury.
Oh, it's because his father is very fierce, right?
Ramon revealed the most incredulous expression as he looked at the mysterious second prince.
He even knows this.
Hurry up and think, what's his name?
Oh, Rhoda?
Thales chuckled softly. Is he considered your most troublesome patient?
Quite Rhoda?
Putre, Waya, and the rest were even more puzzled. Ramon parted his lips unconsciously. His palms were already wet with sweat.
Quite Rhoda's son? His injury.
It's true that I was the one who examined and treated him. But this is something only the higher-ups in the Brotherhood know.
It can't be any more secretive. How does a prince know?
Ramon stared at Thales blankly.
Thales sighed.
He loosened his right hand and stared straight at Ramon with a cold smile.
Don't be surprised. This is my psionic ability.
Yes, Dr. Ramon. The next moment, Thales smiled and uttered a simple but effective sentence to the dumbfounded Ramon.
I know how to read minds.
Ramon stared at Thales blankly. His mind was blank.
Thales continued to smile brightly.
All your thoughts and thoughts are mine.
Mind reading.
Putre, Waya, and Ralph all had their mouths wide open as they stared at the second prince in a daze. On the other hand, Ida furrowed her brows tightly as she stared at the back of Thales' head.
Mind reading?
Ramon struggled to change his expression. He revealed the most incredulous expression.
No. Even in Soul Tower's notes.
Mind reading is the most untouchable domain. And he's only 7 or 8 years old, but he has this. No. The Brotherhood's strange doctor shook his head subconsciously. Thales turned his head and looked at Putre, Waya, Ralph, and the rest who were all shocked. Beside him, Ida crossed her arms with a doubtful look on her face.
Please keep this a secret for me.
Thales flashed a bright smile. When he trained me to use this ability, he did not want others to know. But I trust all of you.
Trained you?
Putre asked in disbelief.
Who? Who else could it be?
Thales chuckled cheerfully and turned his head. He looked at the terrified Ramon and said a name in a relaxed and cheerful manner.
Morat Hansen. There was silence. Everyone stared at Thales in a daze.
As if he was some kind of monster. Ramon stared at Thales in a daze.
Morat Hansen. He knew the meaning of this name. Lance's teacher. Constellation's nightmare for half a century. The Viper in the night. The head of the Secret Intelligence Department. No way.
The new Prince of Constellation is the Black Prophet student? Of course, Thales thought to himself. Morat is even more adept at using this so-called ability. After all, he can detect the other party's lies and use it to assist his next questioning.
But fortunately, he has a good bargaining chip. Everyone in the room reacted.
You never said that.
Putre frowned.
With the Black Prophet.
Ah. Thales sighed softly.
You know, after all, a psionic ability like mine is too rare.
Let's get straight to the point.
Thales revealed the friendly look of a 7-year-old boy again. He rubbed the side of his forehead and said with a smile, Come, think about your real identity, Dr. Ramon.
You don't mind letting me know, right?
Ramon trembled slightly and stared at the ground in a daze.
My identity?
No, my identity. That will expose the Brotherhood. Will expose that person.
No. I can't think about it. I can't think about it. That's right. So this is your identity.
Thales rubbed the side of his forehead and looked at the nervous and absent-minded Ramon.
He flashed a victorious smile.
No wonder I have no impression of your name even though I have seen the name list. So you are not just a secret black doctor who makes house calls for the Brotherhood.
He narrowed his eyes.
You are a member of the Black Street Brotherhood. The one nicknamed the Strange Doctor. Cobb Sirka Ramon. Ramon's hands fell to his sides involuntarily. My full name. Thales put down his fingers and concluded.
That's all I know, Thales told himself secretly. I hope it works.
During the 4 years he was in the Brotherhood, a little child beggar who was strictly controlled and had to beg for food, clothing, and livelihood every day, was never noticed. Hence he, the former child beggar, could always learn many secrets of the Brotherhood without attracting attention. For example, with his thin and weak body, he crawled through the dog hole and overheard the fight between Leorc and Felicia's vixen.
Ahem. He was trying to find out the secrets in their room.
After all, Leorc's room was in the corner of the big house, and it was the outermost.
Every night, he would watch from the back alley of Sunset Pub.
Once he confirmed that there was no one inside, such as Morris and his angry wolfhound, he would sneak in and rummage through the trash for the whole day.
Of course, the most important thing was this strange doctor with a strange appearance. Strange Dr. Ramon.
He did not appear in the Brotherhood often, and every time, he would cover his face.
But do not underestimate a child beggar's memory and ability to recognize.
In order to survive, they had to recognize every passerby's figure and posture in order to obtain a chance of survival. Which one was poor, which one was rich, which one did hard work, which one was pampered, which one could steal, which one could only beg, which one could not even get close. Not to mention that they were always greeted by the thugs. Which one was one of their own?
If he appears, get lost. Do you understand?
This was what Quide said while holding the collar of a poor boy. The strange doctor always appeared after the Brotherhood's big operation.
He would come with the smell of medicine and leave with the smell of blood. It was obvious that he was going to treat the injured. One day, Thales, who had just finished digging the secret tunnel and returned late, secretly lay by the roadside. He saw Leorc being carried back and saw the terrifying wound on his shoulder. Then, Ramon's figure appeared. Child beggar Thales remembered this figure at that time. Prince Thales also remembered this figure at that time.
Quide, who often drank heavily, this name was so old that Thales had almost forgotten about him, would regularly go for body checks, but every time he came back, he would bring with him the unique smell of medicine of the strange doctor. Every time Quide came back from a check, he would be furious and drink to his heart's content.
When he beat the child beggars, he would occasionally mention the strange doctor's full name. Cobb Circa Ramon. Thales buried the past memories in his mind. Unfortunately, this godly mind reading was only effective on Ramon. Ramon was drenched in cold sweat. But he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately,
he did not read my true identity. That fatal secret. Wait. Thales observed Ramon's expression and shook his head.
It seems like your identity is not that simple.
Of course, Thales thought to himself. I only know Ramon's name and nickname, but how can a person who goes in and out of the Brotherhood and often meets the higher-ups be a simple doctor?
Could it be that you have other secrets? He asked faintly.
Thales looked at him with a profound gaze. The 7-year-old boy slowly raised his finger.
Come, think about it carefully. Ramon could not help but tremble. The scene was a little strange. An old man was trembling in front of a neurotic boy. Something else. Secret.
No, no, Ramon cried out in terror. He did not dare to meet Thales' gaze. He lowered his head in fear.
Please
stop. Thales narrowed his eyes.
You don't have to be too shocked. I have seen this expression many times. Thales stretched his body.
Thales rotated his neck and said softly in satisfaction, from a criminal to a king.
Ramon bit his lip in anguish. Tell me the truth. Thales stared at Ramon.
I am the Prince of Constellation, the only heir to this country, and you are just a gangster.
I am not interested in you at all. I don't want to care about your secrets either.
But, when it comes to matters that involve me, he said faintly. So, before I tear apart your clumsy lies and dig out your dirty little secrets from that big head of yours,
Dr. Ramon, tell me, why do you insist on following us to the north? So that I don't have to dig out some boring things from your head. Ramon was shocked. Yes. And those secrets. I understand, Your Highness, Ramon said bitterly. I will be honest about my motives. Thank you for your cooperation. After all, it is not easy to use this mind-reading ability. I can only maintain it for a short period of time. Thales sighed and put down his right hand. He smiled slyly and said, "The next time I can use it, I will have to wait until tomorrow." Ramon trembled slightly again. "Oh, also, you can start your treatment." Thales pointed at Cora with a smile. "We have wasted a lot of time." Ramon lowered his head dejectedly. The others looked at their prince with different expressions. It was as if they were meeting him for the first time. Blood Bottle Gang? Nikolai and Catherine? Thales furrowed his brows. Ralph, who was behind him, could not help but tremble slightly. "Catherine? Big sister?" "Yes, I am hiding from them." Ramon's expression was profound and mysterious. He held some medicine, scissors, and strips of cloth as he tended to Cora's injuries. He glanced at Thales from time to time, and wariness flashed in his eyes. "Of course, you have never heard of these people's names." Thales thought of something. The scene of Nikolai, the burly man in red, fighting with Istrone in Vine Manor appeared in his mind. "I have been chased by them for 6 or 7 days. I just hid in the fortress. But it is only a matter of time before they discover my location. As long as they guard the perimeter, they will eventually catch me. And Extet and Constellation are about to go to war. If I appear alone in the wilderness and run into any army from either side, I will not end up any better than falling into the hands of the Blood Bottle Gang. So, when we came here and looked for a doctor," Thales muttered, "you suddenly thought of using us as a cover to leave Broken Dragon Fortress?" "And to leave when you reach Extet?" Ramon nodded bitterly. "How suspicious." Thales thought to himself. Why would a secret doctor who makes a living in the capital come to the border between the two countries? "A member was injured at the border," Ramon said quietly. He did not dare to look at Thales. "I came over to treat him, but was discovered by the Blood Bottle Gang." "That's not right," Thales thought to himself. A gang doctor who is only in charge of treating injuries is really so important that the Blood Bottle Gang would mobilize their men to chase him at the border for 6 or 7 days. There are some other secrets. Unfortunately, I told him just now that I can only use the mind-reading skill tomorrow. Otherwise, I can scare him again. Thales nodded and said, "Continue with the treatment. Since you are so honest, maybe I will reconsider." Ramon nodded dejectedly. Thales exhaled. He jumped down from the chair, but suddenly felt a numbness under his legs. Thanks to Waya and Ralph's support, he did not fall. "Oh no, for the sake of acting, I just sat for too long." Thales stood up strenuously. Fortunately, the fluctuation that appeared after he died once surged up on its own, soothing his numbness. "That's right." Thales hammered his leg worriedly. "This fluctuation, this power, is also the source of the trouble. Although I feel that it can instantly strengthen my condition, the extent of it is a little small. It is only enough for me to cut the rope." "And?" Thales thought worriedly. "What is it?" "But the vision that detects heat and radiation looks very dazzling." As Thales thought about this, he guided the fluctuation to the surroundings of his eyes. That magical vision appeared once again. He turned his head and saw that everyone's body was radiating light. Aida's was a piercing white light, Waya's was a sharp gray light, Putre's was filled with a gentle purple light, and Ralph's was a continuous stream of faint green light. Are these different powers? Vitality? Or is it an energy attribute? Thales tested his vision curiously. He turned towards the house. In the next moment, Thales was stunned. In the vision that the fluctuation gave him, he saw the most unbelievable scene. The light on Cora's body flickered, like a waning light that was about to be extinguished at any moment. But Ramon. There was no piercing light on Ramon's body. Instead, he seemed to be emitting a strange dark fluctuation that resonated with the world around him. But this was not what surprised Thales. He saw that Ramon was gently pressing on Cora's wound. Clear light particles gushed out from Cora's body, which was bright and dim at times, and gathered on Ramon's hand. The trembling light particles followed Ramon's hand and slid over Cora's wound. The light particles seeped into Cora's terrifying, festering wounds one by one. Every time they seeped in, the light on Cora's body became steadier and brighter. He was like a dying patient who was slowly recovering. Thales looked at Ramon in a daze. Others might not be able to see it clearly because of the light. But in the vision that the fluctuation gave Thales, he could see it clearly. He saw the strange doctor's lips trembling slightly in a dark corner. He seemed to be chanting something. As he chanted in a rhythmic manner,
the light particles that seeped out from Cora's body passed through Ramon's hand rhythmically, then returned to Cora's body, completing a cycle.
Thales frowned tightly. This is definitely not medical skill, he told himself with certainty. Chapter 103. 3 days after the second prince arrived at Broken Dragon Fortress. The emissary sent to Lampard's military camp has returned. Standing on the fortress wall, Commander Sonia Cecere stared solemnly at the front of the fortress. Chapman replied that he is waiting for your highness' arrival. I'm afraid you will have to leave for the north today. Thales was lying on his stomach in front of the observation window on the city wall, looking at the wide snow-colored plains in the north. He could vaguely see the continuous expanse of a vast military camp. The Iron Fist flag representing the Lampard family of Black Sand region was erected there. There were also quite a number of military camps hidden beyond his sight, with smoke rising from the chimneys in the distance. Waiting for my arrival with thousands of people? Thales sighed. I didn't know I was so popular. The fortress flower turned her head and said to Thales, Chapman Lampard is the Archduke of Extet, which borders Constellation. After the Extet diplomat group was assassinated, he quickly mobilized the vassals of Black Sand region. Within a few days, he gathered an army of more than 10,000 people and approached the border. They have already been stationed there for 2 weeks. At first, they were just observing and deterring him. But in the last 3 days, Lampard began to send small troops to clear out the main roads around the area. He even plundered 2 villages and fought against our patrol troops a few times. We had no choice but to reduce the range of the mounted sentries and retreat to the perimeter of the fortress. Thales felt a bone-piercing chill. He rubbed his hands together and exhaled a breath of warm air into his palms. I have already arrived at the fortress, and the Jade Star family's 9-pointed star flag has also been raised. Why hasn't he withdrawn his troops? He obviously doesn't have an excuse to invade Constellation anymore. Behind Thales, Putray raised his eyebrows. Based on Chapman Lampard's unique life, he is a standard gambler. One of the characteristics of a gambler is that he is unwilling to turn back even at the last moment when he loses and leaves the game. So my arrival has no effect on this gambler? Thales snorted. Even in a situation where he is bound to lose, he still wants to place his bet? Not necessarily, Putray answered seriously. What we were most worried about was the other 2 archdukes who shared a border with Constellation, Trentida of Reformation Tower and Alcius of Prestige Orchid region, sending their troops. The 3 archdukes and even more of Extet's vassals gathered their military forces to oppress the Lonely Old Tower, the Watchtower, and Cold Castle, who were mutually supportive of the fortress. In a situation where they could not provide reinforcements, they attacked the isolated Broken Dragon Fortress at all costs. Extet soldiers are more suited to the cold winter compared to our reinforcements from the north, be it in terms of physical strength or quality. If they manage to take this place, they only need to wait for the coldest day before the bitter cold winter to pass. Sonia continued Putray's words. Then, at the beginning of next spring, they will use the fortress as their base of operations and march south en masse, just like they did 11 or 12 years ago. Putray nodded. But after you left for the north as an envoy, the 2 archdukes have yet to appear. This means that we have completed half of our mission. In the coming day before the bitter cold winter, Archduke Lampard cannot rely on his own 10,000 men to take down the fortress before his supplies run out. He has already lost, Putray said faintly. In that case, I am afraid that the other half of our mission, completely eliminating the war disaster between the 2 kingdoms, will have to be completed by me personally walking up to King Nuven, right? Thales shrugged in resignation. First, I have to pass through Archduke Lampard's military camp. There are more than 10,000 strong and energetic Northland men waiting for me there. They have nowhere to vent their energy. Putray shook his head. Lampard does not dare to endanger your safety. Attacking the fortress to invade the Northern Territory and plotting to kill the heir to fight against Constellation are 2 different concepts. Lampard may not dare to do so, but his opponents might be happy to see such a thing happen. We still have to be careful. Sonia flashed a hearty smile. Araka will bring his Fury Guards and escort you to the entrance of Lampard's military camp. Araka. Thales recalled the aggressive and dangerous man and the disdainful gaze he had when he looked at him. He shook his head. Are you sure he is willing to do this? I do not deny that I hate him. Sonia snorted coldly. But he is indeed the one who has fought against the Extensions the most on the battlefield. Moreover, He insisted on this.
Originally, I planned to let Miranda. Thales could not help but be stunned.
Insisted on escorting me?
He began to recall the man's appearance again.
Araka Murch. What a familiar name. I must have heard it somewhere before.
At this moment, a black-haired swordswoman slowly walked up the city wall. She bowed slightly to Sonia without any expression on her face.
The diplomat group's team is ready. Please send someone to make the final confirmation. Your Highness.
Even though the swordswoman addressed Thales as Your Highness, she did not look in Thales' direction nor did she bow to him.
Sonia nodded and turned to look at Thales and Put-Ray. Beside her, Put-Ray sighed. I will go with you. Miss Arund.
Thales was startled again.
Arund. The swordswoman, Miranda Arund, nodded stiffly and followed Put-Ray down the city wall. She still did not look at Thales.
Don't mind her.
Sonia smiled faintly. Miranda is Duke Arund's only daughter. Her father was imprisoned in the capital. Her family was humiliated because of this. It is normal for her to hold a grudge against you.
Thales nodded awkwardly. I seem to have heard from Waya that there is a particularly famous female swordsman of eradication in the fortress. I heard that she is a seed of the Tower of Eradication. She is a seed. Sonia looked at Miranda's back and sighed. The Tower of Eradication has a large number of battle skills and inheritances of the power of eradication from before the Battle of Eradication.
Most of them are swordsmanship. Its inheritors are still continuously developing new swordsmanship, skills, and even the power of eradication.
They are training generation after generation of controllers of the power of eradication for the human world.
Only a few of the most outstanding students can be given the title of seed, such as Miranda.
Thales looked at Sonia and frowned slightly. The power of eradication. The supernatural power that humans awakened on their own.
Another piece of news worth paying attention to. What does it have to do with my fluctuations?
Sonia did not know what Thales was thinking. She continued to say helplessly, but even so, Miranda is still in a difficult situation recently. After Duke Arund was imprisoned, the Northern Territory was managed by a few of her father's most trusted vassals. They are waiting for her to return after the crisis is over. But a few of Arund's cousins and nephews are covetously eyeing the right to inherit the Duke of the Northern Territory.
Fortunately, although Val Arund is imprisoned, he is still the Duke of the Northern Territory. His Majesty did not charge him with treason, nor did he strip him of his title and territory. He only accused him of murdering a foreign political figure. This is a little consolation. Sonia sighed deeply.
It is just that I did not expect him to do such a thing. You know, Val has always been our backup in Broken Dragon Fortress for more than 10 years.
He is a coward. At this moment, a sonorous but unsettling voice rang from afar. Compared to his heroic brothers, Val Arund is a complete coward. He is a disgrace to his blood-related brothers. They risked their lives to protect His Highness Horus and did not take a single step back. Araka Murch's figure slowly walked up from the bottom of the city wall. His face was filled with impatience. In comparison, 12 years ago, that Duke Val was scared out of his wits by the extension bastards. He actually still believed in trash like Lampard. In my opinion, the only good thing he did was to kill that Prince of Extet.
At least this time, you only said that after Miranda left.
Sonia covered her forehead and sighed. Should I thank you for being considerate and taking care of her feelings?
Her feelings.
Araka snorted coldly. Do I look like someone who will consider these things?
Thales rolled his eyes in his heart.
Why does this guy always look like someone owes him money? Sonia snorted softly. What do you want this time?
Araka gave her a disdainful look.
I came to look for this brat.
Araka's fierce gaze landed on Thales, making the latter slightly nervous.
The 300 Fury Guards are ready. If you really want to go to Extet to die, at least don't make me wait too long.
Thales could not help but ask. It seems like you are not very satisfied with my trip north, Baron Murch.
Then, why are you still sending me to Lampard's military camp? Sonia heaved a sigh of relief.
Araka fixed his gaze on Thales, making the latter a little anxious. Because I owe Jadestar a favor. After a while he slowly said, and you annoying dawdling brat, happen to have the surname Jadestar.
After saying that, Araka turned around and left without looking back. We will depart in the afternoon. Stop dawdling.
Thales and Sonia watched Araka's figure disappear into the distance. "Do not misunderstand," Sonia said to Thales sarcastically. "That is his unique way of saying hello. You know, Araka is a little shy." "Shy?" Thales could not help but stick out his tongue.
"Is it because of the difference in ideals?" Thales suddenly asked. Sonia revealed a puzzled expression.
"The dispute and discord between you and Baron Murch does not seem to be a specific grudge," Thales said quietly as he pondered. "Also, what you said about him and my uncle, Prince Horace." Thales hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Even though he seems rather annoying, Araka does not seem like someone who would stab someone in the back."
Sonia was silent for a second.
Those were indeed words spoken out of anger. Sonia smiled bitterly and said, "Back then, it was Araka who led the remaining troops and fought his way out of Ekstet's tight encirclement while bathed in blood. He snatched Prince Horace's remains. Before the fortress treaty, the Starlight Brigade headed north to meet up with the remaining remnants of the kingdom's army. They fought 3 fierce battles against Ekstet in the Northern Territory, the Land of Cliffs, and Central Territory without caring about the casualties. We suffered heavy losses, but the other party also suffered heavy casualties. I saw it with my own eyes. Araka was on the verge of madness. His impact and lethality on the battlefield made even Ekstet's most proud heavy swordsman fearful. I think this is also the reason why Ekstet was willing to sit down and negotiate in the end." Thales was shocked. "That impatient-looking man is actually... As for ideals, that's right." Sonia sighed and said, "John, your father's uncle, the Starlight Brigade's combat principle is to be steady and cautious, to try their best to protect themselves, to move forward flexibly, and to wait for an opportunity to attack. However, Prince Horace's army is known for being merciless and having harsh military rules. Under his command, Araka is even more used to fighting tough battles and bloody battles. Due to the high number of casualties, Araka's army always has a large number of new soldiers, but he only keeps those tough men who can withstand blood and death." Sonia shook her head. "I don't understand why His Majesty put the two of us together. We can't even reach an agreement on how to advance or retreat on the battlefield." "Perhaps this is the king's true purpose," Thales suddenly said. Under Sonia's puzzled gaze, Thales raised his head. "When defending the fortress for a long period of time, he needs a chief commander who is steady and cautious. However, when Ekstet's army presses on the border, he needs someone who can fight tough battles head-on." Sonia raised her head and glanced at him. "Perhaps." Sonia chuckled softly. "They are right. You are indeed not like an ordinary child. His Majesty did not choose you to head north without reason." "Ahem." Thales scratched his head awkwardly and tried to find something to change the topic. "Oh yes, with such a glorious battle record, why is Araka not very famous?" Sonia was completely stunned for a moment. "Not very famous?" Sonia widened her eyes and stared at him with an expression that said, "How is this possible?" Thales narrowed his eyes in puzzlement. "No." Sonia came to her senses and shook her head with a smile. "You definitely know him, even if you don't know his real name." Under Thales' confused gaze, Sonia raised her head and looked at the Ekstet military camp in the distance. Her eyes shone brightly. "From the beggars to the king, every constellatiate knows him. At least, they know his nickname." Thales widened his eyes in shock. "Everyone knows." At that moment, he knew who Araka Murch was. Under Ramon's treatment, Cora's injuries had stabilized. However, he obviously could not follow them to the north. "Yes, we need to replenish our entourage." Behind them were Waya, who was wrapped in bandages, Ralph, whose arm was in splints, and Ida, who was still extremely dispirited because of the cold. "At least there are some benefits. The ones we replenish from the fortress are veterans who have been on the battlefield for a long time. They are not the private soldiers from the Jade Star family's manor who are mainly trained in single combat and protection." Thales stared at the 30 veterans in front of him who stood with stern postures and firm gazes. They were equipped with weapons ranging from swords and shields, bows, pikes and axes. The former Duke's personal guard of the Starlight Brigade, Genid, stood resolutely at the front, causing Thales to be a little stunned. Put-Ray continued to speak. "Thanks to your trial under the gallows, many veterans are willing to join our diplomat group, even though many of them think that our journey is very dangerous." They walked past the last row of soldiers. A black-haired young man with 2 pikes waved at him happily. Thales frowned. "Veteran?" He insisted on coming.
Put-Ray looked at the cheerful Willow Ken and spread his hands. But there are only 29 veterans among the volunteers. The rest are new recruits. If I want to gather 30 volunteers, at least this new recruit who owes you a favor is more reliable. Put-Ray looked at the cheerful Willow Ken. Thales smiled at Willow. At least they gave him a new pair of weapons. Put-Ray shrugged.
There were many broken pikes in the warehouse. It was not difficult to cut a pair of short pikes. But that suspicious doctor.
Do you really want to bring him along?
Put-Ray turned his head to look at Ramon. He pursed his lips and shook his head. I thought you had learned your lesson from the Duke of Iris Flowers. Ramon was cowering in the group. He inadvertently raised his head and saw Thales' gaze.
He was slightly shocked and immediately lowered his head. Don't worry, I have asked about his background and made an agreement with him.
Thales stared at Ramon with a complicated gaze. And he did save Cora. Strange doctor. The power in his hands. If my guess is correct, then it is. I need to know more. If you have no more questions, Your Highness, according to the agreed time, it is time to depart.
Sonia walked over from afar. Behind her was a cold-looking Miranda.
Araka has already chosen 300 sword and shield soldiers of the Fury Guards.
The fortress flower squatted down and patted Thales' shoulder. But this time, she used a little more force. I am sorry, but I cannot bring more people.
There are only 3,000 people in the fortress, but Araka has chosen all the old soldiers under his command. She gestured with her chin at the lightly armored man who was carrying a bow and arrows on his back.
He was obviously impatient.
They will escort you all the way to the border.
Thales exhaled a mouthful of mist and stepped on the snow that belonged to Constellation.
He raised his head and said quietly, "Of course."
Sonia nodded at him. The second Prince of Constellation flashed a relaxed smile at the group. Let us depart. Follow me to see the Dragon's Kingdom. Hence, the double cross-shaped star flag that represented Constellation and the 9-pointed star flag that represented the Jade Star family were erected at the same time. Waya mounted the Northland horse with broad hooves unique to the north and pulled Thales onto the saddle. I will hold the reins properly with my life, Your Highness, Waya said solemnly. Please do not worry about your safety. Thales nodded naturally.
Then I will leave it to you, attendant.
He was already used to Waya's attitude of using too much force. Put-Ray and a few of the remaining Jade Star private soldiers who were trained to ride horses rode on the remaining horses. Ralph was obviously not suited to ride a horse. For some reason, Ida shook her head violently the moment she saw a horse. Araka rode the horse and walked to Thales' side. The sword and shield soldiers behind him followed with stern expressions.
Don't be so scared that you wet your pants, brat, Araka said coldly. I heard from the people on duty that Extet has prepared a welcoming ceremony for us.
Ha! Thales was startled. Before he could react, he heard Araka shout at the gate rope above his head. Open the gate! As the sound of metal rubbing against the hinges rang out, the north gate of Broken Dragon Fortress slowly rose. Thales took a deep breath. He followed the Constellation diplomat group, which consisted of less than 40 people, and the escort team of more than 300 people. They slowly walked out of Broken Dragon Fortress and headed north. They first passed by the 5 fortresses to the north of Broken Dragon Fortress. The soldiers on the fortresses had their bows drawn and were ready for battle. However, Thales soon understood what Araka meant by the welcoming ceremony. Many people suddenly appeared on the vast expanse of white snow before their eyes. Or rather, Extet's army. There were 6 battalions of infantrymen. They formed in 8, on both sides of the road in front of them. Putray's pupils shrank. There were nearly 400 infantrymen in each battalion. In other words, there were more than 2,000 Extet infantrymen waiting for them to head north. The people in the diplomat group could not help but become nervous. Waya tightened his grip on the reins. This is our welcoming ceremony?
Thales looked at the Extet army formation not far away from them with an unpleasant expression on his face.
They really crossed the border. He turned around and glanced at the fortress. Sonia's figure could be faintly seen. Araka, who was walking in front, turned around and said to his soldiers in a deep voice, "Get ready for battle. Do not relax." Put-Ray furrowed his brows and said, "Maybe it's a show of force, but they don't have to get into formation in front of the fortress. Waiting for us to enter Extet's military camp will have the same effect." "I have a bad feeling about this," Thales said with a pale face. So you want to retreat, little prince? Araka said sarcastically. It's not too late to turn back now. Thales closed his eyes and exhaled. Then he opened his eyes. Let's continue moving forward. Don't worry, Putre said in a deep voice. Lampard will not be so stupid as to kill the prince and heir of Constellation's envoy in front of everyone at the border of the two kingdoms.
As long as we do not do anything provocative and give the other party an excuse. They advanced slowly until they entered the area of the 8. They did not say that such a thing would happen. In the group, Ramon anxiously nudged a black-haired soldier beside him. The diplomat group should be fine, right? Ha! Willow Ken was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He smiled and patted Ramon's shoulder. Don't worry. I met them before. Extet soldiers are quite nice. Quite nice. Ramon was startled, but Willow's next words made his face turn ashen. If they want to kill you, their swords are very sharp, and they will not dawdle. You will not suffer. At this moment, the 6 battalions of infantrymen began to move slowly. The people in the diplomat group immediately became nervous. But fortunately, the Extet soldiers did not walk towards them. On the left and right sides of the diplomat group, the 2 extension battalions at the front advanced slowly. They almost brushed past the diplomat group. Thales could even see the Northland soldiers' beards and yellow teeth. They looked boorish and fierce. The tall soldiers were usually equipped with large axes or huge spiked hammers. The extensions also turned their heads to look at Constellation's diplomat group with hostile expressions. Asterisk thud. 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 Asterisk the sound of heavy footsteps on the snow-covered ground could be heard in a disorderly manner. But the momentum of more than 2,000 people from all directions made the densely packed footsteps sound rather shocking to the ears. They walked past the diplomat group on both sides. Thales' expression froze. It was the first time he faced an army of thousands. He was a little flustered. But he was not the only one. Even the sword and shield soldiers of the Fury Guards could not help but become nervous. Asterisk thud. 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 Asterisk steady yourself, Araka said in a low voice. The anxious Thales wanted to calm himself down, so he turned his head and saw the Northland soldiers on both sides clearly. From their armor, weapons, movements, to their march, Extet's infantry battalion was obviously not as orderly and uniform as Constellation's square formation. Some of them held axes and wore chain armor, some held one-handed swords and only wore breastplates, some held shields and spears, and there were even sword and shield soldiers who were similar to Constellation's sword and shield soldiers. But Thales could clearly feel that these infantrymen were different from Constellation's infantrymen. They all had one thing in common. Their gazes were unfriendly, their expressions were fierce, their auras were threatening, and their expressions were filled with contempt and disdain. These infantrymen raised the flag that represented the Lampard family with the pattern of an iron fist. But they occasionally rubbed, knocked, and swung their weapons as if they were demonstrating their strength. They were murderous, like wild beasts that would go berserk at any time. Asterisk thud. 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 Asterisk that's not right. Thales told himself in his heart. If this is a demonstration, they are all light infantrymen, at least according to Northland standards. Extet's famous two-handed heavy sword infantrymen, heavy armored axemen, and even Northland's heavy cavaliers are not here. Not even the light cavaliers are here. Putre pondered deeply and said slowly, if it were those troops at the back, it would be too easy for them to kill us. If it's the light infantrymen, they should just be demonstrating their strength. Then, why don't they use the other powerful troops to demonstrate their strength? Thales furrowed his brows tightly and asked. A group of heavy infantrymen trampling on us with a shocking momentum. Wouldn't the effect be better? Putre also furrowed his brows. It's really strange. Asterisk thud. 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 Asterisk, don't let your guard down. Araka Murcha's voice rang. Even if there are more than 2,000 light infantrymen, if they were to swarm us, it would be enough to chop us into pieces in half an hour. Araka tightened the silver-black metal bow on his back. He turned his head and said coldly, in a battlefield with thousands of soldiers and horses, without support and protection, a supreme-class elite would not be able to last more than a quarter of an hour. However, in the next moment, the situation completely changed. The 6 extension brigades moved slowly. After the first 2 brigades passed them, they suddenly changed direction at the command of their officers and met up with the other 2 brigades. Asterisk thud. 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 The disorderly footsteps of 2,000 people could be heard continuously.
Extet's light infantrymen surrounded them and slowly formed the shape of an 8. They are surrounding us. Waya roared furiously. What is the meaning of this?
Putray stared at the extensions before him in shock. On the other hand, Thales looked into the distance in disbelief, trying to see what was in front of him clearly.
Impossible. Stop.
Araka roared furiously and stopped the entire diplomat group and the escort team.
Form up on the spot.
Even though they were nervous and apprehensive, the 300 soldiers of Constellation, especially the veterans, still stopped and turned around in an orderly manner. They formed a wall with their swords and shields, surrounding the prince and forming a circular formation.
It is impossible to charge out now. Araka looked at the extensions around him in rage. These bastards.
The Constellations stared at the murderous extension infantrymen around them in bewilderment and nervousness.
What do we do now? Waya asked through gritted teeth. Do they have anyone they can communicate with? Officers or commanders?
Thales asked anxiously. For Lampard's benefit, they dare not kill me. However, in the next moment, a few unfamiliar yet forceful orders rang from within Extet's battle formation.
Araka and Putray's expressions changed abruptly. There were also many old soldiers.
They recognized this extension military order. In the next second, 6 large groups of more than 2,000 extension infantrymen raised their weapons and roared furiously in unison.
Wah! 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 The deafening roars terrified Thales.
What happened to them? In the next moment, the extension infantrymen's faces were ferocious as they strode forward.
Asterisk boom! Boom! Boom!
Asterisk the sound of footsteps that were even louder than before rang out like thunder. More than 2,000 infantrymen raised their weapons and charged madly towards Thales' diplomat group from 6 directions.
Kill!
The extension light infantrymen roared fanatically and charged towards them. Thales stared at everything before him in a daze.
Didn't they say that Lampard would not dare to endanger my safety?
Quietly awaiting the prince's arrival.
Then why? Why does he want to kill me? Damn it!
Putray widened his eyes in shock and drew out the 1.5-handed sword at his waist.
They actually...
An even louder roar exploded in the air, interrupting Putray's words.
Enemy troops charge.
In the center of the troop,
Araka Murcha's face was ashen.
He controlled his restless steed and forcefully drew out a fierce 2-handed long sword. He roared at Constellation's escort team, his Fury Guards.
Chapter 104.
A soul-stirring battle howl erupted from the throats of more than 2,000 extension men as they pounced towards the Constellations, who resembled a lone boat. His first large-scale battle experience came in a situation that Thales did not expect. The sword and shield soldiers of the Fury Guards were in the first row. They held their long swords in their hands and pressed them against their comrades beside them. Araka had long since dismounted from his steed. He raised a terrifyingly large sword that was almost as tall as a person with both hands. His eyes burned with a fiery fighting spirit as he strode forward. The soldiers in front of him consciously gave way to their commander, making a space that was 3 people wide. The first round of attack. Araka looked around and shouted, "Hold the line of defense." The enemies surged forward like a tidal wave, getting closer and closer. At the center of the battle formation, Waya immediately pulled Thales down from his conspicuous warhorse and surrounded him tightly in a circle formed by 6 soldiers. Then, he joined Ida, Putray and Ralph in guarding the 4 corners of this small battle formation.
"Go and help the front row,"
Thales urged. "If they collapse, all of you will not be able to protect me." However, his heart was in a mess. He could not understand how he could face such a situation on a diplomatic mission to Extet.
What happened?
Waya and Ralph looked at each other. With Putray's nod, they moved towards the front row. Ida exhaled and whispered to Putray, "This is a real battlefield. Even supreme-class elites have to be extremely careful. And such a great disparity in battle. If you have any way to avoid battle, quickly say it. If not, quickly think of it." Thales gritted his teeth and looked at the enemies charging towards him from all directions. There were 6 large groups of extensions. The number of enemies is too many. We are surrounded. We don't have enough military strength at all. No, it should be said that we are not prepared for battle at all.
What should I do? Shout out my identity?
But the other side did not seem to care at all.
Faced with the impending battle, many of the Constellatiate soldiers exhaled a breath of hot air. They gripped their weapons tightly and held their shields properly. They looked at the aggressive extensions with solemn gazes. The first extension infantryman roared furiously and charged towards them. Asterisk bang. Asterisk his shield collided with the shield of a sword-and-shield soldier.
With the help of his comrades on both sides and behind him, Constellation's sword-and-shield soldier gritted his teeth and withstood the tall opponent's charge.
He also swung his sword to block the opponent's axe that came swinging down from the air. However, more extensions surged towards Constellation's diplomat group. Bang! 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 The extet soldiers roared furiously and continuously crashed into the Constellatiate's battle formation from all directions. Kill!
Hold them off! Amidst the roars of the soldiers from both sides, the sounds of shields colliding and weapons clashing interweaved, like countless thunderclaps exploding on the flat ground.
Gened stood in the first row with 2 soldiers of the Fury Guard. He pushed his shoulder against the shield with all his might. A mace that was swung over smashed onto the shield. Gened's entire body trembled, and he almost fell backwards. His companions behind him supported his back and helped him stabilize his body.
With a distorted face, Gened withstood the impact with all his might.
Damn it, he thought bitterly. These extensions. Their strength and physique are much stronger than those rebels from the southwest.
Gened dodged a sword that was aimed at his forearm and asked his comrade to deal with him.
The veteran pushed away the mace and kicked its owner's knee, causing him to stagger. Then, he stabbed his sword into his defenseless neck. Blood gushed out, and the opponent fell on his back while stammering. Fortunately, their movements are not very agile.
Just as he thought of this, a long spear brushed past his ear and pierced through the abdomen of a soldier on Gened's left.
The latter fell limply as he howled in pain. Gened roared furiously and replaced the position of the dead soldier. He broke the long spear and blocked a blade that wanted to charge in through the gap. A soldier behind him quickly filled in the empty spot Gened had left behind. Such scenes appeared at various places in the front row. Enraged roars and pained wails were still mixed with the sounds of metal clashing and weapons clashing. Extet's light infantrymen pounced forward again and again as if they did not care about their lives. They were blocked or even killed by the Fury Guards and the diplomat group, leaving behind corpses. However, people from Constellation continued to fall, and blood gradually dyed the snow red.
However, the veteran of the Fury Guards at the front row still relied on his rich experience and mature skills to maintain the line of defense and prevent it from being broken.
Thales watched everything around him in fear. This was a battlefield where thousands of people intertwined with each other. A brutal and terrifying slaughter. Blood that splattered everywhere. Roars that risked their lives. Corpses that kept increasing in number. The battlefield before him was undoubtedly more shocking than the battle with the Sacred Blood Army. Commander Araka was also at the front row.
With an unpleasant expression, he guarded the gap between the 3 of them alone.
He did not display any fancy and exquisite supreme-class combat skills. Instead, he repeated simple and unadorned battle moves. However, no one could gain an advantage over him. During the first round of attacks, Araka's 2-handed greatsword made a deathly howl in the air as he chopped off a head with a horizontal slash. He then took the opportunity to slash open the shield, chest and abdomen of the second extension.
Then, as blood gushed out, he swiftly parried a long sword that came thrusting towards him.
Before the other party could react, he pierced the greatsword into his chest.
However, next to him, a soldier of the Fury Guards had his skull split open by an axe.
He fell limply to the ground. Extet's bastards. Araka gritted his teeth and exhaled. His face was full of ferocity and savagery. He turned around and swung his sword hilt, causing the enemy to stagger.
Observe the situation behind us and wait for an opportunity to break out of the encirclement and return to the fortress.
Araka, whose face was covered in blood, lowered his head to avoid an axe as he shouted his orders.
I am afraid that it will be very difficult.
An officer of the Fury Guard struggled to push back a fierce extension and reported, "More than half of the enemies are blocking our way behind us. Persevere. They are only relying on their morale from the first round of attacks." Araka gritted his teeth and kicked down a shield.
He then stabbed his sword into the ferocious and furious face of his master. He swung his left hand at the right moment and parried a long spear with his forearm.
However, at the same time, an axe slashed towards his head.
Araka calmly lowered his head and dodged.
The axe blade took away a few strands of his hair. Waya, who was wielding a single-edged sword, arrived. He thrust his long sword forward and activated the edge of no return. He sliced his opponent's throat with a backhand, but his ribs were grazed by the axe blade. He groaned in pain. Beside him, a comrade's head was smashed by a hammer as he tried to save him. Blood and white matter splattered everywhere. Stop using those boring swordsmanship. Put away that beautiful posture of yours.
Araka parried a straight blade that was slashing towards Waya with his sword and roared furiously. On the battlefield, supreme class elites are not much stronger than ordinary people. You will only be able to stand for more than 10 minutes and kill a few more soldiers.
Save some strength for every attack and leave room for dodging. Just stab and dodge honestly. An infantryman's weapon was sent flying. He roared and wanted to rush forward to hug Araka. Without hesitation, Araka held his sword with one hand and punched him in the face. He fiercely elbowed him and sent him flying backwards. The sound of his ribs breaking could be vaguely heard. Otherwise, retreat to the back. Don't be a burden. Waya, who had yet to recover from his injuries, could only clench his teeth and retreat in shame. A strange gust of wind suddenly attacked them and blew up snowflakes. A few extant infantrymen who came forward to replace them could not help but raise their hands to protect their eyes. Araka roared madly and swung his sword with both hands. He cut open a person's shield and chest at the right time, then suddenly stabbed into another person's abdomen. This psionic ability is not bad.
Araka wiped the blood off his face and frowned as he looked at Ralph's one-handed hidden blade.
But can that thing be used on the battlefield? The mute Ralph, who had a fractured arm, could not say anything.
However, he could indeed feel the powerlessness of the hidden blade on the battlefield.
Without a handguard, every time he swung his sword, he might have to bid farewell to his own arm. He could only use his psionic ability to support him in battle and the hidden blade to defend himself. On the other side of the formation, Willow Ken hid behind a sword and shield soldier. He blocked a sword attack with his left hand and thrust his spear out of the shield with his right hand into the side of the enemy's face. A soldier's right hand was chopped off. He held his shield and clenched his teeth as he retreated. However, when he took his first step, a flying axe cut into his chest and abdomen. Another person stepped forward to replace him. You are a doctor, at least do something.
Willow anxiously shouted at Ramon, who was curled up behind him.
I am not a military doctor. Ramon glanced at the enemies around him.
He hugged his head and shouted, and that prince did not say that this would happen. If I had known that this would happen, we would have brought along some spearmen.
Ida stood guard around Thales. She looked at the situation around her and sighed. Her scimitar, which had no defensive capabilities, was only suitable for small-scale battles. Unless it was aimed at a vital point, it would not cause enough damage to armor.
Moreover, it was impossible for her to dodge to the fullest extent in a crowded battlefield. If I had known that this would happen, I would have brought along my father's two-handed machete, which was said to be able to pierce through armor.
That was the standard equipment of the ancient Elven Kingdom's Imperial Guards a long time ago. No one expected this battle to happen. For the time being, no enemy had broken through to the back of the second row.
However, Putre still turned his head around worriedly and glanced at Thales.
He anxiously shouted, "This is unreasonable." There is nothing unreasonable on the battlefield. At the forefront of the formation, Araka swung his great sword madly. There was already a wound on his body. Surviving is reasonable. Withstand the first round of attacks. There will be a time when their attacks will weaken. Find a chance to break out of the encirclement. Otherwise, we will all be exhausted to death here. At the center of the formation, Thales lay prone and hid in the shadows of the soldiers. He breathed rapidly. He was extremely flustered. Thales wanted to calm his hands, which were buried in the snow, so that they would no longer tremble. However, amidst the deafening battle cries and sounds of collisions from thousands of people, his forearm was like a wild horse that had gone out of control. It disregarded its owner's will and shook disappointingly amidst the endless sounds of battle. Damn it! Thales' teeth and lips trembled. He was extremely ashamed of his performance on the battlefield for the first time. Hurry up and calm down. However, no one seemed to care about him. The soldiers beside him looked around anxiously, afraid that the layers of defense would suddenly be broken through from one direction. A horrible howl was heard. It was the sound of a Constellation soldier being cut in half at the waist. Thales shuddered and closed his eyes. Calm down. At this moment, the already familiar fluctuations spread from his heart. The world around him seemed to have quietened down. Thales instantly grasped the situation of his entire body. He could clearly feel which muscles were trembling. With the help of that fluctuation, he breathed deeply and rhythmically. He soothed those muscles and finally calmed down their involuntary trembling. His heart and breathing calmed down. But this was not enough. Thales turned his head extremely slowly. It was as if time had also slowed down countless times as he thought desperately. How do I get out of this predicament? No, I don't understand military affairs at all. That's Araka and Sonia's specialty. I can only think from a more comprehensive and fundamental perspective. For example, why? Why does Lampard want to kill me? No. I should think in reverse. If I die here, what is Lampard's purpose? What benefits does he have? Think clearly about his motives and benefits. Impossible. Robbing and killing Constellation's diplomat group and Constellation's heir. He has no benefits at all. Then what is Lampard's purpose? Did someone bribe him? At this moment, the long-lost memories of his previous life surged again. War is a highly complicated and ever-changing form of social conflict, but it has long been neglected in our field of study. Many scholars' research results are in response to Clausewitz's classic exposition. Male? Evie. He proposed that structure, organizational ability, and legitimate ideology are the prerequisites for large-scale collective violence. Weber never explicitly included war as a social phenomenon in his theory. However, in his definition of a modern country, he mentioned that the country's power monopolizes the legitimate use of violence in the territory it claims. Thales resisted the flashbacks of his memories and the urgent situation before him with great difficulty. Damn it. In the territory it claims. Wait a minute. Thales' pupils shrank. Maybe it's not that complicated. War is never about killing. Territory. Lampard's original intention was to conquer the Northern Territory. So, the fluctuations faded away. Time seemed to have returned to normal. Fighting and death returned to his ears. Thales lay on the ground, sweating profusely. He panted heavily. He found the source of this conflict. Now, I have to get rid of it. No. An Extet infantryman watched in horror as Araka slit his throat. You are. But he could no longer say the rest of his words. Fill my position. Araka clenched his teeth and swung his sword again. He cut down a rough-skinned man with a hammer and retreated with a furious roar. 2 sword and shield soldiers covered his line of defense with resolute expressions. We have almost exhausted the momentum of their charge this time. Araka panted and dragged his great sword to the center of the battle formation. He said to Ida, "Leave some people behind to guard the rear and bring the prince along. I will fight my way back to the fortress." Wait a minute. Thales could not care less about resting. He raised his head anxiously and shouted loudly, attracting Putray and Araka's attention. Lampard. Lampard's army. They did not send heavy infantrymen, no cavalry, not even crossbows and archers. These are just light infantrymen that were recruited at the last minute. Thales anxiously recalled the little military knowledge he had. They do not intend to defeat us in an instant. So, do you want to stay behind to repay him? Araka turned around and said sarcastically, "Because of Lampard's kindness, he let us live for another 15 minutes? What he wants is to stall us here for this 15 minutes, not to quickly annihilate us." Thales rejected Aida's support and stood up strenuously. Lampard is betting. He is betting on his opponent's choice. Our choice? Waya, who was beside them, thrust his sword out from behind his shield and forced an axe to retreat. Before Waya's face was cut by a long sword, Ralph dragged the powerless Waya back just in time. Waya panted and said, "Betting on us breaking out of the encirclement or defending to the death?" "No." Thales opened his eyes and stared at Araka. "Lampard is not betting on us." "No." Putray instantly understood. His face turned pale. "He would never dare to use your life too," Thales said anxiously. "Archduke Lampard is betting on the broken dragon fortress behind us. The bet is on Lord Sonia Sasir's choice. He is betting on whether she will send troops to rescue us." Araka's pupils shrank abruptly. "His bet," Thales roared.
is my life and his future.
Chapter 105. In the distance, the Archduke of Black Sand region, Chapman Lampard, was fully armed as he rode on his horse.
Under the protection of countless infantry and cavalry troops, he looked into the distance with cold eyes. Under the deafening battle cries, the 2 constellation flags in the distance began to shake under the siege of 6 large troops and more than 2,000 extension light infantrymen.
Archduke Lampard touched the sword at his waist. It was the sword he used to kill his elder brother in a duel. It had never left his side for more than 10 years.
It has begun, Count Levon said softly behind him. They will soon break out of the encirclement and retreat towards the fortress.
We only need to wait for Xueqi to send reinforcements. His most trusted strategist, Viscount Kent Vida, also nodded. The light cavaliers and mounted infantrymen on both sides of the battlefield are ready. We can quickly tie down any troops that come out from the fortress as reinforcements. The knights and 300 heavy cavaliers have already unloaded half of their burdens. They can charge at a faster speed. Even if all 3,000 people in the fortress rush out hand in hand, we can at least defeat their vanguard at the first instance. That is, if they do not retreat within 5 minutes. 500 heavy swordsmen and 800 heavy armored axemen are on standby. They can follow up later. Archers, mystic gun troops, and the remaining ordinary recruits can also attack. When they start to break out of the encirclement, we can advance at the right time. The heavy infantrymen can set off first. The stern-looking Chapman Lampard raised his hand at this moment and stopped Kent Vida's report. No, have everyone stay put and wait for orders. No one is allowed to approach the battlefield without permission. Let the light infantrymen continue to fight. We have to give the fortress flower some time to consider whether to send reinforcements or not.
Beside Archduke Lampard, Lord Tolja's expression tensed up when he heard that. If they break out of the encirclement in the direction of the fortress, it is best for us to have the main force follow up appropriately. Being familiar with warfare, he frowned and said, if they are too far away, even if our cavaliers hold back Xueqi's reinforcements, the heavy infantrymen will not be able to catch up, let alone destroy the opponent in a field battle. With her ability, she can definitely snatch their prince back in time. Then, whether it is seizing the opportunity to attack the city or exhausting them in a field battle, our plan will be meaningless. Lampard looked at the battle in the distance and shook his head. Xueqi is a cautious person. Archduke Lampard stared at the broken dragon fortress in the distance with a complicated expression. He slowly said, if we want to lure her into sending out her troops, we must take the risk and give her some hope. If we do not send out our troops, their prince will definitely perish on the battlefield. If we send out our troops, we might have half a chance to snatch the prince back. And as the prince breaks out of the encirclement from the back and gets closer to the fortress, the latter's chances will increase. Even the most prudent and rational person, such as Sonia Xueqi, will be swayed when she sees that the hope is getting bigger and the possibility of success is getting higher and higher. There was an unprecedented desire to challenge in Lampard's eyes, and his gaze was focused on the starry double-cross star flag of Broken Dragon Fortress. Now it all depends on our old rival, the Fortress Flower's decision. Sonia Xueqi, are you going to send reinforcements and rescue their only prince, or are you going to watch the heir of Constellation perish in battle? What is going on? Sonia stood on the tall fortress wall and watched the chaotic battle on the plains in the distance. She gritted her teeth and punched the wall of Broken Dragon Fortress. Does Lampard want to kill His Highness in public here? The ones besieging the prince are only 2,300 light infantrymen. With the Fury Guards, they might be able to hold on for a while. But the disparity in numbers is too great. Miranda observed the situation of the enemy on the plains and said with a frown, Lampard's other main forces are far away. If Baron Murch can break out of the encirclement with the prince and at least retreat a certain distance, we should be able to send reinforcements in time to tear apart the light infantrymen's encirclement and bring the prince back. She turned her head and said to Sonia, I can attack. I need 1,000 men, including elites like the Starlight Unit who can break the enemy's formation. The Starlight Unit can ride out on horseback. The opponent is just some light infantrymen. If we only need to break through the encirclement and rescue His Highness. No. Sonia stared furiously at the stalemate on the battlefield and said with difficulty, the prince's diplomat group is not his focus. Sending out the only elite troops we have to defend the city to rescue the prince. This is what Lampard wants. I can guarantee that his cavaliers are already prepared. They will stop our reinforcements at all costs.
They will even attack the fortress sluice gate without caring about casualties and injuries. Then, they will press forward on a large scale.
At least, they will be able to destroy our reinforcements. If it's the former, then the fortress will be in danger of falling. If it's the latter, it will also be able to greatly deplete the fortress's military strength and pave the way for him to attack the city later on.
Sonia clenched her fists tightly. We will never do as the enemy thinks.
Miranda raised her eyebrows and remained silent for a while.
The sounds of battle in the distance continued.
But that is the second prince, and the only heir of Constellation. Miranda thought for a while and said quietly, if the fortress does not send out troops, then it is very likely that he will be annihilated in the battle. As for His Majesty... Sonia gritted her teeth, closed her eyes and let out a long sigh.
This is Lampard's goal. He is waiting for me to make a choice. The fortress and the prince's safety, military or politics. He wants me to choose one of the two.
This is a trap that cannot be more obvious.
It was originally impossible for Lampard to take down the fortress, but he actually managed to find a chance. Lampard's courage is truly beyond imagination.
Miranda tightened her grip on the sword at her waist, raised her head and said, perhaps with Baron Murch's ability, when he breaks out of the encirclement, he can bring the prince further away and closer to us.
He can even bring him into the fortress's area of protection? We will try our best to end the battle as soon as possible.
Before their follow-up troops arrive, we will safely. Be careful.
Sonia opened her eyes abruptly. Her gaze was filled with caution. That is what Lampard wants us to think. The fortress is our greatest reliance.
You do not know how much he desires for our troops to walk out of the fortress and fall into his rhythm of battle.
Everything he did was for the sake of smoothly taking down Broken Dragon Fortress at the lowest cost.
Miranda was stunned.
But does he really dare to use the crime of killing the Prince of Constellation as a wager?
What if the Prince of Constellation really dies in the battle?
Lord Tolja looked at the battle in the distance and said hesitantly, anything is possible on the battlefield. Then we will see if the Sunset Goddess will protect us, and how loyal Sonia Cecere is to the Jade Star royal family, Archduke Lampard said in a low voice. If we win this gamble, we will open the door to the northern territory of Constellation. If we lose...
Humph. He did not speak again.
I am afraid that the prince's life or death is not a matter of luck, but of our choice, Viscount Kent Vida said in contemplation. If Cecere refuses to send her troops and would rather watch their prince's entire army be annihilated than defend the fortress, are we really going to kill all of the prince's diplomat group? Not necessarily.
Count Levon shook his head.
We only sent out light enlisted infantry. Based on the current situation, the Constellations can at least hold on for more than 15 minutes. If that time really comes, it will not be too late for us to blow the horn and withdraw our troops.
Then invite the prince in and tell him that everything just now, including so many dead people, was a misunderstanding?
Tolja replied with a frown.
Their archduke lifted the reins and urged his horse forward a few steps, so that he could get a clearer view of the situation in the distance.
Archduke Lampard stared at the huge fortress with an indifferent expression. If Cecere still refuses to come out, it will be fine. Archduke Lampard tightened the sword belt around his waist and inhaled a breath of the cold winter air. When that time comes, we will slaughter everyone in the diplomat group, leaving only that 7-year-old brat alive. Then, everyone in the fortress will see how we strip their only prince and tie him to a flagpole. Then, we will raise their heir and attack the fortress. Let's see how much of a test the Constellations' morale can withstand. Of course, regardless of whether we succeed or not, that poor brat will survive and be sent to Dragoncloud City after this to show our respect and loyalty to King Nuvan. I will not be stained with the blood of the Jade Star royal family.
Since the age of the Empire, that family's blood has been filled with curses and misfortune. Under such circumstances, as long as he does not die, Constellation will only see the humiliation the prince left them, and not the enmity formed between them and the Lampard family.
Hearing this, Tolja could not help but frown deeply. He is only a 7-year-old child. The unsmiling Archduke Lampard was silent for a moment. The scenes of his brothers fooling around flashed across his mind. But the others did not know what he was thinking.
The next moment, Chapman Lampard raised his eyes and said coldly, "He is a prince."
A prince cannot be a child from the moment he is born. This is their privilege, and also their price. Tolja stared at Archduke Lampard in a daze. He seemed to want to say something, But in the end, he lowered his head and sighed. Only Viscount Kent Vida frowned. That child will hate you
when he is crowned as king in the future. But he was interrupted by the Archduke. He will be afraid of me,
Lampard said resolutely.
Lampard said firmly, even if he becomes the king of Constellation, wears the 9-pointed star crown, and holds the staff of Constellation in his hand, I will also make him remember today, the most humiliating, terrifying day of his life.
Asterisk thud. Asterisk Genid raised his shield to block a heavy hammer. The huge force caused him to lower his body. But the veteran cleverly took advantage of the situation and cut open his kneecap. Then, he ended Genid's life when he fell to the ground. But Genid's left shoulder blade was pierced by a sword that came from the side. He endured the pain and retreated to the second row while trembling. However, the soldier who replaced Genid was obviously inexperienced. The moment he moved forward, he was stabbed in the thigh.
Genid could only grit his teeth and move forward again.
He blocked the enemy's sword fiercely and let his injured comrade retreat.
The veteran sensed that the frequency of Ekstedt's light infantry's attacks had begun to decrease.
It looks like it's time to break out of the encirclement.
However, Genid sighed at this moment.
On the battlefield, the first to die were the unskilled new soldiers. The surviving veterans were all smart, tough, and steel-like existences. What comes next is a tough battle. So the key to the battlefield lies in Sasir's choice.
At the center of the battle formation, Thales panted harshly and said to Putray, who was nodding slightly, and Araka, whose face was covered in blood.
And no matter what she chooses, Lampard should have his own corresponding strategy.
Attack the fortress, weaken our military strength, or capture me in a humiliating manner to use as a bargaining chip to attack.
No matter what she chooses, we will still be in a dilemma. Putray furrowed his brows. Lampard's light infantry is enough to give us a hard time. The soldiers will not be able to hold on for too long. Araka looked at the dead and injured subordinates around him.
He was extremely furious as he sneered. If you have any ideas, you better say it out loud before the extensions chop us into minced meat and hang you up while they're at it.
Thales did not mind Araka's disrespect. He raised his head and glanced at the Lampard family's iron fist flag not far away.
He exhaled and slowly said, no matter what, Sonia's choice is a dilemma.
So, she cannot make the choice. Thales' gaze was cold. Under Putray and Araka's different expressions, he clenched his fists. We can only choose on behalf of Lady Sasir. To eliminate her hesitation.
Prepare to break out of the encirclement, the second prince said coldly.
Putray was slightly startled. On the other hand, Araka grinned.
It seems like they are about to break out of the encirclement.
Miranda looked at the battle situation in the distance and said hesitantly, are we really not going to send reinforcements?
Even if they really break out of the encirclement and get closer to the fortress?
Sonia closed her eyes in pain.
No, guarding is my greatest duty.
I have already failed once. This time I cannot.
No.
Sonia gritted her teeth and lowered her head.
She placed her hands on the city wall and said with difficulty, it is impossible to save them by sending only a small number of troops.
If we send out all our elites, we will be falling into Lampard's trap. Guard our fortress well. We cannot give him even the slightest chance. I will face His Majesty. Miranda did not say anything. The city wall was silent for a while. But the silence was soon broken. The sounds of battle rang again in the distance.
Commanding officer.
Miranda looked at the chaotic battlefield in the distance in shock.
They are starting to break out of the encirclement.
But it is very strange. Miranda's face was filled with disbelief. Sonia opened her eyes in puzzlement. Sir. Tolja urged his horse anxiously from afar. News from the Light Cavaliers.
They are starting to break out of the encirclement.
Archduke Lampard opened his eyes and looked at the two flags of Constellation.
Very good, he said. Now we just have to wait for Sasir. Wait.
Lampard narrowed his eyes.
The fluttering of the flags. Something is not quite right.
He immediately realized that something was wrong. It can't be.
Archduke Lampard widened his eyes and opened his mouth in shock. Could it be? Yes, my lord, our plan must be amended immediately.
Tolja said loudly and nervously.
And according to the report from the Light Cavaliers, there is more than one accident. Lampard suppressed the hidden annoyance in his heart and cast an inquiring gaze at Tolja. Tolja gritted his teeth and said on his horse, "There is another person with that prince." Archduke Lampard furrowed his brows tightly as he watched Tolja say something that caused the surrounding vassals' expressions to change.
"It's him. It's that guy. With that bow." With a cold expression on his face, Araka tied Thales tightly to his back. His body was pressed tightly against the silver-black great bow. "Is it really safe to stay behind this guy?" Ida asked angrily. "I keep feeling like I've lost my job."
Thales smiled at her.
"Just take it as a vacation. Even authors have times when they stop updating their novels. This is very risky." "It means that we are also gambling," Putre said worriedly. "We are betting on the enemy's choice."
Thales took a deep breath and smiled at Putre.
"Yes, this is a bet between me and Lampard. It is a game of do you dare or not."
"Young prince, I will ask you one last time." Seeing that most of the Fury guards in the first row were dead or injured, Araka suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, "Are you sure you want to do this?" "This is the only way," Thales said with a bitter smile.
Araka did not speak. Thales gritted his teeth as he lay on Araka's back. He adjusted his abdomen, which was in contact with the great bow, and forced a smile. "And are you really as powerful as the rumors say? Please prove it to me." Araka still did not speak.
Thales gently closed his eyes, then opened them firmly.
His gaze was sharp. "Constellation's most valiant warrior, Araka Murch." He exhaled softly and loudly uttered the name that everyone in Constellation knew.
"The kingdom's wrath." The moment he uttered these words, the expressions of the people who were in a predicament froze.
It was as if the atmosphere around them had changed as well. In the next second, Araka tilted his head and sneered at Thales. "A long time ago in a hopeless situation, a Jade Star told me." Thales could not help but be startled. Araka pulled out the two-handed great sword from the ground, swung it around, and strode forward. Putre, Waya, Ralph, and the others followed behind them with either determined or worried expressions. Araka strode onto the stirrups. His gaze was fierce. Ida nimbly followed behind their horses. Araka continued to speak coldly.
He said, "Since there is no way to retreat, why not go forward with all your might?"
Thales could not react for a moment. In the next moment, Araka Murch, the man known as the Kingdom's Wrath, spurred his horse forward with a fierce expression and bypassed his guards. "Fury guards, attack the formation." The Kingdom's Wrath's great sword pointed at the Iron Fist flag fluttering high in the distance.
He roared furiously, "Our target north!"
Chapter 106. An Extension light infantryman held a hammer tightly in his hand. With steady breaths, he rhythmically hit the thick wooden shield in his left hand and followed closely behind his teammates' footsteps. As one of the dozen or so combat captains under Leroque's battalion, he was in his early 30s. This was not his first time on the battlefield. Men in Northland, be they farmers, hunters, craftsmen or woodcutters, were born to fight with swords. Sometimes even women were the same. It was exhilarating and glorious to shed blood on the battlefield, fight to the death against the most powerful enemy, and drink the wine of victory to the fullest. Every time he swung his hammer, he felt the faint sound of bones cracking in the enemy's body, which made him even more excited and agitated. For example, right now, the combat captain in his 30s roared in delight. He strode forward to catch up with his companions and fiercely hit the head of a constellatiate, who could not defend himself in time. He roared and pulled out his hammer. Blood splattered on his face. The next moment, the combat captain pounced on the constellatiate in front of him without hesitation. But these constellatiates are really tough. As he thought of this, he swung his shield and knocked his opponent to the side. With this level of casualties, if it were an ordinary army, their morale would have collapsed and they would have fled in all directions. Unless they are elites. Unless they have a competent commander who is equally tough. The combat captain nimbly and skillfully dodged his opponent's dangerous thrust. The blade of the sword swept past the right side of his forehead. "Hey, you are a veteran." The combat captain laughed out loud and smashed the enemy back with a hammer. Asterisk clatter. Bang. Crack.
Asterisk the sound of horse hooves colliding with each other, as well as the sound of the blade cutting through armor came from the side.
A deep and fierce male voice came from the warhorse. "Let's go find Lampard." The constellatiates, who had formed a defensive formation, became spirited.
With a loud shout, they strode forward and followed the knight on the warhorse towards the extensions.
The combat captain's expression changed. They are going to break out of the encirclement. But why are they heading north? Although the encirclement in the north is indeed weaker than that of Broken Dragon Fortress. Even if we break through, we will still face the Archduke's military camp and other more elite troops, right?
And that knight who rushed out of the formation? It was a man with a murderous aura. He waved a large sword with great force, and as the sword flashed, a head was cut off, along with scattered flesh and blood.
The warhorse under him rammed into two people. There was a child tied to his back in a silver-black bow. Wait a minute. The combat leader's pupils shrank. Is that bow? The next second. Him. It's him. Eksted's infantry commander roared madly, as if he had found the most valuable prize. He no longer cared about the panting Constellation veteran in front of him.
He gritted his teeth in excitement and rushed towards the horse without hesitation.
The combat leader roared madly, Kingdom's Wrath. Many Ekstedians shuddered and turned their heads towards the man on the horse. The team leader raised his shield over his head to defend against the man's sword.
The hammer in his hand smashed towards the horse's belly. However, the great sword did not slash at him as he had expected and was deflected by his shield. Instead, it trembled in the man's hand and stabbed downwards. The combat leader felt a chill on his right collarbone, and a sharp pain assaulted him. The warhorse swept past his side. His knees buckled, and blood gushed out from his shoulder. But he still tried his best to throw the weapon in his hand. The hammer slashed across the horse's belly and opened another wound on the warhorse, which was already riddled with scars. The warhorse neighed sorrowfully and fell in front of him along with the man.
Hee, at least I stopped the Kingdom's Wrath steed. The combat leader thought strenuously. The shield fell from his hand. The combat leader covered the bleeding wound on his shoulder and felt the pain that penetrated deep into his lungs.
He raised the hammer with all his might, wanting to smash the man who was climbing up from the ground and the boy behind him.
Then my final attack killed the Kingdom's Wrath, he thought.
However, just as this thought appeared, a petite figure wearing a cloak rushed towards him from behind. She attacked him with a machete and chopped off his right hand, which was holding the hammer.
Ah! The combat leader howled angrily in indignation.
In the next second, Gened, who rushed towards him from behind, chopped off his head with his sword. "That's right," Gened said to the corpse while panting. "I am a veteran." One by one, the soldiers of the Fury Guards charged forward with all their might.
They pushed aside the enemies who were blocking their way and fought to reach Araka Murch's side. Only then did Put-Ray and the others manage to catch up to Araka Murch. The battlefield became chaotic due to the Constellations breaking out of the encirclement. The Kingdom's Wrath. He's here. Many Ekstedian soldiers shouted excitedly. The news spread rapidly on the battlefield. From the front, the sides and the rear, countless Ekstedians charged towards them while roaring madly, like sharks who smelled blood.
"Really?"
Waya, who was at the back, said in dissatisfaction. "He's just like a target.
And he's carrying His Highness."
"Do not doubt your commander." Put-Ray also fell off his horse.
He hurriedly advanced in the triangular formation used by the soldiers for assault.
"At least believe in the Kingdom's Wrath's reputation. His Highness is the safest by his side." Thales anxiously lay on Araka's back, enduring the dizziness he felt after falling off the horse. "What do we do now?" Araka coldly and fiercely held his sword with both hands. He slashed open the light armor of an enemy on his left, leaving the enemy to wail on the ground. He looked at the Iron Fist flag, which was a distance away. Then, he looked at the countless enemies surging towards them from the fan-shaped area in front of him.
He said coldly, "Our steeds can only bring us up to here."
"Attack the formation." Araka shouted loudly. His entire body trembled. Thales, who was stuck close to him, could clearly feel that Araka's heartbeat accelerated. His body began to heat up. His muscles swelled and trembled rhythmically.
It was as if he was a predatory beast that was ready to start its hunt.
He immediately realized that this was Araka's power of eradication. In his field of vision, Araka was like a raging volcano.
Dull and terrifying explosive waves were continuously emitted from within him.
Araka clenched his teeth. He held his sword in his right hand and held the leather sheath on the sword's spine with his left. He dragged the weapon behind him and charged towards the numerous enemies in front of him.
The remaining soldiers of the Fury Guards followed him on both sides as if it was a conditioned reflex. They followed their commander and charged towards their opponents without hesitation. Araka was at the very front, like the tip of a wedge. The 5 weapons at the very front whizzed towards him at the same time. 3 of them were aimed at his head and chest, while the other 2 were aimed at his left and right. The next moment, Araka let out a furious roar from his throat. He stomped on the ground with his hind legs, lowered his body and charged into the area where the weapons surrounded him. Thales, who was tied up tightly, tried his best to shrink his head and stick closely to Araka's shoulder. Even so, he could still feel at least 3 weapons whizzing past the top of his head. Araka let out a violent roar. The blood vessels in his arms bulged and released an explosive force. He swung his huge 2-handed sword ferociously and drew a blood-red arc in the air. Splat. The 3 weapons, along with the 3 forearms, broke away from their owner's control and fell weakly from midair. Blood splattered on Thales' forehead, causing him to grit his teeth and frown. Do I have to be so bloody every time? Araka ignored the weapons that came at him from his left and right. He roared and crashed into the chest of the infantryman in front of him, who was howling miserably while holding his right hand. He fiercely knocked him down with his elbow. The Fury Guards on both sides were only 1 body's length slower than Araka. They similarly roared and pounced forward. They stopped the enemy before the 2 weapons that Araka had missed could pierce into his left and right vital parts. The Fury Guard on the left successfully stabbed his sword into his opponent's lower abdomen. He pushed away his opponent, who was screaming in pain, and continued to follow Araka as he charged towards the second row of enemies. The Fury Guard on the right unfortunately had his shoulder blade cut into his opponent's shoulder. However, he still charged forward regardless of his own safety and pushed his enemy to the ground. The other Fury Guard did not even look as he strode over the 2 people who were wrestling on the ground. He completed the cone-shaped attack formation and moved forward once again. In just over a second, the fierce Araka, who was at the very front of the formation, charged forward by 1 body's length and broke through the first row of enemies. He did not slow down and continued to charge forward. However, he was met with a small team of 5 experienced veterans who were charging towards him. 3 of them held shields and swords, while the other 2 held axes. They stared vigilantly at Araka. "The kingdom's wrath," the person in the middle said in a deep voice. "You can't cross." Before he could finish speaking, Araka fiercely thrust his sword forward and pierced straight into his shield. Under the terrifying force and momentum of the impact, the blade of the sword protruded from the other side and sank into the enemy's chest. However, the blade of the sword was stuck between the shield and the sternum. The enemy groaned in pain, but he still struggled to hold Araka's great sword in place. He tried his best to let the 3 people around him take his life before he died. The blade of an axe was the first to whiz forward. Araka did not hesitate at all. With a fanatical expression, he swung his left fist. With a terrifying force, he fiercely hit the center of the great sword's blade. With a clang, the great sword was broken. Araka roared and moved forward. He kicked the second shield-wielding veteran to the ground. Then, he swung his left wrist and brushed against the side of the axe's blade, pushing the axe's blade away from his own head. Under the enemy's shocked gaze, the axe slid past Araka's left forearm, taking away a piece of flesh. The broken blade in Araka's hand pierced into the axe-wielder's neck before he could react. The last 2 enemies roared furiously and attacked Araka. However, the latter did not even look at them. He only focused on charging forward. Just like before, the Fury Guards on both sides, who were 1 body behind, risked their lives and pounced forward, taking away the threat of the remaining 2 people for the kingdom's wrath. This time, the people on both sides were unlucky. Both of them lost their lives. However, the Fury Guards behind them still pounced forward without a care for their own safety, maintaining the integrity of the formation and the safety of Araka's sides. Thales suddenly understood something. They, the sword and shield soldiers of the Fury Guards, were using their lives to cover Araka's flanks. This allowed the latter to focus on breaking through the enemies in front and in the middle without being disturbed. This allowed him to maximize his terrifying force of impact that no one could block. In a little over 2 seconds, Araka broke through the second row. Once again, the next batch of enemies faced him. The 2 enemies in front of him held long spears in their hands. The tips of the spears were pointed at Araka's heart. They were determined that no matter how Araka charged forward, they would use the movement of the spear tips to force him to retreat.
The other 3 people closely covered their sides. However, Araka did not give them the chance to do so. He let out a loud shout. Explosive waves of power of eradication surged into his right arm. Like a volcanic eruption, he threw out the extremely damaged broken blade in his hand abruptly. The whistling sound of death lasted for a few tenths of a second. The tip of the blade, which was still covered in blood and flesh, pierced into the face of the spearman at the front. He trembled abruptly. The long spear in his hand that was pointed at Araka fell limply. "No, brother." The other spearman beside him screamed mournfully. Araka's expression was ferocious. He reached for the front part of the falling long spear with both of his hands. He took advantage of the momentum and pulled the long spear out. The power of eradication erupted once again along with the spear shaft that was thrusting towards him. The other spearman, who was roaring madly, was hit squarely in the chest by a force that was as strong as a siege hammer. He fell to the ground with a muffled groan, and his roars stopped abruptly. The long spear was retrieved from Araka's hands once again. Then, the latter used it as a stick. With a great force, he swung the spear and ruthlessly swept it towards the lower bodies of the remaining 3 people. Without changing his expression, Araka turned his spear around and stabbed one of the 3 people who fell to the ground to death. He then continued to charge forward without looking back. The guards on both sides caught up once again and took care of the remaining 2 people while they were at it. How long can you maintain this kind of attack? Thales looked at the densely packed enemies in front of him, then at the iron fist flag in the distance. He calculated the time and distance in his heart as he asked Araka. "Long enough," Araka said in a low voice and charged towards an enemy who was holding a sword. "As long as my guards are still here." 5 seconds later, Araka broke through the 3rd row. Under Thales' dumbfounded gaze, Araka threw his long spear steadily and pierced the thigh of an enemy who was in front of him. Unarmed, the Kingdom's Wrath charged forward with all his might. He dodged a sword attack, but a wound was left on his right arm. The soldiers of the Kingdom's Wrath surged forward once again. With bravery and sacrifice, they took care of the enemies on both sides for him. Amidst the frenzied roars, an axe blade sliced through the air and attacked. The Kingdom's Wrath took 2 steps forward without even looking. He grabbed the long spear shaft that was thrown out and dragged the enemy who was clenching his teeth while hugging his thigh down. At the same time, he swiftly turned around and used the spear shaft to block the axe blade that was coming towards him. Crack. The spear shaft broke. Araka seemed to have expected it. He held the broken spear shaft and turned around. The broken spear violently struck the axe-bearer's nose bridge. The axe-bearer let out a muffled groan and closed his eyes. The Kingdom's Wrath flung the broken spear shaft away and accurately grabbed the axe hilt between the axe-bearer's hands. He then pulled him towards himself. Then, Araka head-butt his opponent fiercely on his already injured nose with a bone-chilling ferocity. He snatched the axe from the axe-bearer as he fell to the ground in a daze. Araka moved past him and the enemy who was panting while hugging his thigh that was pierced by the long spear. He continued his assault. 8 seconds later, Araka broke through the 4th row of enemies. One of the guards died. 11 seconds later, Araka used his axe to chop off 2 people's skulls. He broke through the 5th row and 2 of the guards died. 16 seconds later, 2 chain-armored infantrymen, who were obviously military officers, came forward. Araka used his axe to chop off a shield-bearer. After spending some time, he finally snatched a short sword and stabbed it into the unprotected eyes and throats of the 2 military officers. He broke through the 6th row. 19 seconds later, Araka easily pierced a person's habitual hand with his flying sword. Then, he used the enemy as a shield and jammed the blades of 2 people's axes. He twisted their necks and used one of the axes to chop open the chest of the 4th person. He broke through the 7th row and one of the guards died. Thales watched all of this with his mouth agape. He watched the bare-handed Araka snatch the enemy's weapons with a fierce and violent aura, as well as his instinctive battle skills. He broke through the interception of countless opponents. Could this be what the Chunibyu in my previous life said? A knight does not die by his bare hands? Under the Kingdom's Wrath's assault, Ekstet's light infantryman's line of battle was as thin as a piece of paper. He swiftly penetrated through them at a speed that was similar to when he was training to run. What the hell? Doesn't he get tired? Waya, who was panting behind Thales, sliced open the throat of an enemy who was wailing on the ground. He watched Araka's assault in astonishment.
We have been jogging all the way and have not stopped at all.
Is this the first time you've heard of his nickname? Put-Ray snorted softly.
Beside him, Ida only pursed her lips.
This fellow's movements when facing multiple enemies and multiple attacks are even smoother than 5 years ago. Within a few minutes, they had already broken through more than 20 rows of enemies. However, the Fury Guards on both sides were still continuously sacrificing themselves. Thales was worried. Araka's teeth were clenched tighter and tighter.
His breathing was also becoming more and more rapid.
With his stamina, how much longer can he last? With a cold expression, Araka pierced the hammer in his hand into its original owner's face. He pushed away the wailing enemy and roared as he strode towards the next person. It was a military officer. He was fully armored and held a terrifying double-sided axe in his hand. He was giving out orders loudly. He seems to be a commander.
Thales listened to the other party's orders and thought with a frown.
The kingdom's wrath was a legend. The soldiers of Extet had all heard of his name, as well as the battlefield legends about him. That terrifying man's body contained the wrath of all of Constellation. No one had ever been able to stop the attacks he launched.
At least, that was what Mammon Leroque, the commander of Leroque's light infantry brigade, had heard.
Until today, he had witnessed it with his own eyes. Leroque, the Northlander who was 6.5 feet tall, furrowed his brows deeply. As he watched his brigade being penetrated by the other party as if there was no one there, he stroked his double-sided axe and licked his teeth. He looked at Araka who was in front of him with eagerness. With Leroque's superclass ability, he could have been a battle leader of a heavy-armored axeman. However, those damned heavy armors were too expensive. Besides, he preferred to be a commander. Many warriors would lose their rationality when they were in a killing frenzy. They would only be left with madness, lax in defense, and little wisdom. But he would not do that.
Leroque knew the truth of the battlefield very well. It was not about killing but about survival.
Leroque sucked in a deep breath of cold air.
He looked at Araka who had broken through and charged towards him. He looked at Thales who was behind him, and at the Fury Guards on both sides of Araka.
I found your weakness. Chapter 107. Leroque shouted loudly and quickly took a few steps back, avoiding Araka's attack.
Under his command, the dozen or so Extet infantrymen on both sides of Leroque did not get into formation nor did they retreat.
Instead, they charged straight towards the Fury Guards on both sides of Araka. Araka's expression darkened. Amidst the furious roars and the sounds of collisions, the Extension soldiers firmly entangled the Fury Guards. Araka, who was charging forward, was instantly left alone. There was no one to protect him from both sides. 7 or 8 Extet warriors surrounded him with fierce expressions. Thales' expression changed drastically. Oh no!
The reason why Araka could maintain an absolute advantage in the front and charge into the enemy's formation without any worries was largely due to the sacrifice and protection of the guards on both sides.
Otherwise, Araka's speed would probably slow down after he killed 10 people. Then, he would once again fall into an impenetrable pincer and heavy encirclement. No matter how skilled a supreme-class elite was, he would still be exhausted to death in the end. Moreover, on the battlefield, facing an endless number of enemies, multiple attacks from multiple directions, and multiple weapons. Just like what Ida said, even supreme-class elites could not come out unscathed. Just like what Araka was doing right now, these wounds and exhaustion gradually accumulated. Araka looked at the situation in front of him and panted slightly.
Cover him!
Ida nimbly shuttled between the 3 Extet infantrymen who had great teamwork. However, she was obviously not used to the rhythm of swords and sabers on the battlefield. She could not escape for a while.
Cover Araka!
She yelled in exasperation. Otherwise, we will be dragged into a tight encirclement again. Waya was entangled by 2 enemies.
He was injured and could not quickly break away from the battle.
Put-Ray, on the other hand, obviously did not have the same martial art skills as the others. He could easily break away and cover for Araka. Behind them, the countless Extet infantrymen who were left behind due to Araka's conical impact formation's rapid breakthrough once again ran to catch up to them. Ralph's eyes widened. A strong gust of wind blew rapidly and used the scattered snowflakes to block the few Extet soldiers at the front row behind him.
The soldiers with the equipment of the Fury Guards are all entangled.
Put-Ray was in a difficult situation under the attack of a fierce infantryman. And our diplomatic group, including you, have obviously never fought in a war. We can't charge through. Is there anyone else?
Except for the Fury Guards and the diplomatic mission?
Waya fought with the enemy with an extremely low efficiency. As long as I can break through this encirclement and get to His Highness' side.
A young soldier and a veteran with a sword and shield suddenly turned around in the middle of the fierce battle. If there were members of the Fury Guards by his side, Araka would not have to worry about the threats from his sides and behind him.
He could just face the enemies in front of him directly. But now he had to face threats from all directions. Clang. Larocque's great axe landed solidly on the nail hammer that Araka had just snatched. Araka growled softly like a wild beast. Even Thales could feel the oppressive atmosphere. The next moment, the Kingdom's Wrath's eyes were bloodshot.
With a jolt of the hammer that was propped up against the giant axe, the power in his body instantly erupted.
Clang! As the flames flickered, Larocque gritted his teeth and retreated in a sorry state.
Behind you!
Thales shouted nervously. However, before Thales could finish speaking, Araka instantly turned around.
With a furious roar, he deflected the sword that came at him from behind, ensuring that Thales would not be hit.
The Kingdom's Wrath immediately turned around and avoided a spear thrust that came at him at the same time.
When he turned around, the nail hammer in his hand had already flown out and pierced into the chest of the swordsman behind him.
Without cover, Araka could not continue his attack. He paused and retreated, dodging the blade that was aimed at his vital left side. However, a wound was still cut open on his waist, and blood flowed out. Maybe we should retreat and rendezvous with the guards. Thales endured the pain. His back was still cut by the sword just now. The beast-like man ignored the prince.
With a low growl, he turned around and rammed his shoulder against the swordsman with the force of a volcanic eruption.
The swordsman, who could not retract his sword in time, staggered from side to side.
Then, he suddenly advanced with his elbow and knocked out all the teeth in his mouth.
Rip. With a cold expression, Araka forcefully snatched his opponent's sword and slit his throat. Blood splashed all over Araka. Without any time to rest, the Kingdom's Wrath quickly lowered his waist and turned around. A broadsword that attacked him from behind from the side could only cut off a streak of blood from his shoulder. Araka then gave a low kick and hit his opponent's knee.
Amidst the sound of bones breaking, the latter groaned and lost his balance.
The Kingdom's Wrath sword slid across his neck, and he caught the falling sword in passing. At this moment, the wind howled. Clang. The loud noise caused Thales' eardrums to hurt. Araka's legs sank into the ground.
He raised his sword and blade above his head and blocked Larocque's great axe, which came slashing down at him with all his might.
Precise control, perfect timing, and no wastage. Is that so, the Supreme Class Kingdom's Wrath?
Larocque exhaled ferociously.
We charged at you together, but you still managed to kill 3 of us. A long spear attacked Araka's heart.
The Kingdom's Wrath blocked the great axe with both hands and turned his chest in an inconceivable manner to avoid the tip of the spear.
He clamped the incoming long spear firmly under his left armpit. Another long spear pierced through the air and attacked him. Araka's power of eradication was instantly activated.
He deflected the tip of the spear and stepped on the incoming long spear ferociously.
Thales felt his skin crawl as he watched Araka stubbornly block the 2 spearmen who were gritting their teeth strenuously.
Their faces were completely red.
This is bad.
As expected, the enemy did not give him any chance to catch his breath.
2 Extet soldiers with 2 long swords attacked Araka's chest, abdomen, and head.
Araka slashed the sword that was aimed at his chest with all his might.
Then, he twisted the other sword tightly. Whoosh. The great axe pierced through the air and attacked again. But this is a battlefield. There has never been a one-on-one battle. The enemy's commander laughed savagely. The great axe drew an arc as it attacked. Even Supreme Class elites have their limits. A few Extet infantrymen howled furiously. They appeared from behind Larocque and surrounded Araka.
Thales touched his dagger in shock and shouted, "Be careful!"
In the next second, the frightening sound of an axe piercing through flesh and a blade clashing against each other echoed. Splat. Clang. Thales felt a chill run down his spine. His eardrums were in intense pain. No, the prince panted and widened his eyes as he watched the great axe stop firmly on Araka's left shoulder. It cut through his breastplate, cut through his flesh, and stopped between his shoulder blade and collarbone.
It was only an inch away from Thale's shoulder.
Araka panted harshly. His dripping blood flowed all over Thale's shoulder. The sword in the Kingdom's Wrath's right hand had long since disappeared without a trace.
He used only one hand to firmly hold the handle of Liroque's great axe.
As he trembled slightly, he wrestled with the enemy's commander in a life-and-death struggle. And he was not alone.
At the front end of the axe, a young Constellatiate soldier with black hair and brown eyes knelt on one knee beside Araka.
He gritted his teeth and raised both his hands above his head.
He held a pair of spears of equal length in each hand and used all his strength to block the axe blade that had already cut into Araka's left shoulder.
Damn brat! Liroque's eyes were bloodshot.
He unleashed his power of eradication and the axe blade in his hand gradually pressed downwards.
The two spearmen who were wrestling with Araka also exerted force at the same time. They wanted to force the Kingdom's Wrath to die here. Don't even think about it. Willow Ken's two spears trembled.
Under the influence of gravity and Liroque's power, he desperately blocked the great axe upwards to reduce the pressure on Araka.
Araka panted in a low voice.
He looked at Willow with a complicated expression amidst the intense pain.
Violent winds howled in the air.
Ralph's figure glided over and swept past the extension's weapons strenuously.
He brought along two Constellatiate soldiers dressed in fortress soldier uniforms and crashed into the battlefield. They fought against Liroque's subordinates who were about to join the battle.
A sturdy veteran of Constellation charged over with a shield and knocked down the extension soldier, who had just fought with Araka with his sword to the ground.
The veteran of Starlight Brigade and Gened firmly pressed down on the enemy who was struggling madly. They grabbed each other's sword-wielding hands and competed in strength and endurance. Both of them wanted to stab their swords into each other's vital parts before the other.
Is there anyone else?
Thales asked nervously as he pulled out his dagger strenuously. He was hesitating whether he should cut the rope that tied him to Araka's back. There are only a few of us.
The Fury Guards and your subordinates are being held back.
Gened, who was wrestling with his opponent, shouted with all his might.
You better be of use, you deserter who uses dual spears.
Willow's face flushed red. His hand, which was holding the great axe, trembled continuously.
I told you. The extension infantryman whose spear was clamped by Araka's left arm roared and lowered his spear. He pulled out a short blade from his back and rushed towards Araka, who was in a stalemate.
Araka released his left arm and held Liroque's great axe with both hands.
His eyes were filled with anger.
I am not a deserter. Willow hissed through gritted teeth.
The soldier with the short blade rushed towards Araka and Thales in a frenzy.
Thales trembled as he cut his own rope.
And I really know how to use.
Willow pulled out his right hand that was holding the spear. He used his left hand to block Liroque's great axe strenuously.
He shouted desperately. Dual spears.
Willow's right hand suddenly thrust forward.
The extension soldier with a short blade dodged the path of Willow's single spear with great experience.
Thales felt a chill in his heart. This is bad. He did not manage to stab him. However, Willow's right hand suddenly trembled.
The tip of the spear swayed and the handle of the spear left his hand.
Xueqi. The extension soldier lowered his head in shock. The short blade in his hand fell down.
Willow's spear had already left his hand. The tip of the spear had already pierced his throat.
Thales heaved a long sigh and relaxed his mind. That was close.
Willow, who had exhausted all his strength, panted.
The spear in his left hand that was blocking the great axe trembled and fell. He fell to the ground, exhausted. However, Liroque's great axe did not cut down.
Thales once again felt a new burst of power erupting from the body of the man who was carrying him.
Liroque watched in shock as his great axe was lifted inch by the Kingdom's Wrath's arms. The beast-like man was like a volcano that was about to erupt. He slowly stood up from the ground. Didn't your commanding officer tell you? Araka panted harshly and trembled like a wild beast. Terrifying power once again erupted from his arms and he pushed the great axe forward. Liroque staggered and almost fell to the ground. However, his subordinates behind him caught him in time. If you have the chance to kill me, it would be best if you can kill me in one blow. If you can't kill me. Heh.
Araka squeezed out a cold laugh from between his teeth.
The aura on his body suddenly changed. Thales was shocked to see that the originally restless ripples and explosions in Araka's body began to surge violently like lava from a volcano. Liroque furrowed his brows and watched as Araka's eyes emitted a faint red light. The muscles on his shoulder that had been cut began to contract to block the wound and stop the bleeding. What is that? He recalled the legend of the kingdom's wrath again. No. Impossible. After all, he's just a human, isn't he? Liroque roared furiously amidst the cries for murder around him.
He mustered all the strength in his body and charged towards Araka with a few of his most trusted subordinates.
7 to 8 weapons were thrust out at the same time. Araka Murch. If he leads the charge, he will definitely be able to break through further with the Prince of Constellation. Archduke Lampard sighed as he watched the battle from afar.
If they break through in the direction of the fortress, the shock they will bring to the fortress will be stronger.
Then, our plan to lure Sacyr out will have a higher chance of success. At that time, the morale of the fortress will be high. It will no longer be a matter of whether Sacyr wants to send troops or not. What a pity. I don't know who came up with the idea to let them attack in the opposite direction. Did that 7-year-old prince also agree to throw away his life like this?
Count Levon asked with a frown.
Lampard shook his head regretfully. There is no point in thinking too much about it. It is already impossible for us to take down the fortress. There is another problem.
As long as Murch carries that bow, it will be very difficult for the light infantryman to exhaust his physical strength through sheer numbers.
Viscount Kent Vida frowned as he pondered. The light infantryman's encirclement on the north side is not as tight as the south side. It is very likely that he will rush out and arrive in front of us. Of course, the light infantryman's encirclement cannot stop him.
Count Levon said in a low voice. But as long as the main force attacks, whether it is the heavy swordsmen or the heavy cavalry, they can easily annihilate all of them, including Murch.
This will take away the Prince of Constellation's life. Viscount Kent Vida shook his head. This is not a good choice. I am afraid we have to make other plans. Please let me go, Your Grace. Behind Lampard, Lord Tolja stroked a strangely shaped saber and bowed slightly on his steed.
His eyes shone with endless fighting spirit.
I will definitely take back the bow that originally belonged to Extet from Murch's corpse. If we cannot dispatch the main force, then the only one here who can fight against Murch is me.
Tolja stared at the Archduke with a burning gaze.
Let the rising sun saber fight against the motionless bow.
Lampard stroked the sword at his waist and pondered carefully.
No, I do not wish for any accidents to happen to you. Around 10 seconds later, Lampard slowly shook his head and refused. Even if Murch does not bring that bow, he is still too dangerous. A hint of disappointment flashed in Tolja's eyes. After all, he has been fighting in the battle formation for half a quarter of an hour. He must be covered in wounds, which makes him even more dangerous. Viscount Kent Vida cautiously continued the Archduke's words. We all know the legend of that man. I heard that the Tower of Eradication specially named his mutated power of eradication? Lampard raised his head and sighed softly. Yes, the firmament's wrath. A power born for the battlefield. Tolja tightened his grip on the saber in his hand. The Archduke said faintly, the more he fights, the more he gets injured. The more he gets injured, the stronger he gets. When Thales came back to his senses, he was shocked to see Araka charging at full speed towards the 7 or 8 people in front of him. Without any protection on his side, he began his breakthrough once again.
Facing the weapons in front of him, Araka's body suddenly moved in a strange manner.
This movement seemed to bring about a fluctuation in the air. Thales, who was on his back, felt dizzy. A sword slashed across Araka's breastplate, leaving a deep wound between his ribs. A flail grazed past his raised right leg, taking away a piece of flesh. A saber was forcefully blocked by the wrist guard on his right hand. Countless sparks flew.
Liroque's great axe swept past his head, which had suddenly turned around.
The wind from the axe swept past his ears. A spear barely grazed past his thigh by a few millimeters. The last saber slashed horizontally into his unprotected left biceps, but not much blood spilled out. It looked as if Araka had moved slightly, avoiding all the vital parts during the pincer attack. However, Thales knew that this was definitely not a simple, slight movement. Araka did not care about the number of wounds on his body. He only charged forward with a fanatical expression, until he squeezed between the enemies. Kill him. Liroque retracted his great axe and ordered furiously. However, the slightly panicked extensions could no longer keep up with Araka's rhythm. In the next moment, Araka let out an earth-shattering roar.
His right fist erupted with an astonishing heat wave, and he punched the swordsman's face. The clear sound of bones breaking was heard. The extension howled madly. Araka laughed loudly. The power of eradication surged and erupted from his body. With a tremendous force, he rammed his shoulder against the flail-bearer's shield. The latter let out a pained cry and flew backwards. The Kingdom's Wrath grabbed his opponent's flail, turned around and smashed it, knocking away a saber that was aimed at the back of his head. Without losing momentum, the flail flew back until it dented the enemy's head. As red and white splattered, Araka turned around again and accurately locked a saber with his chain. He pulled the next enemy in front of him and used his lower abdomen to block a long sword that followed closely behind him. The swordsman who accidentally killed his comrade was stunned for a second. Araka then grabbed his clothes and crushed his windpipe. 5 extensions instantly fell at Araka's feet. Liroque roared furiously and swung his axe horizontally. Araka retreated at an astonishing speed and accurately avoided the trajectory of the axe. Thales, who was already dizzy from the battle where he dodged left and right, almost fainted. However, in the next moment, a shocking explosion came from within the Kingdom's Wrath's body. He kicked backwards with his right leg and instantly shot up like a flying swallow. He charged towards Liroque, who could not retract his axe in time. Thales saw stars and his vision immediately became blurry. Araka pressed his hands on the long handle of the great axe. "I like your axe." Thales could vaguely hear the Kingdom's Wrath's laughter and Liroque's despairing howl. When he raised his head again, he only saw Araka fiercely waving Liroque's double-sided great axe and smashing it into the face of its original owner. The latter flew out like a kite with a broken string. "Follow me." Araka, whose face was covered in blood, waved his great axe and roared at his comrades behind him. Araka waved his double-sided axe and charged into the crowd in front of him like a ferocious beast. He opened up a bloody path. Wherever he went, blood splattered everywhere and limbs flew everywhere. The death of their commander and the ferocity of the Kingdom's Wrath caused the surrounding extensions to fall into chaos. However, in the next second, the Kingdom's Wrath's body actually swayed. He propped his axe on the ground and panted as he looked at the extensions who were still lined up in front of him with hesitant expressions. Thales was greatly shocked. "Hey, Baron Murch, can you still hold on?" Araka panted strenuously and said discontentedly, "I can't believe I have to use this thing to charge at a light infantry formation. If only I was 10 years younger." "No, 5 years younger." Thales was stunned. At this moment, a feeling he had never felt before came from the touch of cold metal. It was that bow. The great bow on Araka's back. Following Araka's words, the silver-black great bow that was pressed against Thales' skin suddenly vibrated. Thales quivered. At that moment, Thales felt a sudden burning sensation erupt within his body. It was as if the great bow was suddenly charged with a weak electric current. It was as if it was repelling his touch. In the next moment, Araka, who was physically exhausted, took a deep breath and his entire body trembled. The extension infantryman watched in disbelief as the Kingdom's Wrath slowly stood up and waved his great axe in a relaxed manner, as if he was filled with strength again. What a nostalgic old time. Araka flashed a terrifying smile as he looked at the enemies before him, who had complicated expressions on their faces. The electric shock of discomfort slowly faded from Thales' body. Thales resisted the discomfort brought by the great bow with great difficulty and asked, "What is this?" Araka twisted his neck and revealed a murderous aura towards the enemies again. "This is the most incredible weapon in the world." He grinned and said, "Each one of them gives its user a corresponding ability." Thales was shocked. He scrutinized the silver-black, metallic great bow again. A legendary anti-mystic equipment? He suddenly realized that this bow did not have a bowstring. "Yes." The Kingdom's Wrath nodded. "The motionless bow. Then what is its ability?" Thales asked in bewilderment, even though he already had the answer when he saw Araka's rejuvenated physical strength. Araka snorted. "Perpetual motion." Thales was slightly stunned. After Jen had dealt with his opponent, he pulled the exhausted Willow up and stood on either side of Araka. Ralph followed behind them with a complicated expression on his face. Liroque's death brought chaos to the Extension Brigade. The Fury Guards finally broke through the infantryman's entanglement. "Hey, boy with 2 spears." Araka suddenly turned his head and looked at Willow. Willow shuddered violently. 3 days ago, this man wanted to send him to the gallows.
Looks like you really don't look like a deserter, Araka snorted softly. Willow's expression became joyful.
But your dual spears are terrible.
Willow's expression froze again. Don't mind him. Thales smiled behind Araka. This is his way of saying, thank you. Araka snorted coldly. He swung his great axe and strode forward. Next time, change to a pair of long and short spears. The Kingdom's Wrath's voice came from the front. Spears of the same length. How stupid. Willow was stunned. He immediately smiled and followed closely behind. The extensions in front of them were no longer as densely packed as before. Lampard's military camp was right before their eyes.
A member of the Fury Guards howled angrily and pierced his sword into the body of an extension soldier beside Araka.
At the same time, he pulled out the blade of the axe from his lower abdomen.
He panted a few times, cast a powerless glance at Araka, and fell to the ground.
Araka trembled slightly, but he still broke through the last layer of enemies without looking back. The remaining Fury Guards and Diplomat Group members finally broke through the encirclement.
The moment they broke through the encirclement, the light infantrymen at the back seemed to have received some order and stopped chasing. Before their eyes, they could already see the densely packed army of the Lampard family.
Thales raised his head, still recovering from his shock. Are you sure this is our chance? Araka threw away Leroque's axe in his hand and tore the rope that bound Thales as he asked quietly.
We have to take a gamble.
Thales landed on the ground and felt the change in his sense of balance. He retched a few times.
We bet that Lampard would not dare to kill me.
My life is at stake. But he was immediately lifted by Araka and placed back on his back. They continued to move forward. Putre rushed over from the back with bloodstains all over his body.
He said tiredly as he hurried. At least Lady Cecile does not have to hesitate between your highness and the fortress.
Thales grabbed Araka's shoulder and nodded.
He turned his head and suddenly saw Ramon, who was still in the group.
He's still alive?
Thales furrowed his brows.
Yes.
Even though I saw him in danger a few times, he was lucky every time, Putre said with an apologetic expression.
Thales exhaled through his nose and looked at Ramon, who looked like he still had lingering fears. As expected, Putre continued to say, the Fury Guards suffered heavy losses, and nearly half of the Diplomat Group's veterans were sacrificed. Thales' expression darkened. He suddenly felt Araka's body tremble as he carried him on his back. You better be right, young prince. Araka's tone was unsteady as he spoke in a low voice. Just for you. He turned his head and looked at the heavily wounded soldiers behind him and the countless corpses behind them with an unpleasant expression. Thales also turned his head and looked at the path of Araka's breakthrough.
From far to near, the corpses of the Fury Guards almost formed a straight line. 3 days ago, they had a tense confrontation with Sonia and her Starlight Guards in the fortress with solemn expressions and their hands on the hilts of their swords.
3 days later, they would never return. You want me to prove to you that I am the most valiant warrior of Constellation? Araka said in a low voice. Thales was stunned. This is proof. I have never been the Kingdom's Wrath.
Araka furrowed his brows and his breathing quickened.
I only have the Fury Guards and their sacrifices. Araka turned his head and continued to move forward with a stunned Thales on his back. The Iron Fist flag was not far in front of them. Tangen, Lothar, Gillian, Boland. Araka gritted his teeth and shouted the names one after another. Without them, I would have died 10,000 times over. They, the past, present, future, all the Fury Guards who risked their lives. They are the true Fury Guards. The Kingdom's Wrath. Thales lowered his head. His expression was complicated. At this moment, wait! Araka suddenly shouted loudly. Thales was startled and quickly raised his head.
In front of them, from the side of Ekstet's military camp, a small group of heavily armed soldiers walked out in an orderly manner.
Everyone also raised their heads and looked forward. The remaining Constellations immediately burst into an uproar. Almost everyone was shocked. Damn it! Ida punched Putre and said angrily, What did you do? What did we do? That's not right.
Putre stared at the group of soldiers in bewilderment.
Everything today is wrong. It should not be like this.
Ramon screamed and fell to the ground.
I knew it. Following this prince is simply Wyatt chased after Thales in fear. Your Highness, please seek cover immediately.
Ralph was so nervous that he was out of his wits. He kept shaking his head. In the crowd, Willow poked Jened beside him with a strange expression.
What is that? What is that? Jened also furrowed his brows.
He replied snappily, The ferryman of Hell's River. Willow shook his head with a confused expression.
Thales looked at everyone with a puzzled expression. What's going on?
That small group of soldiers. Arc light shield.
Araka put Thales down and roared madly. Get into formation quickly. Adjust the angle of deflection. All the Constellatiate soldiers moved frantically.
The Fury guards and the veterans of the fortress quickly took out the shields on their backs, especially the ones that glowed with a strange metallic luster.
The soldiers arranged themselves into formation layer by layer and raised their shields. Even though Constellation had inherited the tradition of the Empire and was accustomed to the infantry formation, it was different from the normal Constellation formation. This time, the formation was particularly dense.
There was only one row of soldiers, some squatting or standing, and they blocked the direction of the small group of strange extension soldiers in front of them.
Watching all this, Thales asked loudly in confusion. What happened? Those soldiers. What are they?
Everyone was silent for a while.
You said that you bet that Lampard would not dare to kill you? Araka broke the silence and said through gritted teeth.
Thales looked at Araka's expression in bewilderment.
Looks like it was a failed gamble.
Araka's face was filled with anger as he pointed at the group of soldiers in the distance.
Do you see what is waiting for us?
Thales narrowed his eyes. He suddenly realized that the soldiers were holding strange and heavy long strips in their hands. They had one hand in front and the other at the back. One of the ends was aimed at them. This posture. His heart suddenly trembled. Araka's low growl, which was forcefully suppressing his anger, rang in his ears.
That is, the Mystic Gun Unit. Chapter 108. Get ready to lift. A man whose left half of his face was burnt shouted.
As the trainer of Black Sand Region's Mystic Gun Unit, Hardy watched with satisfaction as the 30 strong and elite soldiers under him wore heat-resistant gloves and glass goggles. They were divided into groups of 3, opened the incubator boxes, and steadily carried out 10 streamlined iron-gray mystic guns. Although they were not the best Mystic Gun Unit he had trained, in Extet, which generally looked down on the use of mystic guns, the Mystic Gun Unit under the Archduke of Black Sand Region was already a rare expert.
This reminded Hardy of the first time he touched the old and depleted Seagull Model V mystic gun as a new recruit. But looking at these lads, Hardy sighed with emotion. Look at the things in their hands.
The Seagull Model 7 mystic gun had a sturdy gun body forged with the rough skills of the dwarves in the iron-gray mountain of the Eastern Peninsula.
It was equipped with a barrel made of the finest crystal drops from the Snake's Belly Mountain, which was located at the border between the Hanbol dynasty and the Lagudan Alliance. It was also equipped with an oil storage tank made of dark copper mined from the seabed by Crystal Jade City. It was filled with high-quality eternal whale oil obtained from the Southern Sea of Eradication by the Trade Federation, as well as the sealed core of a mysterious origin. The gun body was hard and wear-resistant, and the barrel could withstand high temperatures. It was highly focused and easy to aim. Even the depletion rate of the core was only half of its predecessor, the Seagull Model 6, which was introduced 20 years ago. Mystic energy could be focused within a range of 200 meters without dispersing. It could be fired twice within half an hour, and it only needed 2 hours to cool down. Apart from the ridiculous weight and heat leakage problems that still left people helpless, in Hardy's eyes, it was perfect. The inferior mystic guns that were unknowingly sold into the underground black market through the country's arms trade but lacked maintenance were like wooden sticks to steel swords compared to this gun. The target has entered our field of vision. Prepare to aim. A strong gunner raised his hand and knelt down on one knee.
He used his shoulder, which was wearing a special shoulder armor, to support the heat-resistant base at the front of the gun.
A smart gunner quickly calculated the distance and direction. He turned the button on the side of the gun and adjusted the focus and energy scale. A decisive operator skillfully checked the gun's status. After confirming that the core was stable, he opened the safety lock and grabbed the firing handle. One day, Hardy thought silently, it will no longer be heavy. 2 people or even 1 person can hold it. It was no longer complicated. 1 person could aim and fire. It was no longer dangerous. The core would not become the fairy bell of Hell's River that could endanger the gunner's life at any moment. It was no longer expensive,
and every soldier would be equipped with it in battle, instead of being limited to a small team of a few dozen people.
It was no longer mysterious. The nuclear core was no longer a mysterious item that was imported through special channels. Everyone knew its origin and principle. One day,
Hardy gently looked at the mystic gun beside him that had entered firing mode.
He subconsciously touched his broken left arm and felt the dull pain on the left side of his face.
It would become the king of war, take away the pride of the power of eradication, and completely eliminate metal weapons and physical combat from the world.
Even in the north. It would tell people how heavy the price of war was and how precious peace was. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see it. Attack position.
Hardy solemnly raised his right hand and shouted the second last word.
10 shooters pulled on the handle with built-in springs, and the mysterious core at the back of the gun began to vibrate and make disturbing noises.
Hardy looked at the group of Constellations, who had just broken through the light infantry's encirclement.
They heard that their newly found prince was inside. Is that so? Hardy flashed a smile. Lucy, my daughter. You will always be the pride of your mother and me. No matter how desperate the situation is, you must be strong and live on.
The next moment, the weathered man, who only had half a face, smashed his right arm with all his might.
His face was distorted as he roared. Fire! The soldiers set up a densely packed shield formation, blocking a large area of vision in front of them. Everyone else hid behind the shield formation. Arclight shields, distribute them evenly.
Araka roared. Don't miss any spot.
Thales was pressed to the ground by Put Ray. He could not even lift his head. No matter what, hide behind the others, Put Ray said with a stiff expression. Lampard must be crazy. Thales gritted his teeth, but he could not stop the doubts in his heart. Are they mystic guns?
He remembered that not long ago, Morris of the Brotherhood had gotten 2 of them from the army at a high price. But he gave them to his subordinates for self-defense.
At least that was what Leorc said. Thales had always thought that aside from using mysterious energy, it was similar to the weapons in his previous life.
They were weapons that could be raised and fired at the enemy.
But now, it seemed more complicated.
At least, looking at how Araka and the rest looked as if they were facing a great enemy, it should be. At this moment, Araka roared madly. Fire!
The soldiers clenched their teeth and trembled. They held the metallic arclight shields in their hands even tighter. A strong, crimson-red light attacked from the front. The light penetrated the shield formation. The weather was very cold, but at this moment, it was as if they were being shone by the sun. A gentle warmth enveloped them.
Hold on, scatter them away.
Before Araka could finish speaking, a strange change occurred around the Constellations. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk the moment the snowy ground beside them came into contact with the red light, the accumulated snow immediately shrunk and turned into water, then evaporated into thin air. Thales frowned slightly. This is? The red light spread to a short tree on the snowy ground.
Thales stared at the top and bottom of the tree in bewilderment. Every inch of the tree instantly turned black and then emitted tongues of fire.
The next moment, the small tree suddenly exploded, and countless sparks burst forth. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the flying sparks scattered to the crowd. Many of the soldiers screamed in pain. The shield formation suddenly trembled. Hold on.
Araka roared. 10 seconds or so is enough.
Thales was horrified to feel that the air around him was continuously heating up. It was getting hotter and hotter, until the warmth turned into a merciless scorching heat. Even the temperature in his body was rising. What's going on? Thales thought in a panic. What is a mystic gun? Why does it have such an effect? No. The heat coming from the shield. A veteran of the Fury Guards pressed against the shield. His clothes had already started to turn black and curl up, emitting smoke.
He shut his eyes tightly and replied with a trembling voice. At least 5 of them are firing at us at the same time.
Our anti-mystic equipment. Arclight shields are not enough.
We still have to hold on.
Araka roared loudly. He drew the motionless bow, which had no bowstring, from his back. I will block the excessive attacks. At this moment, a soldier's hand, which was holding onto the arclight shield, suddenly burst into flames. He screamed in pain and took a step back under Araka's shocked gaze. The soldier's shield swayed.
A ray of red light passed through the gap and shone on his body.
No! Before Araka could shout in shock and anger, the soldier's screams exploded before he could. Ah!
Within a few seconds, the soldier trembled madly. The clothes on his body were the first to emit smoke. When the red light shone on his feet, the snow on his body instantly evaporated into gas. Thales felt his scalp go numb as he watched the soldier's skin start to melt. The next moment, there was a tang sound from his body and endless tongues of fire emerged. After another second, the soldier's body exploded like the small tree and exploded into countless sparks.
Boom.
Thales watched in horror as this life disappeared. What was left of the soldier was a charred, dried corpse. However, his death brought about irreversible consequences.
Block the gap.
Before Araka could finish shouting, the burnt remains of the corpse splattered everywhere in the shield formation, igniting many soldiers who were holding up shields to block the attack.
Ah! No! Hold on!
It's so hot! Screams rang out one after another. The shield formation immediately dispersed. The red light shone into the crowd without any cover. The surrounding temperature suddenly increased explosively. The snow on the ground evaporated inch by inch. Thales felt a chill in his heart. No, this is bad. At this moment, Araka stood up with a furious roar. He charged forward and stood firmly in front of everyone.
Bang!
His hair was instantly set on fire. The kingdom's wrath raised his motionless bow resolutely in the direction where the red light shone, in the direction of the small group of Extet soldiers.
The motionless bow trembled slightly.
Then, it emitted a strong silver light that was not inferior to the shot from the mystic gun. When the red light from the mystic gun met the silver light, it suddenly weakened and scattered in all directions. It was as if the silver light had sealed off the path of the mystic gun's red light.
Araka roared. His right hand, which was holding the motionless bow, began to emit smoke. But he still persisted. However, the area of the silver light was not enough. Araka could only block in front of the people in the center.
There were still many soldiers at the periphery who were shot by the red light from the mystic gun.
Boom.
The second soldier turned into a huge fireball and immediately exploded.
No. Boom. The third.
Ah! Janet covered his right shoulder in pain, which was illuminated by the silver light. He was desperately dragged back to the area protected by the silver light by Willow. During this process, one of the black-haired soldier's short spears suddenly exploded into countless sparks. He can't hold on for long.
Ida shouted through gritted teeth.
I can't die here.
This was Ramon.
Bring His Highness out.
Waya said while sweating.
No, there are too many mystic guns, Putray said with difficulty. We can't escape. While everyone was in a mess, no one noticed that the second Prince of Constellation was in a strange state. The moment the silver light erupted from the motionless bow, Thales experienced that electric shock again. And it was even more severe than when he was on Araka's back. It was as if the silver-black metal bow that was emitting silver light was rejecting every corner of his body.
Thales lay on the snow-covered ground.
His face was contorted and trembling. No. Is the legendary anti-mystic equipment really rejecting me this much?
The silver light suddenly weakened.
Araka's right hand started to catch fire. In the endless scorching heat, the kingdom's wrath still gritted his teeth and endured. A few rays of red light leaked in and shone on Thales' body. At that moment, Thales suddenly shuddered.
His clothes started to smoke.
He only felt the cells in his body suddenly heat up.
So hot.
It was as if he was on fire from the inside out. That familiar fluctuation surged through his entire body.
Time seemed to have slowed down again.
In the vision provided by the fluctuation, the red light and the silver light were like two pairs of enemies that were strangling each other, melting each other. However, where the light intersected, the silver light obviously had the upper hand. It was just that there were more red lights. However, at the same time, Thales only felt that his body was getting hotter and hotter.
No.
So hot. Thales closed his eyes in despair. He opened his mouth wide and howled as he felt the heat that was almost burning him. He stretched out his hand and screamed.
So hot.
Then his heart suddenly skipped a beat.
Thud.
A feeling that he had never felt before assaulted his senses. At that moment, Thales only felt that his vision had penetrated the distance. He saw the origin of the red light, the mystic guns in the hands of the soldiers. At the back of those mystic guns, there was a constantly rotating core that was emitting yellow light.
That is the essence of the mystic guns. Thales had this feeling. But these damned red lights. Hurry up and disappear. So hot. At least, stay away from me. So hot.
Just as he thought that, in the next moment, in the vision provided by the mysterious fluctuation, the entire world before Thales' eyes seemed to shake violently. In his field of vision that others could not see, the crimson light from the mystic guns suddenly scattered as if it had a mind of its own. It made a turn in the air, avoided the constellations, and shot behind them. Asterisk swoosh. Swoosh. Asterisk the snow on the ground a few hundred meters behind the constellations instantly evaporated. In the next second, the red light from the mystic guns disappeared before everyone's eyes. Araka knelt on the ground with a thud. However, he still fiercely raised his burning right hand and extinguished the flames on his head and hands. The constellations seemed to heave a sigh of relief and fell to the ground one after another. In the scorching air, many of the soldiers had already turned into charred corpses or were burned to death. One round of shooting has ended. It seems that their aim was not very accurate. Araka gritted his teeth and climbed up. He said, but if they were using Seagull 7. At this moment, a shrill horn resounded through the sky. Asterisk beep. Asterisk Araka furrowed his brows. Put Ray and the other veterans suddenly trembled. We survived. Putre's lips trembled as he survived the disaster. He shut his eyes tightly. This is Extet's retreat bugle call. The hurried sound of hooves came from afar. A knight wearing a grey helmet galloped towards them. Enough! The kingdom's wrath! The knight wearing the grey helmet shouted from afar. There have been enough battles and deaths. Araka raised his head and laughed mockingly. Told ya! The Fire Knight! Come! He raised his almost charred right hand and the motionless bow that was almost brand new. He gritted his teeth and said, Step over my dead body and take it. Come and take the motionless bow that I snatched from your hands 12 years ago. The battle between us has ended. With a solemn expression, Lord Tolja said discontentedly from his horse, one of the 10 co-rulers of Extet, the Honorable Archduke of Black Sand Region, Lord Chapman Lampard, has invited the second Prince of Constellation, His Highness Thales Jadestar, to meet him. Araka was startled. Are you messing with me? At this moment, Put-Ray cried out in shock. Thales had no idea what happened after that. He only had one feeling now. Pain. Numbness from the pain. Numbness from the pain. This was the after-effect of the previous time when he lost control. Now it struck him again. Intense pain erupted from all over his body in waves. It was even more severe than the last time. It was as if every molecule in his body was cracking and collapsing. Then, this pain was transmitted to every nerve in his body. What's wrong with him? Thales tried his best to open his eyes and saw a knight wearing a grey helmet in front of him. He lowered his head to look at the vigilant Araka. Maybe he's exhausted. After all, it's such a long journey. This was Putre's anxious voice. Oh God, His Highness is bleeding. No, his breathing is weakening. This was Waya, who was panic-stricken. Where's that doctor? Let him come here. The last thing Thales saw before he lost consciousness was Ralph, who was running towards him anxiously, and Ramon, who was dragged over by Ida. Those two voices again. Thales thought in a daze. It's like a dream. I'll probably forget about it once I wake up. Oh, it's him again? How long has it been? Just a few minutes? Forget it. This time, it can finally stay, right? Yes, although the buoyancy of the soul is still strong, I can feel that its body is close to collapsing. Wait. It's different from the last time. Someone is stimulating the potential in its body and mending its life. And its life force seems to be exuberant. Too exuberant. It can't be. When was the last time we encountered such a tough fellow? Thousands, hundreds, or decades ago? I can't remember clearly. I think it was that arrogant knight-come-wizard. Sigh, what does Mother think? Mother is still unwilling to accept it. I can only say that having a strong life force is a good thing. Even Mother is lenient. There's no point in thinking too much. Mother has her own plans. Do you still remember the Sovereign of the Abyss from a long time ago? He even had 3 of his hearts destroyed by that calamity. That scream could even be heard clearly from the lowest level. Mother was about to accept him, but he actually struggled and crawled back. Silence!
Prepare to open the countercurrent gate. It's going back.
Sigh, let's hope that the next time it comes down, it won't go back. In a dark thicket of unknown address, a delicate girl slowly stood up from under a tree.
I thought Hei Lan would be the first to arrive. The blood mystic, Giza Streelman, smiled.
Without turning her head, she said softly, "After all, I caused such a huge commotion. After so many years, it seems that she has become lazy." Right after she finished speaking, a man slowly walked out of the thicket behind her. "Do you know who I am?" Giza smiled charmingly and stroked her hair. The man did not speak. "If you knew, why would you dare to follow me all the way here?"
Giza smiled sweetly and turned around. The man remained silent.
It was as if he did not hear anything. This was a man who, no matter how one looked at him, was ordinary and unremarkable. Ordinary looks, ordinary clothes, ordinary figure, ordinary temperament. It was difficult for him to leave any impression on anyone, except for the left side of his waist. 2 weapons were tied to the belt there. One of the weapons was wrapped tightly in old sackcloth. It was barely visible that it was long. Giza raised her eyebrows slightly. Under the sackcloth, she sensed a hint of an annoying presence. And the man's other weapon seemed to be a sword. But the shape was not very regular. The man was still expressionless. But he moved. He held the irregular sword at his waist in a backhand grip. He slowly drew it out. "Are you sure you want to use a sword against me?" Giza exhaled softly. "You don't look like a commoner." The man still did not speak. He only raised the sword without changing his expression. It was as if he was doing the most insignificant thing. Giza smiled softly. In the next moment, she saw the sword in the man's hand. That sword. The blood mystic's expression darkened slightly. It's a strange sword. More importantly, it's, from the hilt to the blade, a strange sword that was completely black. Chapter 109. All right, he's awake. Thales woke up amidst a chaotic crowd. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Ramon's big nose. What happened just now? The mystic gun hit me. Did I lose control again? He panted. Ramon was squeezed out of his field of vision, followed by Putre's thin face, Waya's anxious expression, and Aida's half-face under the cloak. What's wrong? Thales asked weakly. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Respect the doctor. Ramon's dissatisfied voice came from the side. Give us an empty space. His Highness needs further examination. The 3 faces in his field of vision disappeared, and Ramon's big nose reappeared. How am I? Thales asked softly as he felt his entire body. You are fine now. In fact, most people do not have your vitality and recovery ability. Ramon frowned and said with a disheveled expression, But your body. All right, Thales interrupted him and struggled to sit up. He exercised his right arm and observed his surroundings. Now is not the time to talk about this. Ramon clearly felt the abnormality in his body. But how could he talk about it in this place? However, Ramon did not seem to want to give up, and his next sentence made Thales clench his fists. Listen, Your Highness. Ramon was bandaging his shoulder that was injured during the chaotic battle just now. He clenched his teeth and said softly, The others might not know, but I can feel that those mystic guns did not miss their target. Instead, you did something to make them miss their target. Ramon wrapped up his shoulder that was injured during the chaotic battle just now. What? Thales tried his best to control his astonishment and not show that he was too shocked. What did he know? I don't know what you're talking about, Thales replied bluntly. I should get up and tell them that the prince is fine. But Ramon still chattered on with a dissatisfied expression, whether it's a psionic ability or something else. Judging by their reactions, I guess this is not something that everyone knows. But it's okay, I'm not interested in your secret, there's just one thing. He lowered his head and said fiercely, Let me go after we cross the border. I don't want to join your damn journey anymore. Or else. Or else what? Thales turned his head abruptly and glared at him. Use that power of yours that can bring people back to life to deal with me? Ramon was slightly stunned. You are not a doctor, Ramon, Thales whispered coldly. Yes, I know this very well. You use another kind of power to treat people. I guess this isn't something that everyone knows, right? He looked at Ramon's incredulous expression and tapped his forehead. We'll talk about this later.
Thales stood up, leaving behind the dumbfounded Ramon. The mystic gun troops in the distance had already retreated. The Fury Guards were cleaning up the battlefield, tying the corpses of their comrades to ropes. Everyone's face was filled with sorrow and anger. Damn it. Thales sighed and clenched his fists. If this is what I have to face in the future. Damn it. He lifted his head. Extet's military camp was right in front of him. What happened? He waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. The Extetians. Let us go? They retreated after the first round failed. Putre frowned and looked at Thales. Are you sure you're all right? I'm fine. I was just exhausted just now. I feel very good now, Thales said in an unquestionable tone. What exactly is a mystic gun? Thales asked with lingering fear as he clutched his chest. A powerful weapon for attacking and defending cities. Putre shook his head. But each round costs a lot of money, is hard to come by, and is inefficient. No. That's not right. It's not that simple. From the strange name to the mysterious working principle. Thales thought to himself. With all due respect, Your Highness, are you really all right? You even stopped breathing just now. Waya shook his head worriedly and walked to his side. I said I'm fine now, Thales interrupted him coldly. We have more important things to do. Waya frowned. This is a secret that I must keep. Sorry. Thales raised his head apologetically to Waya and looked in front of him. What is that? Thales narrowed his eyes. Not far in front of him, Araka, who was covered in wounds, was glaring at a knight in grey armor who was riding on a horse. One of Extet's 5 war generals, the wielder of the legendary anti-mystic equipment, Rising Sun Saber, Putre said warily. The fiery knight, Ram Tolja. Putre shook his head. It seems that Lampard sent him here alone to make peace. If Lampard really went crazy and wanted to kill us all, why did he give up halfway? Yes. At the end of the day, Lampard has no reason to kill me. Then why? But we have already come this far, Putre said slowly. There is no turning back now. Thales nodded lightly. You are Prince Thales? Tolja saw Thales from afar. I am Ram Ford Tolja. The knight in grey armor looked at Araka warily and said slowly, Sir Chapman Lampard invites you to meet him. Thales sighed and strode forward. The Archduke of Black Sand region. I thought he would be friendlier. Thales looked around and saw the charred corpses on the ground, as well as the soldiers and diplomat group members covered in cuts and bruises. He suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart. He wouldn't hypocritically extend an invitation after killing most of our people. Tolja raised his head and looked at Broken Dragon Fortress in the distance. If you have any opinions, you can ask the Archduke himself. The Fire Knight's gaze under his grey helmet was sharp and profound. I am only responsible for bringing you to him. Thales clenched his teeth and exhaled. At this moment, the ferocious-looking Araka strode towards Tolja. Have you forgotten something? An extension? The Kingdom's Wrath's words were filled with anger. Forget it, Araka. Go back. Tolja looked at the Kingdom's Wrath, whose gaze was hostile, and turned his horse around. The Archduke does not welcome you. Neither you nor your guards. You are only here to escort the prince, aren't you? Lampard does not welcome me. What kind of joke is this? Araka said fiercely. His brother died in his hands, and his father died in my hands. With this in common, we should be able to chat very well. Thales furrowed his brows. Especially when I killed so many of his soldiers, and he also killed so many of mine. Araka said coldly, we will definitely become good friends. The battle is over. You cannot change its outcome. Tolja answered nonchalantly, as though he was already used to the other party's provocation. The dead who died in the battle are certainly worthy of commemoration, but the living cannot forget their mission. What is your mission, Araka? Araka lowered his head and looked at a charred corpse that was tied to a makeshift tow rope nearby. He clenched his fists tighter and tighter. You fought very bravely, but your mission has been completed. Tolja stared coldly at his opponent. You should be glad that we did not take the opportunity to snatch the motionless bow. Why don't you try? Araka fiercely grabbed the motionless bow and stood one end in the snow. You brought that knife anyway, didn't you? One day I will. Tolja's eyes shone brightly. He shook his head. But not now.
One day, he said slowly, we will settle all our debts of blood. Araka stared at him and let out a disconcerting sneer.
Your Highness? Tolja did not look at Araka again.
He nodded slightly on his horse and extended his hand in the direction of the military camp.
Thales glanced at Put-Ray. The latter gave him a supportive look.
I think we do not have any other choice, right?
Thales looked at the gray-armored knight. The latter smiled at him. All right.
Thales looked at the messy battlefield and exhaled.
He walked forward. Let us go and see the organizer of this welcoming ceremony.
Thales looked at Araka, whose expression was hard to read.
Thank you, Baron Murch.
And your
kingdom's wrath, Thales added hesitantly. Araka did not respond. He only watched silently as his guards cleaned up the battlefield. Thales sighed and lowered his head. He turned around and walked towards the military camp. Put-Ray was the first to catch up with Thales. Waya and Ralph followed closely behind him. Ida looked at the corpses around her and walked to the back of the group. Willow supported Jennard.
Ramon, on the other hand, followed Thales in dissatisfaction after being pushed by a few soldiers.
Child. Thales turned around in surprise.
On the snow-covered ground, Araka lowered his head and put the motionless bow back on his back. More than half of my soldiers, including your diplomat group, died, the kingdom's wrath said quietly, just to send you here.
Araka Murch raised his head. His eyes were filled with emotions that Thales could not understand.
Do not let them die in vain.
Thales was stunned. But the kingdom's wrath had already turned around. Araka grabbed a rope and dragged the corpses of 4 to 5 soldiers. Without turning his head, he walked back the way he came.
Behind him were the remaining Fury Guards and the corpses of their comrades, who were either intact or incomplete, who were dragged along the snow-covered ground with ropes.
His back was lonely. The Extension's military camp appeared wild and crude. The camp walls were simply built from tree trunks cut from the coniferous forest beside them. The tents that the soldiers rested in were built from thick branches. But in comparison, the Extensions left a deeper impression on Thales. They were really too passionate. Thales even suspected that if Tolja had not led his horse and led the way at the front, the Extensions would have pounced on them. The Extension soldiers who were standing guard stared at the group of Constellatiates with hostile expressions. There was even a sentinel who spat fiercely at his feet. A group of cavaliers who had just returned to the camp passed by them. They looked at the Constellation flag that they held high and let out provocative laughter at them. Go back, Southerners.
An Extension soldier who carried heavy armor and a great sword shouted at the diplomat group in disgust. Northland does not welcome the people of the Empire.
Just keep dreaming about the Empire.
A half-naked burly man sat by the bonfire and sharpened a great axe. He pounded his chest and roared, "First, we have to spit out our territory.
Northland only belongs to the Northlanders. They killed our prince, but sent a child to sue for peace." They walked past a circle of soldiers who were sitting on the left. A leading soldier pointed at the diplomat group and scolded, "This is the shamelessness of the Empire." The people around them responded angrily and glared at them. "Do you know why?" The soldier said loudly, "Because all the men in their country were killed by us 12 years ago." The people around him burst into laughter and echoed his words. "They should have sent a princess." "A little boy is fine too," a soldier said mockingly. "As long as he's pretty enough, we don't care if he's in front or behind." Another round of laughter rang out. Thales raised his head and sighed. Should I be surprised? Or is this how the Extensions say hello to the Constellatiates? "Do not be surprised, Your Highness," Put-Ray said to the stiff Thales in a relaxed manner. "The relationship between Constellation and Extet has never been good since the founding of the country more than 600 years ago. Whether it is the history of the Empire or the competition in the Western Peninsula, they are enough reasons for our hostility. Cold Castle was snatched from Extet by us 400 years ago. History was the first to breed hatred, and hatred is the first to write history." Put-Ray sighed. "Only the Peninsular War can make us temporarily forget our opinions of each other and fight side by side, which is rare. During the Third Peninsular War, the hero Chara and the Oathkeeper King Midir were close friends. Together with Camus Union's prophet Kai Pang, they worked together to fight against the Eastern Peninsula's expeditionary army. Unfortunately, they turned against each other in the end, and the rare chance for the Dragon and Constellation to mend their relationship was lost just like that. But this is a military camp. Other places are much better. Many Northlanders do not care about those meaningless things.
Waya nodded. After all, the civilians who work hard for survival are different from the soldiers who have tasted blood. They call us citizens of the Empire.
Why?
Thales frowned and asked, isn't the final empire a history from more than 600 years ago? Even if there is a real grudge, it has to be traced back to the ancient empire more than 1,000 years ago, right?
This is their mockery of us.
Put-Ray shook his head and said with a complicated expression, the Constellations have always been proud of the Empire's bloodline and inheritance, but unfortunately, the Empire did not leave a good impression on the world.
It's not just the Northlanders.
The people in Alumbia Kingdom in Thornland and Enlenzo Dukedom in Dragon-Kissed Basin also do not have a good impression of us. Whenever there is a need, such as during a war, this ancient emotion that has been passed down from generation to generation will be exaggerated and exaggerated. It is much more effective than increasing the soldiers' rewards.
The Empire.
The citizens of the Empire. Thales sighed and hid this information in his mind. Speaking of which, the recruitment of more than 10,000 people is almost the limit of Black Sand region. Put-Ray looked at the densely packed military camp in front of him. I think Lampard's supplies and expenses are also quite difficult. Black Sand region is not a rich place.
For the Northern Territory. They must have planned for a long time and spent a lot.
The Constellations finally followed Tolja and walked to a huge tent. A tall nobleman in military attire who had been waiting in front of the tent walked forward and nodded slightly at Tolja. The tall nobleman bowed to Thales and said, is this Prince Thales?
It's our first meeting. I am Lesa Kentvida, Viscount of Extet. My fief is located in Black Sand region's Halting Light City. Everyone in the diplomat group, please follow me to rest.
As for His Highness,
Viscount Kentvida nodded and looked at Thales.
The Archduke is waiting for your visit.
Thales raised his eyebrows. This is a private meeting.
Kentvida stared at Thales with a burning gaze. The Archduke of Black Sand region and the Prince of Constellation.
Do not worry.
Viscount Kentvida raised his hand and stopped Put-Ray and Waya, who wanted to say something. His tone was firm. His Highness is already here. At least before we reach Dragoncloud City and meet His Majesty. He will be fine.
Thales sighed softly and smiled. I think we still don't have much of a choice, don't we?
Do you know, Your Highness, I suddenly thought it through, Put-Ray said quietly, his eyes shining brightly. Lampard is not crazy.
Thales thought of something.
Kentvida furrowed his brows and gestured for Thales to go ahead. The Archduke's own tent was tall and spacious, but it was not bright. The ground was covered with a thick carpet, embroidered with the picture of a powerful iron fist. A rough-looking man in his 40s sat beside a thick square table filled with food.
He had gray hair and blue eyes.
His chin was covered in stubble, and he wore a chain armor with fine iron rings. He was chewing on a plate of roasted meat on the table. An iron brazier burned fiercely by the side, illuminating the man's face, making it look even more mysterious. Thales noticed that a saber with a polished leather scabbard was also placed horizontally on the table. He calmly stared at the actual ruler of Black Sand region, Archduke Chapman Lampard. Lampard stuffed a ball of roasted meat into his mouth while staring at him, making Thales feel uncomfortable.
You're calmer than I thought, the Archduke said slowly. Thales sighed.
Perhaps.
He walked to the table, climbed onto a chair, and sat down.
But in the face of an enemy who owes me hundreds of lives, I really can't think of any other expression. Even anger seems unnecessary. Lampard picked up a wooden wine cup and poured the wine into his mouth. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. The Archduke put down the wine cup and wiped away the wine that flowed out with the back of his left hand.
He grabbed a piece of hind leg meat and took a bite.
According to the news that spread from Constellation,
you really don't look like a 7-year-old child. When life isn't easy, you have to learn to mature earlier.
Thales shrugged.
Eat up. This is good venison.
Lampard pushed a plate of roasted meat over. The Prince of Constellation can't starve to death in my military camp. Thales stared at the crudely styled roasted meat and frowned.
All of you have guts.
Your counterattack was indeed beyond my expectations, Lampard said coldly.
Who made this decision?
Maybe I should reward him properly. He ruined all my years of planning.
You.
Thales pulled the plate in front of him. Without raising his head,
He took out his dagger and started cutting the meat. Lampard raised his eyebrows. "This is your decision, Your Grace."
Thales cut the venison and said calmly, "You killed half of our men on the first day I stepped into Extet's borders.
You forced us to choose the path that was most disadvantageous to you. How long have you been standing here and looking at the fortress opposite you every day? 2 weeks? 3 weeks? I guess it's not easy to maintain the supplies, food, and lodging for more than 10,000 people?"
Thales shrugged.
"I'm really worried about Black Sand Region's finances."
He picked up a piece of venison the size of a thumb and put it in his mouth.
"It tastes good." Lampard stopped eating and drinking.
He stared straight at Thales with a fierce look in his eyes. "You know," the Archduke said slowly, "I originally planned to spare your life and only kill the people around you."
Thales frowned. His venison was not cut well. "But we encountered the Mystic Gun unit."
"That level of attack." Thales snorted softly and began to cut off a piece of meat.
"It was to kill me."
"That was an accident," Lampard said flatly.
"An accident." Thales was so angry that he laughed. He put down the dagger in his hand.
"Your mystic gun." But he was immediately stunned.
"Wait." Put-Ray said that Lampard did not go crazy.
"So?" Thales stared at Lampard in a daze. "Could it be that was an accident?"
Thales asked in disbelief.
"It was an accident." Lampard placed his arms on the table, his eyes burning.
Thales closed his eyes and exhaled deeply.
After a while, Thales opened his eyes and said with certainty, "You did not send out the Mystic Gun unit."
"I did not."
Lampard put down his wine glass and shook his head slowly. "You did not intend to kill me either," Thales continued.
"I did not."
Lampard's eyes were burning.
Thales clenched his teeth. "So that's how it is." He exhaled and laughed. "Someone else is commanding the Mystic Gun unit. Lampard had no reason to kill me from the beginning. The Mystic Gun unit is an uncontrollable killing weapon. No matter how stupid he is, he will not use this kind of thing against me." Thales sighed.
Lampard closed the wooden plate with the venison, pulled it in front of him, and grabbed a piece of meat. "You are much smarter than I thought." Lampard's expression was unpleasant. He stuffed the meat into his mouth and narrowed his eyes slightly.
"Do you understand why we met here?" "Yes, I understand." Thales wiped the dagger with his sleeve and put it back on his waist.
He sighed and said, "But I really did not expect that the command of the Mystic Gun unit under the command of the famous Archduke of Black Sand region would be so easily tricked by someone."
Lampard suppressed his anger. "That officer is called Hardy. He has been in charge of training my Mystic Gun unit since 3 years ago. The commander of the unit fell ill this morning, so he is only temporarily in charge." "How is he?" Thales asked quietly.
After the signal to retreat was sounded, he still ordered a second attack, but there were soldiers who immediately questioned his orders, Lampard said gloomily.
Then, Hardy did not hesitate to slit his neck and committed suicide. "We are still investigating the person behind him." "This also explains why you hurriedly blew the signal to retreat after only 1 shot." Thales sneered. "Even the command malfunctioned. Sorry, I really do not know what expression to use at this time."
Archduke Lampard pursed his lips tightly and said nothing.
"Their goal should be to use you to kill me, or to use my death to plot against you."
Thales sneered.
"I think the latter is more likely. My enemies are all in the country." "The higher you stand," Lampard said quietly, "the more enemies there will be." "So, the sudden accident also made you cancel your plan?"
Thales snorted.
"Were you originally prepared to humiliate me by capturing me and see if the fortress would waver?" There was silence.
Lampard opened the bottle of rye wine beside him and filled his empty goblet.
"I hate to say this, but King Kessel made a good move." "He pushed you out," Archduke Lampard said calmly. "The moment you stepped into my military camp, I could no longer take down the fortress and the northern territory."
"And the oath he made in Renaissance Palace was equivalent to forging a suit of armor for you with the ownership of royal power."
Lampard raised his goblet and said quietly, "If you die in Extet, no matter who did it, the neighboring Black Sand region will only suffer. So, once you realized that you could not take down Broken Dragon Fortress, and realized that there were actually people eyeing you covetously, you immediately changed your attitude and wanted to rope me in?" Thales said coldly. Lampard drank a mouthful of wine expressionlessly and said,
Kessel's oath dispelled some people's desire to take your life, but it also aroused the ambition of others to take your life.
Today's mystic gun is just the beginning.
We have a common enemy lurking in the dark, whether it is for the throne of Extet or the throne of Constellation.
The Archduke of Black Sand Region's voice was steady and solemn. From the moment you stepped into Extet and the Northern Territory, our interests were tied together.
Yes. Thales lowered his head.
His voice was steady and indifferent. My death in Extet is not a good thing for either of us.
Archduke Lampard's expression softened a little.
I will allocate 2,000 men, led by Kent Vida, my most trusted vassal, to escort you to Dragon Cloud City. You will arrive directly at the Walton family's territory. The king's emissary is already waiting for you.
But my men died on the battlefield. They stood in front of me and were pierced by knives, swords and spears. Thales raised his head with a gloomy expression. We have also killed many of your men. Lampard closed his eyes and muttered to himself for a moment.
Thales stared at him expressionlessly.
Those warriors, whether they were my soldiers or your subordinates, they will not have died in vain. They died a worthy death.
Lampard opened his eyes.
It is precisely because of their sacrifice that we can understand each other, and that we can sit here and make a difficult choice for the future of our two kingdoms, even if it is extremely difficult.
We have never been enemies. Our hostility on the battlefield was only forced by the situation, Lampard said softly. For the future, so that today's senseless bloodshed will not happen again, we should cast aside our past grudges. This is what we should do. War is for peace, isn't it?
Thales suddenly smiled.
Well said, Your Grace.
He chuckled with an indecipherable expression.
There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests.
As you said, from now on, we have no reason to be enemies with each other.
The Archduke nodded and raised his wine glass. You have eaten my venison. According to Northland's customs, you are my guest.
This is good rye wine.
Lampard pushed his glass over. His gaze was profound. And according to Northland's customs, we are allies after drinking the same glass of wine. From manpower, information, resources, and financial resources, I will provide you with all the conveniences in Extet. Our enemies will not have any chance. Archduke Lampard nodded.
Until you leave Extet and return to Constellation. Even until the day you.
Lampard revealed a strange gaze.
Lampard had a strange look on his face.
To be crowned king. There was silence. Thales suddenly smiled. My experience tells me to be cautious with those who want to become your allies, no matter how sweet and sincere they are, Thales said flatly.
And I cannot trust you, Your Grace.
Humph.
Archduke Lampard's expression darkened.
He snorted coldly.
Just because so many of your men died?
Not only that. It's also because of the indifference and hypocritical coldness you showed towards the deaths and sacrifices of your subordinates, Thales said coldly. By forming an alliance with you, our alliance is destined to be betrayed.
Compared to the possible benefits I might gain from carrying out the alliance, I can say with certainty that when the alliance is broken, the losses I suffer will far exceed the benefits I gain.
And I am deeply touched by this.
Thales looked at Lampard and watched as the latter's expression slowly darkened.
Also, I hate what you said. Thales recalled Araka's lonely back. He clenched his teeth and shook his head. Those people on the battlefield. They died for your selfish desires. As for nonsense like, they died a worthy death, and war is for peace. I'll leave it to you.
Thales grabbed his wine glass and sneered.
There was silence.
At first, I thought you were mature and steady, with wisdom beyond your age.
Lampard snorted coldly and shook his head. But now, you are acting like a child. You are right, Thales said coldly.
He poured the wine in his glass and said to the gloomy Archduke Lampard, and children cannot drink.